Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth, telling you, yeah, the truth. You have to go back to the roots, go to the roots. Yeah, man, you know, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth, Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment, the Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, you know, no matter how them try run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!
They are not our brothers.
Sisters.
They are not our brothers.
They are.
If you are born...
They are your brothers.
They are not our brothers.
Sisters.
They are not our brothers.
They are.
If you are born in America and have lived there for 300 years, you're no longer African. Those are Americans. We don't need them.
We don't need
They
them
were
to develop.
taken away, unfortunately, but they are Americans. We will develop by ourselves. Yeah.
You a grown-ass man. You call me to troll me. Did you get what you want out of this? Did it make you feel better now? There's a difference. I don't bother people I don't like. And this is what you have to deal with niggas. What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You want to live off somebody else's law.
What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You want to live off somebody else's law.
Niggas are the worst people on earth. I do understand why they made them slaves. I think one of the worst things that happened was they stopped making them slaves. If they'd have kept niggas as slaves, we'd have built more shit. We'd have been better people. Whenever black people were under the oppression of white people, they did more. They were more productive people. Name the shit you built since being out of slavery. Name it. Let me explain. You claim you built DC.
You were enslaved when you did that.
You claim you built the railroads.
You were enslaved when you did that.
Everything you claim you built in America, it's when white people had the whip on your ass. What have you built since? Come on, what have you built since? Nobody wants to talk about the facts. Now all you do is go around and begging white people for shit. All these hoods y'all proud of, white people gave them to you. You didn't build them. What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You want to live off somebody else's law.
What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You want to live off somebody else's law.
What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You want to live off somebody else's law.
What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You want to live off somebody else's law.
Did black people build Cabrini Green? Nope. Did black people build Capitol Homes? Nope. Did black people build Carver Homes? Nope. Did black people build O-Block? Nope. Did black people build any of these things you're talking about? 63rd, 62nd, 69th? Did you build any of that shit? Nope. Did black people build Compton?
What?
Did black people build Compton?
What?
Did black people build Compton? Nope. Let me explain. Black Wall Street. Come on, bro. Black Wall Street. Your ass ain't built Black Wall Street back now, have you? You got all these black millionaires and all these black millionaires who own clothing companies. You could have been built Black Wall Street back a long time. When you hear all these niggas love to go back to Black Wall Street, that tell you black people are lazy and ain't shit. This person said Black Wall Street. Sir, you remember what Black Wall Street was built under? Jim Crow. I'll let you go. What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You want to live off somebody else's law.
What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You want to live off somebody else's law.
What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You want to live off somebody else's law.
What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You want to live off somebody else's law.
What have you built? Give me the Black Wall Street 20 years in the last 20 years, the last 10 years. Give me that. Y'all niggas can't put together some stores. Because that's all Black Wall Street was, idiot. Stores. Can somebody tell me if I'm lying or not? What was Black Wall Street? Stores.
Somebody else's.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Afridamus Report. I want to welcome all of you to today's edition of the Afridamus Report. I hope you're having a wonderful weekend. If you are not, hopefully the show would make you feel much better, because I'm about to share lots of good information here. And that great intro there, that great song was by Tommy Sotomayor. I mean, the man is spitting fire. You can find that song on his website. Somehow they got him off YouTube, but he's still available on his own website. Ladies and gentlemen, today I am going to touch on, I said it, the African Kiss Ass News. Yes, you read it correctly. I am pretty sure many of you that are familiar with the, online situations, because you see, we have Africans who, many of them, generally, I hate to tell you, they tend to be Nigerians. Nigerians, unfortunately, tend to assume these roles to, be the kiss ass for the ADOS people, which makes them the $5 ADOS people. Second generation Nigerian would be the one that would completely distance themselves from being anything Nigerian or African, but they would find every opportunity to shit on Africans just to please the blacks. So this brought the question to me, can any honest individual, not only African, any honest individual, 100% be friends with the blacks? Not all, but most. Because, first of all, the blacks have rules that they put in place, which they themselves don't live by, right? These rules are, you have to pretend just simply because you're black skin, you are oppressed. You have to buy into the slavery narrative, despite you yourself not being a slave or your ancestors being slaves. But you see, they would flip it around and said, you all Africans sold us, forgetting that many, in fact, back in those days, those immigrants who were taken from Africa to come and build the new world. Yes, America was built by immigrants, you see. So the blacks, the Africans, were immigrants to this country, despite not by will, but they were immigrants. So, the same Nigerians, because you see, from the territory in Nigeria, they sold a lot of people. They did sell a lot of people, in fact. And some of you blacks that like to run around here thinking that you can shame us because our tribes were stronger. Some of us, our tribes were much, much stronger. We're able to defend ourselves. My ancestors made sure we couldn't be sent into slavery. It is unfortunate what happened to some people. But do you know that, in fact, the same people that try to say, oh, you all sold us, did you know a lot of this slavery thing, it was people, those same people, selling each other into slavery? Let me explain. Because to sell someone into slavery, it doesn't just, you can't just come, oh, come on, hey, I'm about to put you in a boat. It doesn't happen like that. That's not how it happened. Because you see, these tribes, like, let me give you an example, like in Ghana, when they had the Ashanti expansion. So the Ashantis, they were expanding. They needed territories, to expand. They are conquerors. They conquered Ghana. I know people are not going to want to hear this, but the Ashantis conquered Ghana. That's why they are in charge, right? On the coast, they have the tribe called the Fantis. So the Fantis were, the ones trading with Europeans. They've had interaction with a lot of different Europeans. So the Ashantis expanding in, they have to conquer territories. And when they go to war and conquer some of these smaller territories. Some of them, they create insurgencies, meaning they prolong the war. So being able to sell them to the middlemen who are the Fantis, then the Fantis sell those other people to the Europeans, then that problem is solved for the Ashantis. That means they don't have to put in too much work to fight these people again, because you can't just roll up on someone and take their land and think they're not going to fight if they're around. They will fight, you see? So, but now, even amongst the Fantis themselves, there were some Fantis who they sold into slavery. Did you guys notice? The criminal ones, because the punishment for thievery and other crimes, you could be sentenced to be sold into slavery. They used to do that. So different areas have different things. So some people, maybe their own people sold them. And then they came into America here. And then some of these people who used to be slaves themselves, some of the blacks, they ended up owning other slaves. So this story is very complicated. Very, very complicated. So to try to use that to try to, make other people feel guilty, that's not going to work if you truly, truly know what is happening. That's what I'm here to do for you. So we have Africans who immigrated to the United States, UK, or wherever, but we'll speak of the United States. Generally, like I said, Nigerians. I've made videos about Nigerian panderers. These are Africans that lie to the blacks. They are born and raised in this country. They have low self-esteem about African culture. They hate being African. I've heard a lot of the complaints here, and I feel their pain. Where some of them would, come out and tell us what happened, where the blacks were picking on them in elementary school. You see, I did not go to elementary school here in America. I went to elementary school in Africa. You see, where I went to school, where I'm from, it's not like America, where, entirely the school is what's telling you what to do, and, complete strangers coming trying to put their ideology in your head. Just simply you share the same skin color. That's not how it works where I come from. I was homeschooled as well. First, I went to Islamic school from 4 years old to 7 years old. From 7 years old, I went to English school, all boys school. But this is the family rule in our house. The family rule. There's zero tolerance for anybody in our family to be bullied. We handle it, and we handle it well. That's why people in our family, we do not have these stories of us ever getting bullied by anyone. We handle the problem. We don't just bottle it up and then later try to, cry about it on the internet. But many Africans, especially these Nigerian parents, unfortunately, they are very, very strict on their children, to a point they turn their kids into cowards. Many of these kids are afraid of the blacks. They can't defend themselves, because even if they stand up to it, their parents would make it seem like they're going to get in trouble. So most of these kids, they turn into cowards, like Godfrey, whom we are about to describe here today. Spent most of his time being picked on by the blacks, So now he have to pretend to play a role to be like the blacks. So anything the blacks say, it doesn't matter which black said it. The black could be a crack dealer, like that freeway Ricky Ross. Have you noticed it's only the blacks who hail a crack dealer, like as somebody to look up to, somebody that sold poison. But they blame the white man for this, right? So this is the person who spoke, ladies and gentlemen, who dare open his crack dealing mouth to hate on Africans. Because, like I've been saying this here, the blacks, they pretend like they have so much love. Look, love is not selective. Okay? We are very observant. We are observing everything. You see, we watch, like first you blame the white man. You see, you've blamed the white man, and then now the white man, ignores you. You run out of people to blame. Now you are going to see them blaming the African and trying to play victim to the African. So this is when you get these Nigerian panderers jumping out of the woodwork. Not all people, because you guys know Kidola, he's Nigerian. He comes on here and he grills these people too. So this is not every Nigerian, but I'm just speaking on the pattern I have been seeing. That's what I'm saying. Guys, please hit the like and share this. So this Godfrey, he is a quote unquote comedian. I don't find him very funny, because you see, Godfrey, like many others, they, like the other blacks, for him to be friends with the blacks, he has to lie to them. And what is that lie? That lie means he has to pretend to degrade Africans. And they've made him the spokesman of the Africans. This is why I'm here breaking this down, because there's some Africans who would watch this and just, you look at it, you think it's just merely entertainment. No. He's not funny. He is validating to degrade you, the African. Look, we don't have any issues with the blacks. We are not the cause of some of these blacks, their low self-esteem. We are not the problem, just like the white man is not their problem. So therefore, when some of you are pretending to be the spokesperson for Africans, now that becomes a problem. So they brought him to this platform, the Vlad. He used to be the quote unquote African, our ambassador. And, but when Akon spoke there, Akon spoke the truth. They brought him to try to analyze that. So I have that video with me. And also, I am going to play his interview where there's this former crack dealer, like I said, they call him Freeway Rick Ross. And, in this black culture called hip hop, which is by the way, it's not just black culture, it's an American subculture. This rap hip hop they talk about, this was brought here by Jamaicans. This is why you look at it, the Jamaicans that are in rap and hip hop, they are the better rappers. Look at Biggie. He grew up eating curry goat. That's why he can rap better. Busta Rhymes, Like, I'm not saying there isn't black. Obviously, the blacks can rap too very well. There's plenty, but rap is an American culture. That's my whole point. Any American can now, Eminem, one of the best rappers, he's a white man. He's a white man. So we can't dispute these things. But now, Godfrey, his brand of entertainment, which is, he said, comedy. His comedy is to make fun of Africans. You see? To make fun of Africans. So, it's one thing to try to play comedy, but now when you try to turn that into truth, then that's a problem. Because now they want to blame Africans for everything. Think about it. You live in one of the greatest countries on this side of heaven. They claim Africa, you guys are poor and dusty. But how do you play victim to poor, dusty people? Oh, I know why. Because we are supposed to pretend that, yes, we are oppressed, that we have issues with the white man. Like somebody wrote in my chat, oh, how dare you, Afridamus? You benefit from black privilege, and now you want to, talk bad about the blacks. I'm not talking bad about the blacks, but I just want to make it clear that I am not benefiting from this quote unquote black privilege, because it doesn't exist. Remember, guys, you guys are oppressed. I'm benefiting from white privilege. Yes, I'm benefiting from white privilege. You see? Because if the blacks say they have no privileges, they are oppressed, so there's no way they can give me any privilege. You see? So therefore, if I recognize that I have privilege, this American privilege, who am I getting this privilege from? Ladies and gentlemen, answer that question. So people will come and get mad at me for simply acknowledging, for simply acknowledging this white privilege. I'm just speaking the truth here, guys. So now, let's go. Let me play Godfrey, what Godfrey is saying here. Let me play it.
Speaking of Africans,
Yes.
I had free.
Guys, sorry, I forgot. I did it out of order. Let me do my copyright here. All right, we got that out of the way. Let's go.
Recently.
Freeway.
And he says something interesting about Africans. Well, let me see if I can just
Yeah.
let me find it real
I just
quick.
met him. He was cool as shit.
This is Freeway Ricky.
Yes.
So, guys, this is Godfrey. Godfrey is a Nigerian born and raised in the United States. So this other guy here, Freeway Ricky Ross, is a FBA, I guess, foundational black slave descendant. So he was a crack dealer, big time crack dealer. In fact, they rap about him being such a great crack dealer in the hood. So this guy is about to give us his 2 cents about Africans, right? So you want to tell me you took all this time, so you weren't such a great crack dealer because he got caught. But now he's an expert in Africans. So we would hear what Godfrey is going to say. But Freeway Rick Ross said some things here which only would affect somebody like him here, this guy. Because since he thinks he's a comedian, he gets roles with the blacks. He hustles with the blacks. So therefore, he has to kiss their ass. You see? Instead of being like Michael Blackson and getting his own hustle going. No. Or being like Akon. Akon came here to America. He was born here, but raised partly in Senegal. Then came back here. He did not complain about the white man. He came, he saw, he conquered. And he's winning. He's winning big time. You don't see him complaining. He's not crying. You see? But now, us as Africans, we came here. We came here to better our lives. Why should we be listening to people constantly complaining and crying to us? We got plenty of people back home that are crying to us on WhatsApp. Do you guys get those WhatsApp messages? Like they send you those voices? If I want to hear people, tell me how expensive the goods are, I would listen to my WhatsApp. Okay? But at least those people are bearable because they are not blaming the white man. But I'm over here. You are telling me, the funny thing is some of these people that are as light as Indian, they almost look white. And they try to say, man, it is racism. The white man. I'm like, guy, do you see me? I'm as black as the ace of spades. How am I evading all this white man's, wrath of this so-called color racism? This is why they hate Africans. Because Africans, we are not going along with this so-called racism thing. We're not going along with it. But Godfrey over here is going to try to validate the blacks. Let's find out.
Talking about African Americans and Africans.
Oh, I love it.
You love it?
I love it.
Can't wait for this.
That's how Soul Plane got good. It was me and Snoop Dogg.
Or We Can Escape too. This is like everything that we have is right here. Even Africa, they don't really accept American blacks. They don't really like us.
There's a friction between American blacks and Africans.
Well, American
living.
blacks don't have no friction. They have a friction.
So you see, that's that victimhood talk. He's never been to Africa. This guy probably never hang out with many Africans, but because of that low self-esteem, he believes Africans have something against him. It's like, no, it's not the friction. We are not the ones causing the friction. It is the Africans. How come we, the Africans, we have no friction with the white people? We have no friction with the Chinese, the Japanese, the Korean, the Arab. Over here, I'm talking in America. I'm not in general. So somehow they are the only one that have friction. Like everybody seem to have friction against you. How is that even possible? So he's speaking in generalities. So I am going to address it in generality. He's never been to Africa, but somehow Africans have friction against them. But this is crazy. This is crazy if you really, really think about when major black people like him, when they try to explain this quote unquote racism. Look, if you look for something, you're going to find it. You're the one creating it. Now you're blaming Africans. I thought the racism, this was based in skin color. I'm telling you, if somebody, you give somebody so much privilege, when you treat them equally, they are going to think you're mistreating them. That's what many of the blacks are suffering from. Seriously.
American blacks like everybody.
This is true.
We just like accept anybody come in our community. Oh, come on in, bring your store and all your goods and everything. We'll buy that shit. It might not be worth a damn, but we'll buy it.
You see how people like him, they like to present it like all American businesses are in this quote unquote black community. But what they don't tell you is these are small corner stores that come there. They are coming there, you acting like you're supporting them. No, because you are consumer class. You are consumers. You need those products. That's why you are buying it. If you were producers, you will not be buying it. This is the truth. He's like, oh yeah, we accept everybody. But this is not true. Guys, people are going to hate this, but this is not true. It is in fact not true. It's not true. You mean those stores where you're driving around in those neighborhoods, they got metal bars around them? I'm just saying, when you come in public, you start trying to make yourself look, high and mightier than everybody. Like you're just this lovey-dovey person. If you're a lovey-dovey person, how come most of the chaos, death, and destruction is coming from out there? This man was a crack dealer, guys. Think about that. He sold crack to his own people. When he got busted, he put his hand up and said, oh man, the white man, gave it to us. They said the white man brought the crack into the neighborhood. So the white man brought it, then, he turned his back, we picked it up and sold it. That's what they want you to believe. This is silly, guys. This is silly.
We'll support you.
Yeah, you're right. The racism comes from the African side.
Yeah, we don't have any of that. American blacks, I feel, have been giving away their stuff too long. It's time for us to become more conscious about everything that we do, what we do with it, who we allow to get our money. And I think that once they do that, it's gonna be a big difference. But no, we don't have anything against them.
Hell no.
They have a friction against us.
He's right.
Right, but
He's so right.
so you're actually agreeing with this.
So guys, Godfrey here is saying this freeway is right. Okay, so he might be speaking about himself because he's the one that the blacks put in their movies to pretend to portray African, and he always makes Africans look stupid. So if he speaks the truth, they'll probably cancel him. So he's afraid. But Akon never backs down from the truth, because guess what? Akon his money is long. His money is international. And most of these black people speak like, oh yeah, we keep our money. Most of these people got rich because of white money. Look, white people got all the money, all right? White, Chinese, and other people. If those people are not buying these records or the jerseys or going to these games, okay, they will not make the money. Let's just keep it 100. This record, that who buys the records? Let's keep it real. Who buys them? Who buys the movies? It is the white people. And I'm not saying this saying, oh, black people do not contribute, but the number alone, is common sense. It's common sense. We're talking 50 million versus, over 100 million plus. Come on now. Common sense would tell you who truly is making people richer. It is the white man. Okay? Let's call it what it is. Because they got the number and they got the money.
Damn right. Because
you're African.
And I'm West African, Nigerian, but
Okay, Nigerians, you guys heard that? Guys, this is what's even shameful. He is claiming West Africa. He could have just said Nigeria and many people would not know. But he made sure he put the entire neighborhood in this. He brought the entire neighborhood to let people know, hey, this is not only, I'm not only speaking for Nigeria, the whole neighborhood of the West Side. Yeah, this is what he did. Shaming Africans on American platform, trying to turn Africans into a laughing stock. But here we go.
I was born in Nebraska, Lincoln, Nebraska. My father went to school there. I have video on my Instagram. Comedian Godfrey, by the way. But it's the truth. Because if you remember the movie Sugar Hill,
Yep.
and there's a scene
Yeah.
where they're doing the thing with the drug dealer, and the guy said, we can't work with Akata.
So he's about to act just like the blacks. All their real life experience scenario is from movies. So he's about to explain a movie that they themselves wrote. This movie is not written by Africans, and here they're trying to throw the Akata word. Like, the movie is not written by Africans, but it's going to be blamed on Africans. His real life experience is from a movie scene, but let's let him tell it.
Can't work with Akata. That's a word that they were calling the American blacks, Akata, the Nigerians. Akata is a word that they use for American blacks. And Wesley Snipes was like, yo, what is this Akata shit you keep calling us? And the guy goes, we don't want to work with cotton pickers. And then Wesley beats the shit out of them. And
So you see how this Akata word keeps changing. Some people, if you ask them, they would say wildcat. And, here he's saying cotton picker. So now, okay, the crazy thing is, with many blacks, they don't even know the difference. Oh, they are like, okay, as long as you are African, you all call us Akada. I was like, what is that? What language is that? Oh, man, quit playing, man. Why are you pretending like you don't know? I'm like, no, really, I don't know. I first heard this word on the internet, but he is giving it, the meaning I heard is different from what he gave. He called it cotton picker. I heard others say wildcat, but either way, it's just make believe beef that doesn't exist.
but it's the truth. So African Americans and Africans have always had friction, you understand? But Africans, and I know some Africans are gonna probably be like, I don't like what you, man, whatever.
People were upset over this clip. This clip started to
Why?
go viral on Twitter.
Why are they getting upset at that? First of all, it's the truth. Africans come to America, and there's a lot of my African American friends say, man, a lot of Africans are really mean towards us. They're really nasty towards us because they feel they're better towards us. And I think it's the wrong.
Towards us, they're better than us. How you're from Nebraska? You can't even speak good English. Like, what's going on here? So you guys see how he's pulling himself out of there. So Africans, according to him, so the blacks are crying, oh, the Africans, they think they're better than us. They think, have you asked them? Like, I don't know. I don't know any Africans running around talking, I'm better than the blacks. That's silly. Like, you're better than them, like, in what way? In, like, how you just gonna run around? That's just your own thoughts. Because maybe you know, deep down, you know, you don't feel good about yourself. So you want to project that onto other people. He said the blacks are telling him this. What, is he the spokesperson for the Africans? So he's agreeing with the black guy here, saying Africans think they are better. So what if Africans think they are better? Everybody thinks they are the best. Why wouldn't you think of yourself as the best? It doesn't mean you have to hate on other people or denigrate other people. Nah. But here we go. Let's let him continue.
Attitude to take, because I'm West African, but I was born here. My friends are African American and African. I think it's fucked up because here's the thing. Africa, like whether you say Nigerians or Ethiopians, whatever, we were colonized by Europeans, man.
Here comes the big lies. Looking for that trauma bonding. Have you guys noticed, even in this space, the Panderers, when you bring them in, they cannot make sense. They would try to trauma bond. Oh, you know, Africa was colonized, and if that doesn't work, they will start trying to talk down on Africa. He's just gonna, keep dancing around it. He's not going to make sense. This is disgraceful. Nigeria, you gotta take this L.
We were colonized. We were treated like shit. Look at South Africa. With all the Dutch, they've shit on South Africans, man. And finally, I think South Africans, with the help of Jews.
So you guys see, he's bringing South Africans into this mess. So this guy have no idea what he's talking about. Because, again, it's easy to lie to the blacks because all you have to do is pretend, just name some group of whites. You could just be like Dutch or you could be like, like Avatar, people from Avatar, whatever. This guy is ignorant, bringing South Africa into this lie and talking bad about the Dutch, all in the name of trying so hard to pass themselves off as victim. And I've been telling you guys, like when I do the South African shows, you guys don't understand why I do it, because there is Africans like him. They would throw South Africa, every opportunity they have. Like if West Africa don't work, like they want to distance themselves because they don't want to be called slave trader. They'll be like, man, look at what the Dutch are doing in South Africa. Even if it means making it seem like the South Africans, trying to make them seem like they live in dirt, just to make themselves fit in. They would lie on South Africans too. This is crazy. Just to feel like, yeah, I'm the spokesperson, not only for West Africa, but South Africa too.
Julius Malema and all these, they're trying to take some of their shit back. Dutch people are fucked up towards fucking black Africans. And the fact that a South African, a white South African calls himself African, to me is fucking ridiculous. Like, you're Dutch, you just didn't leave. How the fuck do you steal African from somebody?
So you guys see what he's doing here, right? So what does this have to do with what Freeway Ricky Ross is talking about? It has nothing to do with, he's not even, to be fair, he said, I agree with Freeway, but he's not even addressing what Freeway is saying. He's not even addressing it. But here we go.
How do you go? Listen, if I was born in China, Vlad, and I said I'm Chinese, I've lived there my whole life, would you believe me? Would you believe that I was Chinese if I said, listen, and I even have the accent, listen, I'm Chinese, I promise, I've been there all my life. Would you believe me?
Yes, I would.
You would say, I'm Chinese. You would believe I was Chinese. You wouldn't say, hey, you're a black dude. You just happen to be in China.
You could be third generation Chinese.
No, I was like, no, what if I lived there all my life, I'm Chinese. I go.
This is dumb. It's like somebody like African person saying to me, I'm a Swiss from Switzerland. Like, I'm not gonna be like, no, you black. Yeah, I get it, he's black, but if he says he's Swiss, I'll believe him. That doesn't mean he's saying, like, to me, like, not, he is white person, but he's Swiss if he's born and raised there. If the guy is born and raised in China and he says to you, I'm Chinese, meaning Chinese national, not by ethnicity. But this guy is just ridiculous. Let's see here. Amilcar, thank you for the super chat. He said, listening until I fall asleep. The show yesterday was fire. The Netherlands is great. Thank you. Thank you. And I have Sam Seals here. Sam Seals, thank you for the super chat as well. Let me thank you guys properly here. Here we go. Let's see. I'll give you my black card to make sure it's still here. I'll thank you guys with that one. All right, thank you guys for the super chat. Here we go.
Ni hao, and I speak Taola.
I mean, you consider yourself American?
But what you would believe I was Chinese though?
Well, I believe you're American.
Would you say I'm black first? Would you look at me as a black man first? I was like,
if you never open your mouth, first
if I didn't open my mouth and I'm sitting
I
like
would
this,
first see you as a black person.
You would say there's
and
a black guy.
And then you would
right
open your mouth and
I go, you wouldn't believe that shit. You'd be like, there's
Chinese black.
Guys, why is he just saying random Chinese phrases? Like, dude, yes, if you start saying that, I have no reason to believe that you are not Chinese. Like, what, we live in 18th century? Like, what's going on? But this is the problem. Like, this is the issue. You have many people, especially many of these Africans, like they like to say, oh, we Africans were so educated. And this behavior, they don't do it around other Africans. But because the blacks enjoy this, they will play dumb. They will play dumb. So this show here is not only waking Africans up, the blacks too. You see where, like, because of what you're putting out there, that's why people play you this way. You would never get the honest answer. This is silly at best, what he's doing here. He's not even taking you guys serious. He's not taking you serious. It's like a white liberal. You notice how white liberals have no problem coming talking crazy about white people, because these are like spoiled liberals, because white people are strong. They don't listen. He's like these are the African liberals who just come and say stuff about Africans to please you. Just so you know, that's what he's doing. Nothing else. And it's not comedy.
There's a black dude doing some Chinese shit. I don't know what the fuck that was. But it's like when white South Africans, that's not even real. You're not even genetically an African. The fuck? You don't even live amongst the black ones. It's that same mentality that Africans have when they come to, and I've had relatives, man, I'm not going to name them. I've had relatives go, oh, we're better than African Americans. I go, no, we're not. Because
guys, truly, I don't know his relatives. You guys don't know his relatives, but being African, guys, come on, man. This is a lie. This is a blatant lie. Look, I'm not saying Africans don't have issues whatsoever, but I don't know Africans who, like, they come to America. If you pick certain group and just say we are better than them, like, just out of the blue, come on. Like, I don't care what part of Africa they are from. I've interacted with many Africans, many from different parts of Africa. This is not how African people talk. Most Africans have no issues with the blacks. Like, why would they look at the blacks and say we're better than the blacks? In what way? But you see, he's making it up as he goes. You've seen the other panderers. Sometimes they would call into this show or the other shows. Some of them are not even in this country. They pander way worse than him. Way worse than him. But let's let him continue with this shenanigan.
Because I was just stopped by the police the other day. And I'm going to tell you, I used to try to use that African accent. You know what I mean? When police stop me, I say, I'm sorry, officer, what is the problem? I am not the same as them. You know what I'm saying? Listen.
Guys, that is a lie. Big lie. So is he assuming it's only black people who are pulled over in this country? So you get pulled over just because you are black. You know, if I didn't live in America, maybe I would have believed him, but I've lived here for a long time. Okay? Like, really, you get pulled over by the police. The first thing that comes to your mind is, oh, I am not like those people. And the officer is going to ask you, what people? Like what people? You would have to be, look, do you think American cops are like those, third world country cops where they can just do anything and say whatever to you? Do not believe the hype you've seen they're trying to put on the internet. That's not how it works. If you've been pulled over by the cops, you know exactly that this guy is lying. Is lying. I've gotten pulled over by cops plenty of times, and I can assure you, every single time they've pulled me over, they have exactly, like, they were not wrong in pulling me over. But I know how to approach them. Sometimes I'll be speeding, and because you're nice, and you talk your way out of it. You see? Here we go. The cure is getting triggered again. She said, Afridamus, please don't generalize on either side. Growing up in DC, the people who had problem with the Africans were the Caribbeans, not no, the cure. I said it, I'm breaking it down according to the way he's saying it. No, I agree with you. Like the Africans have issues, the Caribbeans have issues with Africans also. But that's not the topic today. We will come to that as well. We are dealing with what we are seeing here. Since he made himself the representative for Africans, he wants to act like he's funny, but he's not funny at all.
I'm not going to act like, of course there's a slight cultural difference when you're African because you know what it is? In Africa, usually they'll show African Americans in a certain light. So Africans will have this concept of how African Americans are. And then
so this guy did not grow up in Africa, right? He didn't grow up in Africa. All he's saying is nonsense. He said they show African Americans in certain light. So he's speaking in vague terms. What is this light? How do they present them? Sir, you did not grow up in Africa. How would you know this? If anything, American TV presents America to be heaven, and they show the blacks to be part of that heaven, living good too. So that's why many Africans, they come here when they see truly how most of the blacks are living. In fact, they are disappointed and feel sorry for the blacks. So what are you talking about? Like the American TV inflates the way blacks are living. That's what you need to understand. Which many blacks here in America, they watch TV, they act according to what they see on TV. This is why you would see most blacks, they don't understand that there's difference between them and, let's say, a Kanye West. But simply because he's black just like them, they think they're in the same category. The guy is literally, he's world famous, he's wealthy. But you would see black people, they would diss people like him, for instance, because they would think they're in the same category. Some black person who probably don't even have a job, right? TV is what caused that. TV completely blinded many from reality. The Africa that I grew up in, first of all, you have to have the stable electricity to watch the fantasy constantly. Look, I used to watch movies. I had to pay at video club to watch it. You think if they had love and hip hop, I'm going to go pay to watch that? Absolutely not. I'm watching Rambo. I'm watching Chuck Norris, things I can use. Bruce Lee. Watching the drunken monk, the Shaolin monk. What do I look like watching, the housewives of New Jersey? That's not how it's going down in Africa. So this guy needs to tame this down. You think this is bad? Wait till you hear more of him.
America, they would show us Tarzan. They would show us Tarzan and Africans suffering with flies on their faces, starving. 300 African kids in a school with no books. So they would used to call me Black African Booty Scratcher. They used to call me names.
Guys, did you see that? The truth came out. So my question to people like him, have you noticed, like these guys, they would come out, they would say things like this. They show Tarzan, this is what Africa looked like. But didn't his parents didn't they come from Nigeria? They must have came in a plane. What, your parents don't tell you about Nigeria? What, you didn't visit? You didn't know? Like, that's not what Africa is like? Guys, you got to ask yourself this question. And you're right, and Tarzan was in India, not in Africa. He probably never saw the movie. The Tarzan I saw, that was in India. You're correct. But because they saw a jungle, not realizing there's a lot of jungle movies about India, and they still make jungle movies about India. When they said the king of the jungle, they called the lion the king of the jungle. The lions in Africa do not live in the jungle. They live in the savannah. But in India, they have lions in the jungle. Because lions generally don't live in the jungle, but in India, they live in the jungle. They have thick jungle, wild jungle. It's just like the movie with Harrison Ford. Where he goes out there, to do the treasure hunting. That movie, that was all state. That's about India. India is very wild too. But because you're in America, you're so conceited to a point, instead of going to the library and reading books or using the internet. So, yes, you're right. Indiana Jones. That's right. Indiana Jones. All those is about India. Africa is not the only place with forests. But some of these people, if you ask them, they think Africa is. So now I'm going to play this video where he tries to attempt to analyze Akon's words. Akon speaking truth to the blacks. Here we go.
All right, here we go. We got Godfrey back on Vlad TV. Now, we usually do longer interviews, but every so often we do these little quick questions.
Yeah.
And right now, we're kind of in an interesting time because we did an interview with Akon where he talked about reparations. He talked about how in Africa, in Senegal in particular, they're over slavery right now, and how he thinks that Americans should get over slavery. Black Americans should get over slavery as well because it's holding them back. And a lot of people got upset. A lot of people had opinions on this. But I felt that talking to you about this is kind of necessary right now because you come from a very interesting perspective of being Nigerian, coming from a Nigerian family, but actually being born and raised in the U.S. In America. So you and I spoke the other day. I sent you the entire video as opposed to the clips that have been circulating, and we'll show a little short clip of this right now.
So, guys, you saw he is a $5 FBA because a lot of these guys, they might as well just call themselves $5 FBA. He is literally acting like the white liberal. You guys know, like that one guy, what's his name? Oh, Audrey said you can't see the video. No, Audrey, I have to make it still, because if not, with Vlad TV, they hit you with the copyright. So I have to only do the audio. That's why you're not seeing the video movement. I'm playing it in still. So he's about to play, his role here as $5, FBA. You pretend like the white liberals to mislead the blacks, like the one black leader, but he's white, Sean King. Go look at the guy on Twitter. I've done a show on him here. He's like the male Rachel Dolezal. So Godfrey and these other guys that are like him, second generation Africans, i.e. generally tend to be Nigerian, they are playing the same thing. And that's why you would see sometimes the blacks themselves, they will come out, oh man, you're trying to take, take what was set aside for us. If you dig down into the type of Africans that the blacks are talking about, you would find out is people like him, believe it or not. Believe it or not, just go read online and see who are the ones battling with the blacks. But since the blacks don't know geography, they hate everybody. They don't know how to, differentiate. They just throw blanket statements and people always respond back. You see, I'm surprised they didn't go to the US Congress and beg them to put some hate legislature against Africans. Here we go.
Now, how was slavery really looked at out there?
Well, in Senegal, we've kind of overcome the thought of slavery. We don't even think about it. The only time we think about it, honestly, is when we're doing tours at Goda Island. Outside of that, people have lived and moved and way beyond the slavery concept and idea and mind state.
So guys, did you guys hear what Akon said? They asked him about how the people in Senegal, his country, Senegal, how do they feel about slavery? He said, Senegalese, like many Africans, as I know, have moved past this mentality thinking about slavery. Africans have moved on. Africans are in different headspace. We are in 2023, and that's what we are living up to. So he spoke about Senegal. Godfrey has never lived in Senegal, never been to Senegal, never, he's not even, he's African who was born in the US, but he didn't live there. So now let's hear him out, because you see, Akon have lived in both sides. He lived in America and in Senegal. Let's hear what Godfrey is about to say, because many of the blacks were butthurt by this. They are butthurt by Africans not thinking like slaves. Guys, can you believe this? So literally, you are saying you want the Africans to think of themselves as in terms of slavery. Like, people cannot think of something that is not affecting them and it's not affected their life. That's just human nature. Like, what, I'm going to sit there and pretend like, damn, how terrible slavery affected my lineage. But it didn't. I cannot pretend like it did. You see? I just can't. So Akon told the truth, but the blacks reacted. Now let's hear what Godfrey is going to say about this.
But I basically want your opinion as someone who's actually seen the whole part of the interview.
Yeah. So at first, when I heard, like, when it popped up on my phone, Akon saying, some disparaging things about African Americans, I'm like, what, Akon? I'm like, first of all, Akon is doing some amazing stuff in Africa, with his solar lighting, just lighting up his country and all the stuff he's pouring his money into, trying to make like the actual Wakanda for African people, for Black people in general. So, and Akon, born in America.
He was born in the U.S., but shortly after his birth, his parents sent him back to Senegal, and he was there through his adolescence till about, I think, maybe 10 years older.
So, guys, this is very important because you see, Akon, his background and Godfrey's background is not the same. This is what, a lot of you fake Africans like to do. Just simply because we are all African, you want to pretend like we have similar background and experience. Akon is a Senegambian, not Nigerian. Godfrey was born in Nebraska, grew up there. Akon grew up mostly in Senegal, but born here in America. The mentality is not the same. The experience is not the same. The only thing they have in common is the dark skin. Not only is the African part, because Godfrey is just African in name. He does not know Africa. He is a Nebraskan, you see? But now let's hear him try to push and speak on this great Senegambian man. Here we go.
So, yeah. And then he went back to the U.S.
Okay, so he knows. It's like I was born here. I never lived in Nigeria, visited relatives, but he knows the American life. He's been around enough African Americans, to understand their plight, to understand how we're all treated. And if you're around African Americans long enough, I mean, you're Black. You're treated the same way. The police treat you the same way. People treat you the same way. You understand? You live in America, you see people that damn near look like you. You're all kind of similar. The only thing is cultural differences, name differences and all that. But other than that, there's a lot of similarities. So I said, let me look at this interview.
So you see how he's drawing this along. Think about it. What upset the people is Akon speaking facts, as if Akon is the one that went to Senegal, picked up the mic, like the Senegalese were thinking about slavery, and then he showed up and said, hey guys, check this out. Slavery was trendy, but now don't think about it anymore. Move on. So it's like they want people to trauma bond with them. That is dangerous. That is very dangerous. Like, okay, I can get it if you explain your story, but now trying to get me to go to that level with you in that state of mind, that's a problem. I cannot fake it. But that doesn't mean that I don't care about what you're saying. You're the one saying it. Obviously, you would care about it way more than I would, because you interpret it differently than I do. Just as if, because all of us have our own histories. I don't expect you to find parts of my history important to you when it has nothing to do with you. That's just the truth. But here we go.
Myself, you said, watch the interview first, and a lot of times, I don't know if we got to learn we got to teach context in college. That should be a new class in high school, college. Context needs to be taught, because a lot of times people take little words and hold on to them, and take little phrases and hold on to them. Nobody has the patience to listen to everything. We should always, not saying everybody, but sometimes we should listen to the whole thing, listen to everything first. Because a lot of times, even like with Kanye, when, he made that dumbass.
So he's going all around. He's going to bring Kanye in. So he's going to pretend to call him a dumb person. Again, just to please the blacks. It's like the blacks are the mob. So you have to lie to them too, so they can like you. That's what he is doing.
Remark about Harriet Tubman, but before that, he talked about Black people getting into agriculture and education. He was saying a lot.
Oh, look at this. We have a one of those Africans who hate themselves. Mama Z. She's like, Africans are ignorant. Wait till they learn their real story, and then we will see what they think about slavery. So, Mama Z, since people like you have no problem calling Africans dumb, right? Show me the smart thing that the blacks are doing. Just show that to me. If I were black amongst the blacks and being an honorary black, I will not take you serious, Mama Z, because you have no idea what you're talking about. And I think Mama Z, I don't know, Mama Z, if you came from a forest village, some small village in the middle of the forest, but the way you talk about Africa is disgraceful. It's disgraceful. Please stay here in the hood in America. You stay there with the blacks. We don't need this kind of talk in Africa, please. If you don't know your history, we know ours. Just sit back here in the Afridamus report and learn what is happening. She does this all the time, every single time. She has no problem calling Africans dumb. This is what these people will do. They have no problem talking down on Africans. They are projecting their low self-esteem onto the rest of us, trying to bring bad juju on the ear of the Africans. Please. She said, go back to Africa. I was just in Africa, Mama Z. I was just in Africa.
A lot of cool stuff. But all they did was take that one piece of him, which was dumb, saying the shit about Harriet Tubman. But the other shit he said was fantastic. You know, they didn't combine that. You know, so it's being contextual is very, very important. And so when I listened to it, I understood what he was saying. I said, oh, I get what he's saying. See, he was saying, the part that people have to understand is when he said Japanese people got their reparations, Italians got their reparations, Jewish people got their reparations.
You see, now he has to bring in this reparation talk. So the blacks are saying they want reparation for slavery. So the moment you bring the Japanese, the Jewish, that defeats the argument. Okay? That defeats the argument. The moment you're comparing yourself to other people, you are ruining your own argument. So now you know this, right? Check this out, guys. So like Tariq would make sure, oh man, the Africans, they are opposed to reparation. But here's a guy using a dumb analogy, you know, watering down their reparation argument. But because they like what he's saying, they have no problem with it. That tells you the people that are listening are dumb. This guy, what he is saying is the stupidest thing anyone has ever said. But let's let him speak for the blacks.
A lot of people in America got their reparations, but African Americans who have been here 400 years, they haven't gotten shit. So African Americans, you should move on, and let's move on to our and find our own purpose instead of waiting for them to give us shit. Let's make our own shit, because he goes, Africa is open. I'm trying to build some shit so we could all come back to Africa. I was like, oh, I get that. Now, the part that I think that people like African Americans were mad at, this is what I'm thinking. You know, because sometimes.
So he's giving us his own thinking. His own thinking. So, blacks, this is dangerous. For somebody to baby you, this is dangerous to baby you. They can't even tell you the truth. Have you noticed even the white people, white liberals, they do this? But the whites that tell you the truth, those are the ones called the racist ones. Now you're doing that with Africans too. Every group is doing this. So we have our Godfrey here. He is pretending for you like, no, you know, so indirectly he's telling you, look, yeah, you didn't get your reparation. You need to move on. You probably won't get it. That's what he wants to say. But he knows you guys are looking for a way. Look, you're looking for a way, you know, to be mad at him. So because throughout his life, you've called him all kind of booty scratcher. He doesn't want to relieve that. So he's afraid. You guys have strike fear in him. So he's going to try to draw this long to try to twist Akon's words. Akon's words are clear, very clear. The Senegalese and we the Gambians too, we are not thinking about slavery. And certainly not Godfrey's people, the Nigerians, are not thinking slavery either. The Nigerians want to do business just like the rest of us. This is what he needs to be saying. But oh no, he has to bring a pacifier with Cambodian milk in it and feed the blacks that. All lies. All lies. This is dangerous, guys.
When you have good intention, sometimes you use the wrong phrase. Man, people go, oh, fuck, man, because it's a sensitive time. You know, it's a super, super sensitive time. The part that I think people might have really gotten mad at, because you have to understand the African-American clashing has been going on for a long time. You know what I mean? Africans have come to America and they go, yo, African-Americans feel like, oh, you guys think you're better than us because you guys have a culture. You guys think we're lazy. And we always have to remember.
Guys, you see the lies that these panderers like to say? Oh, yeah, this beef have been between African Americans and blacks. What beef? What beef? There's never been any beef between them. Say the blacks were picking on you. Okay? What beef? What beef could possibly be between the blacks and the Africans? There is no beef. But you see, these people, they don't know what to say. They just make up this lie. He just want to tell the blacks about how lazy they are. If you want to tell the blacks that they are lazy, sir, please just say it. Don't try to pretend to say the Africans say this. You see the problem here? If you want to say it, just say it. Plain and simple. But he's like, yeah, the beef. What beef? There's no beef here, man.
Remember, the reason why immigrants are able to get their freedom is because of African-American work and because of the Civil Rights Act, because of African-Americans built the foundation for immigrants to shine.
You see the lie? So they built the foundation for other people to shine, but they cannot shine themselves. How does that even make sense? You talk about the civil rights. Whose civil rights you say you're fighting for? Your own. What is this Black Lives Matter thing about? Isn't the blacks still saying they are not free? So now they didn't even fight. They fought for everybody, according to them. So you're just fighting for other people. You know, so this year, like this 2020 and others, which immigrants are you fighting for? The ones that are coming through the border? Come on, guys. So again, a good sign of a panderer, this is what they will say. So let's just say the blacks were fighting for their liberation. That is a good thing. They did that for themselves. They were not doing that for anybody. I mean, if you're treated, unfairly, common sense would say you would fight back for your own right. You're not saying, you think that they were sitting there, hey, you know what, let's fight for the immigrants to come here just so they can turn around and complain about them. The blacks have no power to decide who comes to America, who doesn't. The American government is the one that decides that. Just like they've decided to allow people to just walk through the border like they are doing right now. Guess what? There's nothing. You could be as black as midnight. It don't matter. The United States government is the one that decides that, not the blacks. Because what would be, if you're fighting to be free, you are oppressed. What's in their interest to fight for other people to come here? What, you don't believe in your own abilities? What, you want to piggyback off of those people? What is your interest? You have to have an interest that you would be benefiting from. No, the United States government allow tons of immigrants to come here and continue to come because it's in their interest. It is in their interest. Just like slavery was allowed back then, it was beneficial to the economy. When it no longer was beneficial, they wrote some documents, and they are like, look, they told this South, yo, you gotta let these people go. It wasn't from humanitarian ground. It was economics because the South was kicking ass because they got free labor. They had slaves, free labor. So they were giving the North the run for their money because the North was industrialized. So don't let anyone come out here, even Lincoln would tell you this. Lincoln himself said it. If he could save the Union, without a war, if they could have, meaning if they could work things out in a certain way without the economy, the South become more powerful than the North, he would have gone with it, But the South is like, nah, we gotta keep the slaves. They want to secede, and the North wasn't gonna let that happen. So it's all about economics. Back then, the slaves were the ones the argument was about. So today, it is the immigrants that are coming through that border, the southern border. And now they're trying to send the blacks back to Ghana, and Gambia, pretty much Africa, re-Africanizing them. Joe Biden have already signed it. I'm just letting you guys know this. So when that is unveiled, blacks are out, Latinos are in. I'm telling you right now, they've already signed it. Just FYI.
Especially African immigrants, Korean immigrants, all of them. So when he said, in Senegal, we've moved on past the, and I'm like, that's what.
Damn, Godfrey is such a coward. He can't even say it. He's afraid to. Senegal, people have moved on past slavery. Mind you, Akon is just giving his observation. So now you are going to be upset over this man giving you an honest observation, honest fact about a people. But you are disappointed because what? The Africans are not thinking about slavery. I've been saying this from a long time ago. Africans don't have time for slavery. They've moved on. Literally, it's, I'm glad Akon went on that big platform and conveyed the same message I have been conveying here. We have many Africans like Godfrey who would stutter at topics like this. He can't even say it. It's not Akon that told those people not to think about it. And even if they think about slavery, how is that going to help the blacks? How? This is silly, but let's let him continue.
What I think people are like, really, dude? I mean, there are African Americans that have moved on. There are African Americans that are trying to build and move on. It's not, you know what I mean? You got to understand that. There are a lot of African Americans that are moving on going, you know what? They're not going to give a shit. We're going to move on. There's a lot of them doing that. You can't just say, you hear a few of them. And a lot of times our gripes are they're blown up.
Guys, you see how this coward is going around and around? So the topic is, Akon said, Senegalese have moved on from slavery. If he's not such a coward, all he had to do is and say, look, man, if he'd be like that, hey, I can see Africans definitely their state of mind is not that. They've moved on. They've moved on. You see what I'm saying? Nothing wrong with that. He's just told them the truth. But when you try to play all these stupid little games and try to add your own words, now it becomes, it makes you look dumb. It makes you look dumb. How can you, niggasplain this part? The Senegalese have moved on from slavery. They're not thinking about slavery. So he's going to blame Akon because that's what nigger panderers do. $5 FBAs, this is what they do. They have to lie to the blacks to be a part of them. Here we go.
As if that's all we're talking about. There's black people that are moving on. You know what I mean? And let's not forget about Black Wall Street and forget about all those black towns that were burned down, and black people were moving on, but they were burned down.
What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You want to live off somebody else's law.
What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You want to live off somebody else's law.
What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You want to live off somebody else's law.
What have you built? Give me the Black Wall Street 20 years, in the last 20 years, the last 10 years. Give me that. Y'all niggas can't put together some stores. Cause that's all Black Wall Street was, idiot, stores. Can somebody tell me if I'm lying or not? What was Black Wall Street?
Destroyed on purpose, you know, because.
So Black Wall Street was stores. You guys heard it from Tommy Sotomayor. Great song. So Godfrey, just from this one little conversation, you notice he's doing a Joe Biden to the blacks. Let's just call it what it is. You notice with these white liberals, when any little thing, like the blacks could be talking about like barbecue. It's almost like a old program. They could be talking about barbecue, and these guys will throw in slavery. And sometimes, to be honest, you can't blame the blacks because they are not the ones talking about this. It is people like him that bring this talk and force it upon them. They start talking about Black Wall Street, like as if all the blacks lived in Oklahoma back then. That's how they act, or in Rosewood. So from that talk, Senegalese not even knowing about all this, he's gonna go into that history, just like he brought the South Africans into the past conversation I brought up. Let's let him keep lying to the blacks.
As much as people don't want us in their neighborhoods, as much people don't want us in their schools, and we started building our own shit. We had our own banks, we had our own schools, they came and destroyed our shit. So it's not, so you got to understand, if you're trying to build and you're building on your own and the powers that be keep destroying your shit, of course you're going to dwell on the slavery shit because it comes from that history of black people being in bondage, having their necks stepped on, being oppressed. So I think Akon was a little bit off when he said, well, Senegal, we forget, we've moved on.
But do you guys see how hypocritical this guy is? So Akon was wrong for speaking facts. So now stating facts makes you wrong. You are offending someone. Guys, think about how dangerous this is. Do you see why some of you say you find disappointment when you go to Africa because they're not throwing the flowers or beating the drums like you saw in Coming to America? All those are movies. So it is best for you to know, like, people are in the 21st century, 2023 now. Like, Africans are not on that program. Africans have moved on. It is best that you know, instead of going there with this mindset and getting upset or being completely out of place, because you're saying things that, the people you're telling it to, that's not their life. They've moved on. People have moved on from that history. America wants to keep rotating this, putting you on the hamster wheel. You're not realizing it, because think about it. They wouldn't let the blacks relax. They are always making, slave movies and, just keeping the story current, keeping it current with the blacks. So how are you going to blame people who live in completely different country who maybe they at one time this was part of their history, but it's no longer part of their history. So let's move on.
I mean, I don't really.
I'll be opening the panel here in a second. Thank you for reminding me, Blanco.
Really believe that all Senegalese people have moved on either, because listen, your Africans ain't speaking French because they want to.
I can assure you, Africans are speaking French because they want to. Yes, Africans are speaking French, just like we are speaking English because we want to. Because the Africans who don't want to are not speaking it. So these lies here, people pretending like, oh yeah, they're forcing us Africans to speak these languages. No, it's because we are smart. We are smart people. We know if you speak more than one language, is at your advantage rather than disadvantage. You see? So those of you who don't want to speak French or English, just don't speak it. Just speak your tribal language with your tribe. Plain and simple. Nobody's forcing you. Like, you don't have to come out here and try to act like you're speaking for the rest of us. If you don't want to speak French, don't speak it. Okay? But these people act like, oh, the moment you speak French, you forget your own native tongue. You do realize the human brain, have the capacity for you to hold all these languages in. Like me alone, I speak 7 different languages. 7 different languages. So that is advantageous for me. You see, I can mingle and communicate with a whole lot more people. But because you hate white people, even their language that is giving you advantage, you want to hate that too. What a silly people. Here we go.
They're not speaking French because they want to. And no disrespect to Akon, because he's a fantastic dude. I've met him. He's fantastic, man. He's human being. Like I right now, my explanation, someone might bitch about my explanation right now. They might be like, oh, damn, I'm trying my best to balance this shit out. But understand that colonization in Africa is still going on. You understand?
Do you see where we're going with this, guys? When they try to twist Akon's word, if it doesn't work, now he's flipping it to, oh yeah, colonization is still going on in Africa. So, Godfrey, okay, Africans have moved on. They're not thinking about colonization either, sir. So he is trying so hard to trauma bond with the blacks. Because, as African, if you don't, going like the game he's in, if he has to pretend to be oppressed like the blacks, he has to. But now we, the Africans, we're like, nah, man, don't bring us into this mess. We are not oppressed. We just want to be left alone. You see, we are here for that white privilege. That's right. The white privilege. That's what we are here for. Since you say you have no privilege, well, the white man, open up that door. I saw this sign. He's like, sir, do you want some of this white privilege? I was like, absolutely. Let me give it a try. They're like, would you take that with some white women? I said, how many? I'm just joking. But let's continue here.
You got the Chinese coming in, trying to recolonize Africa, paying money and trying to take over shit. I mean, the French have steady colonized. They've been in Africa forever, and they still taking shit from Africa, making $500 billion a year, taking all the resources. They're still doing that and still.
So the guy is an idiot. He is an idiot. But we'll let him keep telling us his idiot stories here. His idiotic stories.
Trying to recolonize. There's a lot of African countries that speak French. You think it's because they wanted to? The shit sounds cool, but the first day of colonization might have been kind of a bitch. You understand?
So this guy thinks colonization is like the white people came, was like, all right, today I declared, July 17, 1896. From now on today, you guys, all of you would be speaking French. So that is the first day of colonization itself. Like, this guy exists in a movie. His life is like in a movie, Hollywood, like literally. So if you want to, question this is what upset people. So that's why it's important for the Afridamus report to exist. Please make sure you hit the like so that this video can reach more people, so they can come here and get this edutainment. Thank you, guys.
You feel me? You know what I mean? So the French, the Portuguese, the British, the Dutch, all them motherfuckers are still in Africa. So colonization is huge in Africa. So we're both being oppressed in both continents. So we got to remember not to forget that. See, I don't know. I've never been to Senegal. You've been to Senegal. I don't know every Senegalese person. I know some in New York City, but I don't know every Senegalese person. I don't know that they've all moved on. I don't know. But that's where I think that he was a little bit off, like going, hey, we've moved on. I'm like, do you know every Senegalese person? Because you have to remember, too, Akon, you're a very wealthy guy.
Guys, this guy is the biggest idiot. He's the biggest idiot. Hey, doesn't he sound like gas them up? So now he's saying, oh, you don't know every Senegalese. But if Akon had come here and said, oh man, we the Senegalese, the Senegalese are about that slavery. Do you think he would have questioned, do you know every Senegalese? Do you know if they are all on board? Like, dude, he's just telling you the truth. Even he himself, being Nigerian, I'm sure when he's been around other Nigerians. Which Nigerians did he know who are concerned and saying, oh man, I cannot believe that slavery happened? Nobody is talking about slavery. Okay? The only time Africans are even remotely talking about slavery is when they come online and listen to the shows. Well, I have the link in the chat. Do not hesitate to hit it. Here we go.
You're a wealthy guy. You're a big name. So
and Mama Z, hit the link. Don't be here, getting upset. Okay? Please, just hit the link or stop writing.
So a lot of times when you're talking about a dude that's doing all this stuff for your country, you got all this money. So what about, people who don't have money are like, yo, man, are you talking because you got money? You saying that? Because they can be taking it from, oh, you're talking like a rich man. You know how.
So guys, do you see the truth here? So he's the one making all this up, saying, so Akon, oh, he's a rich man. Some people might take it out of context. What if they take it out of context? That's their business. No one cares.
Sometimes wealthy people will say stuff like, hey, man, you guys need to you got to work hard and believe in yourself. You're like, my man, you standing in front of your mansion talking about work hard and believe in yourself, dog. What do you got to be very careful with, that's all I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Right. But
guys, this is a shame. And Blanco, you are absolutely correct. 100%. People, you don't even have to listen hard to hear the hypocrisy. This guy is just a joke. So he is saying, so because Akon is rich, he should not speak the truth. But let's hear Vlad correct him here about Akon. Give him a history about Akon. Because here's the thing. These Africans, they speak on your behalf just because you're all African. Akon is not the same African as Godfrey. Godfrey's from Nebraska. College town. He went, he's a schoolboy. Akon is from the streets. Completely different mentality, So if anyone should be complaining and acting like a victim, you would think would have been Akon. But no, it's this fake Panderer. That's just the truth.
But to be fair, Akon grew up relatively poor. He actually grew up as a criminal. We go into this whole story about how he made his living by stealing cars for years and years. He ran a whole car theft ring. He ended up going to prison. for a total of 3 years. Over that, he didn't come from a wealthy family.
Right.
He wasn't well-to-do. He didn't make all his money in Africa. He actually made all his money under the American system as a black man without much differentiation between him being African or African American. He's still treated the same by the police, by business owners, by everybody.
Just my point that he should have been a little bit more careful.
This guy is an idiot. He missed the point. What Vlad is trying to tell him is, Akon, not only is he an African, he made his money in America despite all this quote-unquote racist system or whatever difficulties. He's treated the same as any other black that is trying to cry foul about racism. That's the point he's making to you. But here is Godfrey, who did not go through the same struggles as Akon. Like, Akon had a felony, okay? He was stealing cars. He was a criminal. So Godfrey had stand better chance than Akon, in the American grand scheme of things, because he has college degree and he has no felony. So who should be complaining? It would have been Akon. You see, it would have been Akon. But no, it's this liar.
Because you know what I'm saying? Like saying, hey man, I'm the same. I'm the same.
And visionary of love, you're right. Akon is speaking on behalf of Senegalese, but Godfrey is the one who appointed himself the spokesperson for Africans.
Because the way they treated me and when I was doing my little criminal whatever, that should have even given him more of an incentive to say, oh, let me be careful on how I say this. That's all I'm saying. I'm just trying to explain where I think the anger is coming from. I'm just theorizing, thinking, oh, maybe they took that as like, oh, that's kind of arrogant for you to say that. Because listen,
guys, doesn't he sound like that gas them up guy? He said Akon have to be careful. This is cowardice. This guy is a coward to the bone. So the man spoke the truth. What is there for him to be careful about? He did not use profanity. He did not call people names. He spoke the truth about his country, where he came from, his people. He's not talking about you black. He's talking about his people. But this is crazy.
We know Akon. We know Akon has been through it. I grew up poor. I grew up this. Okay, but you're wealthy. You have money now. So you saying that, it feels like you don't remember the times that you didn't have any dough and that people treated you. Because the song, what is this song? I'm Locked Up. Remember that? Mm-hmm. I'm Locked Up. And, it was an American song pretty much. It was an American song. African Americans were feeling that. They were feeling you. So we have a connection to
white people were feeling the song too. Akon did not play victim in that song. Akon is telling his story. I'm locked up, they won't let me out. Oh no. He told his story. Visitation no longer comes by. He's telling his story in his song. That's not the same as. So it's like he's saying, oh yeah, African Americans were feeling this song like they're doing him a favor. No, this song is good. That's why people are feeling it. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. But yeah, I have Kidola in the house and Matt Marylander. Guys, just hang tight for a quick second. I'll bring you guys in. Just hang tight.
African Americans have a connection to Akon. You are dude, like African Americans, like that's my man. But then when you say that little, hey man, Senegalese people, we've moved on. Then that African American versus African dynamic comes up. That kind of arrogant, like, hey, come on, look at us. We are doing good. What is wrong with you? Come on, please. African Americans, you can do better. You can do better. In Africa, we have forgotten slavery. We've forgotten it. I mean, let's be real. A lot of the infrastructure in Africa.
See, he's doing he wants to tell the blacks, you need to stop, but he's not going to say it. And Blanco, you're right. They need to stop claiming Styles P, because Styles P is African too. So, we are putting a lot of spice here for the blacks in America. So I can see where the hate is coming from too. But here we go.
Is not that great. There's a reason why, Akon, you're in Africa giving Africans light. Hello.
So now he's going to, talk down on Africans. Here we go.
So colonization has pretty much fucked Africa. That is the reason why you're doing what you're doing, which is amazing. I can't wait till he gets it completed, because I would love there to be a big exodus to Africa, where African Americans especially have a place where they can call home, where they don't have to be put down and looked down upon. And you can see
the blacks have America. You heard Freeway. He said they have everything here. So this guy is a real joke. So he wants to put Africans down. Oh, there's a reason why they are lighting Africa. Yes, we need light. That's why we are focused on, we are trying to build. You see, we don't have time to be victims. That's not what we're about. Yes, if we don't have light everywhere. Yes, we are trying to light up Africa. That's what we are, not ashamed of it. So if you're trying to say it to shame us, you should be ashamed of yourself, Godfrey. You should be joining Akon in promoting and developing Africa. But no, you are over here. Trying to, shame Africa just to please the blacks. This is a disgrace. It's disgrace at best.
Your own people every single day, all the time. I want that to work. Because what Akon is doing is fantastic. But as far as what he said, that is where I think all of this backlash is, I would say blacklash is coming. The backlash is coming. And I hope he can see that.
Well, the thing that I'm seeing in the comments as well is that a lot of people are like, well, of course, Akon and the Senegalese want people to forget about slavery because they were the main ones that were selling slaves.
Okay, because you've been to that thing where you went to the whole point of no return, that whole thing.
Here we go. If they are not blaming all white people for buying slaves, they are blaming all Africans for being slave traders. This is crazy. Now let me bring in the panel. Kidola, welcome to the show, Kidola.
Thank you, bro.
Kidola.
Yeah.
Kidola, this is Godfrey. I don't know if you're familiar with him. He's Nigerian. His father and mother, they are Nigerian. He was born and raised in Nigeria. But Kidola, this man is bringing a big disgrace to the West. He is not only claiming Nigeria, but he's claiming West Africa. And he's doing that two Niger thing, lying to the blacks, trying to blame things on Africans. Kidola, what do you want to add on to what he's saying here? Just simply Senegalese. Akon said Senegalese have moved on from slavery, but he is trying to, twist it and sweeten it because the blacks are upset at hearing this.
One thing I noticed about Africans, I think Africans are being born in the United States, not the one that moved there. Even when they were 10 or 12 or 11, because those was a totally different mindset. But some of this one being born in the United States and then live over there, I think they be traumatized by the Black Americans a lot.
Right.
Yes. So even when they went to university after their basic schools started from the primary to the secondary, they already be traumatized. They already be ashamed to be African. You understand? And that's what they also took to the university level. Then I remember this guy, he used to make a joke. You see, Black Americans, when they want to make other Black Americans laugh in their comedy session, is to diss Africa. You understand? They'll make a joke about Africa, that he invited African guy. They like to sell us that we smell a lot.
Right.
So Godfrey was this guy, also part of that game also.
Yes.
This guy used to make a joke and diss Africans a lot. You know what I'm saying? It seems like he looked like an Igbo guy.
Yeah, yes. You know, in fact, not only is he Igbo, he's claiming to be a Jew now. So I'm going to bring that video too.
That is the confusion. The confusion you see, let me make an example. A bird that flies that don't have a base is a bird that is always worrying. You understand? Because when a bird that fly, an eagle that fly, but always have a base to go to, it does not worry. But a bird that fly but doesn't have a base, always try to fly around until they get tired. You see, this is the problem with these Nigerians, people who want to claim Black Americans when they're not Black Americans. You can never be Black American because the gene of those people, when I mean the gene, the suffering, what those people pass through is not in your DNA.
You know, Kidola, you are in Nigeria. Do you Nigerian people, do they care about slavery?
My brother, nobody give a damn about slavery. Nobody think about slavery. You understand me? Nobody think about, oh, even that village where you stay in, those people in that side, they are slave people. No. Those people are still marrying there. What we think about in Nigeria is how to make ends meet. You understand me? You know, I'm like Akon. You know, I'm like Akon.
Exactly. Akon is about that business. You know, because, you know, like, think about this, how people like him, they try to undermine honest people like Akon. You know, so we, the Africans, are saying, no, people are not thinking about slavery. They've moved on. But he is over here saying, no, don't say that. Like, but that is the truth.
The traumatized that he experienced during his childhood time when he was trying to mingle with these people. You see, when you're born in a Nigerian home, right, they have two caps they wear. The one they go to school with, which they try to sell with the Black Americans, and the one at home, whereby their parents started, speaking to them, the Nigerian culture, just the way they grew up, also their parents, right? But it seems like when these Nigerian kids, when they meet these Black American kids, they will figure it in time, because these guys doesn't have their story, that these are Africans. So they start bullying them at that time. The bully, you see,
they call them African booty scratcher. You know, it's like, for people that say they are oppressed, they are very, very vicious and mean to other people.
Yeah. So you do we see that in this YouTube. So what special Nigerians can pretend a lot. You understand me? That's what I does not like at all about them. I'm a Nigerian, but you have to pretend just to fit it into people that they experience a different type of pain. That you want to be like them because you want to have marketing in maybe in anything, in maybe comedy. Is this guy from Ghana, that Liberian Ghana, is he born in America? Michael Blatts?
No, Michael Blatts was born in Africa and came here.
Okay, you see the differences between Blatts and
him.
Blatts is building in Ghana.
Yeah.
School, houses, buy houses there, living the best life. You see, Nigeria does not count these people as part of even Nigeria anymore, because these guys, they will live in America, then they become depressed. What they have noticed about, if you not look, people that pass through the slave trade, the children that pass through the people that have this descendant of course slaves, they won't think how they will go back home. That even more disturb them. The youth that have a home base, you don't say no, I'm like them too. I don't want to go back home. Then when the time comes, when they become like 50 something, 60, they become depressed. You understand? They become depressed. Then when they become depressed, they cannot go back home because they have nothing at home to meet at all. They don't have anything there. Slave family members have already forgotten everything about them. Their father's share of property is already gone to the nearest ones. You understand?
Right.
So these people have not, even when they have children, their children become also restless. Their children have no base. You understand me? Have no base at all. And these are the base. If you're an African and you want to live a life of Black America, I feel sorry for you, because you do not have anything compared to what these people pass through. Their pains and their feel. You're not. You're from a totally different place. You understand me? I give you an example, right? when it started for me to build my own house, I was going from library to look for design. You know, Kano is from my place. You understand me? I had that Kano was building a house with a car park on top. That means he can drive his car park on top, right? So I was asking my wife, I want to build the house of Kano at that time. I want to build the house of Kano. My wife was even laughing. So I was going for library to be looking for the design. But at the end of the day, what do I come with? I said, no, I must build a house first in my village. I told my wife, yeah, I want to have my own home because my father is dead. I want to have my own place.
This is very, like that's the thing,
they are started
what you're
building my
saying
house.
is good that you're saying this because
5 years.
People like Mama Z need to hear this.
Yeah, 5 years. 5 years. Me and my wife built a 6-bedroom with 3 living room house. Up there. I did say I built it alone. I said me and my wife built it together. Big house.
Yeah.
I built a 3-bedroom for my mother because she's a widow to be staying inside the second. What I'm trying to tell you, because I know, because I didn't marry to Africa, I'm married to a white lady, that home is my base. Or she would have said, oh, let's go back to Holland. Oh, we just go back to, no, I visit Holland most of the time. You understand me? His parents, her parents are there. You start to say, I hear the language because she teach me the language. My children speak the language perfectly.
Yeah.
My children are citizens of that place. So what I'm trying to tell you is this. Home is your home. No matter how you want to fake it. Especially Igbo. Igbo man always remember home. But some of them also can also be very, very useless. You understand me? That's just all, bro. Let's somebody take over.
Yeah, go ahead, Matt Marylander.
What's going on, gentlemen? Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay. Like, what really pisses me off is like people keep on talking about this blame game on one group or this group. Everybody back then was selling slaves from right to left. They were selling each other. They were selling everybody else. I don't know why we even actually the British was trying to stop, like off the coast of Tanzania. They were trying to stop slaves, stop them from doing slaves. And then some of these people who were selling the slaves usually kill the slaves and cut their throats so they won't get the evidence, so they won't get arrested. I mean, that's the story I hear. But
give me 1 second here. Hold that thought for a sec. Blanco, thank you for the super chat. Blanco said, play the Blatts song for the ADOS in the chat. Thank you, Blanco. Coming right to you right now. Right now.
You a grown-ass man. You call me to troll me. Did you get what you want out of this? Did it make you feel better now? There's a difference. I don't bother people I don't like. And this is what you have to deal with niggas. What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You want to live off somebody else's law.
What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You want to live off somebody else's law.
Niggas are the worst people on earth. I do understand why they made them slaves. I think one of the worst things that happened was they stopped making them slaves. If they'd have kept niggas as slaves, we'd have built more shit. We'd have been better people.
Thank you, Blanco. Thank you very much for the super chat. Okay, go ahead, Matt Marylander.
Okay. And Tommy, Tommy Sotomayor, I disagree on some of his shit, but he's saying some truth to that to a certain degree.
Yeah. So I mean, if you look at it, I mean, you're Black American, right?
No, my parents are from the Caribbean.
Oh, okay. So what do you think about what Godfrey is trying to make out of what Akon said here? Because Akon is just speaking the truth that the people in Senegal have moved on from slavery. Like, did he say anything wrong?
No, he didn't. I don't think he did. I don't think he said anything wrong. And that's his people. Of course, that's his people. And if they want to think that, they should think that. And every other group in Africa, same way. But the problem is people you have to always get mad at something that had happened a long time ago. That has nothing to do with anybody here that's living. I understand. Ancestors are enslaved. Ancestors are this. Yes, and they got out of slavery. And they were successful.
Exactly.
Right after, during, what's it called? During
The reconstruction.
Reconstruction, they were going crazy, and they keep on forgetting. After the war was over, the most literate people in the Union Army were the black men. They were the most literate when it ended. So I don't understand why is that an issue?
It behooves me. It behooves me. We have St. James also in the house. St. James, welcome to the Afridamus report. St. James, today we're talking about the Panderers, the African Panderers like Godfrey here.
Welcome to the Afridamus report. St. James, today we're talking about the Panderers, the African Panderers.
Oh, sorry. Can you turn the YouTube in the back?
Today we're talking about the Panderers.
Yeah, I got it taken care of, man.
Okay, there you are. All right. Go ahead, St. James.
Can you hear me?
So, yeah, what do you think about the Panderers? You know, because we've been
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Oh, shoot.
No, you're good. Oh, technical difficulties there.
Let me go see. Look, it's not just this guy, Lo. There are a lot of Nigerians who want to claim to be Black Americans.
Now, why do you think that is?
I really don't know why. I really don't know why. Why they want? You see, in Nigeria, let me give you an example. When these guys are coming to Nigeria, they also like to sell this card also, not just them alone. I think something their parents also enable them also. So when they bring these kids into Nigeria, the parents say, oh, you see, it's not Nigeria, it's Black America. So when these children grow up, they want to claim something they're not. You get what I'm saying? They want to claim these things. And when everything started failing them, you can see a lot. If you check YouTube, you see a lot of Nigerian girls who are going back to Nigeria to look for husbands. You see me? They're already back to Nigeria to look for men to marry. Because the Nigerian guys in America don't want nothing to do with them. And they cannot really marry to a Black American guys. Because really, even when they claim to be Black Americans, but they don't really...
Can I ask a question right here? I mean, I think it's kind of both ways, I guess. Maybe. I'm not saying you're right, but maybe it's kind of both ways. Like they think they're not good enough, they don't think they're good enough. I think that's a both way thing.
No,
in my opinion.
Look, let me just tell you the truth. Person like that lady called McBeasy, she's an adult that went to United States, but you can see the way she behaved. You understand me? Right. Let me just tell you the truth is this. Why the Jamaicans are not really kind of like playing the victim games, or why they don't bully other people like that. I think when you fight for your freedom in a way very, very hard, you don't really have that time to complain. Rather, you want to take a rest. You know what I mean? You fought so hard. It's okay. Let me have a peace now. You understand? But let me back up. But what I'm trying to talk about is about these Nigerians who want to claim to be Black Americans. It's not you saying it. I've noticed a lot. And when they come back to Nigeria also, they also like that. Look, what you see now is the Nigerians in America, especially the girls in America, the women in America. Most of them, if they don't find a husband in Nigeria or find a Nigerian guy, most of them end up being single and they become very bitter. They become very, very bitter.
I mean, that's the American. To me, that's the American dynamic. That's every female. But there's like a super difference because I guess because of the race thing. I mean, they're They're basically becoming as bitter as the Black woman. But
yes, this is true.
Yeah. Because, I think that's a sad thing. Yeah.
For example, if you come to Nigeria, right, you see them come in. The mistake they're making sometimes because they're from America, they take their passport and give them a rich guy.
Somebody's echoing.
Judah.
And based on this, when they walk around in Nigeria, be looking for these big fish guys that have money, and these big fish don't really want nothing to do with it because sometimes these guys get carried away. So they start having the attitude. I'll give you an example. Flavor, that guy who sings music, that Afrobeat guy in Nigeria. have a girlfriend from America. It didn't work. It didn't work. He secretly said the girl packet. He just discharged the girl. So it's not about the problem we have as to some Nigerians, to some who want to be black Americans, so that to us it become even disgusting. You know,
but you see, sometimes don't you think? Because I notice also those people, the Africans, they refer to when they fight, even though they use generalized terms. I would find out it's like Nigerian on the other end they're fighting with, Nigerian American, who are trying to claim to be like the blacks, which causes a lot of this friction too.
Yeah, because Nigeria can easily make their accent. If you hear that guy speaking, you would think he was a black American guy. But you can see even the black American guy was trying to check him out in some certain aspect. You see, even when he was trying to be like them or even defend them or try to say, I'm one of you, once in a while the guy would check him out. You understand? He would just check him. So no. Even with the guy, he was trying to, try to badmouth Akon. The guy was still trying to check him,
Right.
So you can see that really you cannot be people that you're not really. You know what I mean? It's just like I cannot never be a Senegalese because I don't know how to be. I don't know how to be a Senegalese. So you cannot be Black America when you don't have their what they pass through, who are they, and everything. You cannot be like them, even when you sound like them, but you can never be like them. And this is the problem. Nigerians, few Nigerians who are there, because I know most Nigerians. Look, in Nigeria, if you live in Western world for a long time, and you don't have nothing to show, they will, in this modern Nigeria, they will show you. You understand me? Person like this guy, if he doesn't have anything in Nigeria, nobody even want you to do. They might come around him and say, hey, why don't you try to do something back home? Why do you try to you get it, man? What are you doing, man?
There are some people who's been here since the 70s and didn't do nothing. That's
after that, they will show him. You understand me? Gone are those days you come from America, everybody's running after you. Now in Nigeria, they can just on their YouTube, on their TV, they see everything. You understand?
Well, Kidola, like Atticus just said, which is true. He said young Africans in the West being lied to. They are being lied to tell them they are black. Erasing their identity, which is true.
What?
He said, like they are telling like young Africans they are black, like to erase their identity, like.
But is that hold on?
Meaning like instead of these kids identifying as Nigerian, their tribes, they are being told they are black. So they act like black American instead of.
I think it's trauma. Everything is trauma. It's just like we that went to school in Africa. We went to elementary school, then secondary school. Then you see, even when we speak the British language, but we see hold on to our African languages and the way we behave, right? We see respect to our family. The same thing these children face also in America. Look, that's why I said they have two caps, one at home, one outside. You understand? They know they are not blacks. They're not black Americans. Their parents told them you are Nigerian, tell them their villages, their tribe, and everything. But these children, as time goes on, because of the trauma, they want to fit in or wanting, they just declare themselves Black America. And you can never be Black America because you don't have their pain. You don't know what they pass through. You don't have you don't know their norms. You might know something about them because you grow with them, but still, they will still know that you're not part of them. You understand? So it's not about some Nigerians are very good in want to assimilate into these people, while these people will easily just reject you. Easily. You are right for that, but let me give somebody else space, please.
All right, let's bring in St. James. St. James, welcome to the show. But before that, let me address, we have one of those melanin queens in the chat, looks like got the afro, one of those fake blacks. They have to add the word melanin. When you hear that, they are generally very mixed. So they have to use the term melanin. This person said this stream is disgusting and shameful, but you are here watching Bajan melanin. If it's so disgusting, you can go to the Tariq show This is not the place to be. All right, let's continue on. St. James, go ahead.
Thanks for having me, man. You know, when I first click on the show, man, I was dancing to that song you were playing, bro.
The Tommy show. Isn't it a beautiful show?
Bro, man, that was nice, bro. I was having a ball over here, man. I was like, man, it's a Saturday over here and it's quiet. Yeah. I mean, I needed that bass, man. That's why
right.
I went on the
That's why they kicked him off YouTube.
Hey, bro, is he making money somewhere else though?
He's still making money. It don't matter.
Well, that's what's up. That's a hustler. Hustle
all day.
Hey, you can't stop a hustler. So St. James, what do you think about Godfrey with this pandering? Because we've talked about these panderers, but now, we got him, doing the same thing over and over. What do you want to say?
Hey, shout out to my people in Nigeria, man. Shout out to Kidola. You my man. I rock with you all day, every day, man. But we got one of those people from Nigeria, man. But Kidola has been doing a good job. Ever since he's reaching out, man, he's been clearing the water, man. It's like that's someone like Godfrey, right? I'm not sure if he was born here or he was brought here when he was young. But every time he talk about African, right, he's like trying to pander to Black American because they gave him a few roles. These were whack roles they gave him. Like Soul Plane is garbage, and everybody.
Soul Plane is garbage. And the role he played, it was a garbage role too.
Right, he was playing an African, right? If you don't like Africans, why they always have you playing an African in their roles?
And they always make it look dumb.
Yes, so. And as for us looking at it, we're like, man, we know you're being played, right? But every time you get on one of those panels, African has to do this. Oh, he was checking Akon. I didn't see that part, though. What did he say?
Well, because Akon said Senegalese have moved on from slavery, which is true. Like in Africa, nobody ain't talking about slavery. So a lot of some of the blacks were upset, but Godfrey wanting to be the spokesperson for the blacks. So literally, Akon is giving his observation, but he said Akon should have never said it that way. Do you see how stupid that is? Akon should lie and say, "Hey, the Senegalese are lining up by the ocean. They are sad about slavery," but that's not the truth, though.
He gave you what most Senegalese think of slavery, and he was being honest. He said the Africans on the continent. He never said, Black all over the world.
He spoke about Senegal.
He spoke
Senegal, that's where he's from.
Right. He was specific about Senegal. Why can you hate a man from giving his honest opinion? So if honest opinion never don't matter, so no one will get to speak anymore. If you go get mad, you're gonna get mad over what? Based on what he said. How does that affect you today? If someone doesn't think about the past the way you think about it, how does that affect you? How does that affect your bottom line? So you just want to be mad and remain mad your whole life. So it's up to you. It's not about
that's the thing, St. James. How many movies have the blacks made giving the dumb role to, presenting the African as the dumb role? Like, imagine if we start making movies. Do you think, the blacks, even if we play their role right, do you think they would like it?
Yes, you got a point there because I brought up Soul Plane because I do my research a little bit, about whoever is pandering to Black American. So they have an agenda. Someone like Godfrey has an agenda. He grew up in Chicago. I was in Chicago. No one speak of Godfrey, but believe me, if you go to St. Louis, you say Akon, everybody know who that person is. And ever since Godfrey has been talking about pandering to Black American, when was the last time he's been to Nigeria? When was the last time he worked on a project that has anything to do with Nigeria? Nothing.
And plus, Akon is inviting Black people to come to Africa, and they got offended at that too.
Absolutely.
It's like, so come on, guys.
You've been here.
You said the white man got his foot on your neck, and he's inviting you to come. Yeah. You're upset at that too.
Absolutely. Godfrey's been doing comedy, I believe, in the late 90s or whatever. Well, do you think he was representing Africa?
No.
Okay, so is he mad that Akon is doing something positive for the Africans? You shouldn't even step in the middle because you are not on this level, bro. You can't speak on that dude. You can speak on it. You lost it. You lost us because you playing those roles, man. As Africans, we watch it and we know what the fuck that is.
But also he's lying, trying to say Africans are saying they are better than Black Americans.
In his household, maybe it's here and there. So that's why he wants to speak for the Africans, because maybe in his household, that's how people speak. The majority of Africans that I know don't speak that way. They don't even have the time to entertain this kind of conversation. It's always someone who wants to pander that will always speak for Africans. This is what they think. Maybe your father and your mother or your sister or your brother speak that way, not Africans.
Yeah, he's a disgrace. Let's bring in Judah. Judah.
Afridamus.
Welcome to the show, Judah. Judah, what do you want to add on to what Godfrey, lying on Africans?
See, Godfrey, right? I started watching Godfrey when he came up. He did a comedy show and he was talking about how Africans do things, right? He was using the same slang that most African Americans always do their comedy when they talk about Africa. They talk about how, they sleep on trees. They do that. Godfrey was talking about, I think he was talking about how Africans dance and funny, some kind of sounds. And then from there, I started watching Godfrey. This is the thing, right? Akon is not being paid by any person, so he has the right to voice he has the right to voice anything he want to say, right? But Godfrey cannot say anything that will disrupt his comedy because he's being paid by these people. So what he says is what they want him to say. So there is no way he's gonna come out and support Akon.
No, but Akon did what Akon said was not offensive. He was saying Senegalese people.
Exactly.
It's not like he's saying no, Senegalese people were thinking about slavery. I showed up and told them no. He's asked. The Senegalese people think about slavery. No, they do not. And this is true. African people, I don't know Africans that are thinking about slavery.
Afridamus, everyone has moved on to different things. Africans, even in Cameroon, nobody is thinking about slavery. Those are things that people have moved on. People are building their lives. Nobody is thinking about. See, this is the thing. African Americans want to put their burden on Africans. They want to put their burden. They want Africa to accept things that have passed. They want them to take that. They want to take that burden off them and put it on Africa, and that's gonna be a problem. That's gonna be a problem if Africa, allow these kind of things to happen. Let me finish. Let me finish Pan-African Strike Back. This is the thing, right? I was watching another video where they interviewed another guy on the street. He said African Americans in America have been gone for so long.
Oh, are you talking about this?
Exactly.
Here?
I saw your show yesterday. There you go.
We don't need them.
Okay, go ahead.
There you go. We don't need them, man. They've been gone for so long. They don't have no culture. Just because we look black. No, we are not the same people. These people will not come back to develop Africa. They have no taste. The ones that are coming are the ones that will not even live for 2 days. They will go back. The ones that are coming are the ones that do not even have asset to the. So these are the kind of things, man. Look, let's not be scared of airing our problems. We are incompatible with these people. It's just a fact. We can't keep forcing ourselves. Oh, this and that. Oh, let's accept slavery. Oh, this happened. Oh, we are the same. No, man, it's not. I mean, it's not. It's not. And no.
All right, let's allow Pan-Africanism Strike Back to come in. Right. Welcome to the Afridamus Report. Pan-Africanism Strikes Back. What do you want to add on to this?
I just want to add on. This type of rhetoric, it always goes in the same direction. We are not. Do you guys? I mean, Africans are so smart and stuff, but the reality is, all black people are the same. Right now, with what you just said, you're being dumber than Godfrey because you're allowing some shit that a dumbass 2-bit unfunny comedian said, get you on the internet saying, we don't need them. We don't listen, bro. We gonna come to Africa. We gonna fuck all your sisters and all your bitches, all that. We gonna do that. That's inevitable. That's like trying to stop the sun from coming up in the sky every day. but you got this dude so adverse. There could be an African American with a business opportunity, vice versa, that you will eliminate yourself from just being dumb over what a comedian said. You's talking about Godfrey, he's this, he's that. Godfrey owns you right now because Godfrey got you so triggered that you on here saying, we don't need, listen, you don't make decisions for Africa, just like I don't make decisions for America. The reality is there are people in both communities that say dumb shit. Okay. I've been to Africa. I've heard Africans say some stupid shit.
Pan-Africanism.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. So, what Akon said, do you really think that warrants people to be upset? He was asked a question about Senegal.
No, Akon. Oh, what he said about Senegal, about moving on from slavery.
Yeah.
Any African American who got common sense agrees with Akon. What the fuck is talking about slavery gonna do for anybody? And that's what you guys gotta understand, bro. Slavery is a hustle. That is something that is used by certain people within our group to grift other people based on emotional triggering. That's it. You don't hear. Okay, let me give you an example. None of you have ever fucking seen one video where Denzel Washington, Morgan Freeman, Barack Obama, or any prominent African American has spoken about slavery, and we need to be talking about slavery. No black people who have common sense talk about that. The only black people who talk about that are black people who are trying to appeal to other black low-level thinkers on the lowest common denominator possible. So when you guys make it seem like
Obama is African though.
Bro, you could anybody, Tim Scott, any of these people, Ben Carson, any of these guys. You never hear these guys talking about slavery because slavery.
You're right about that. In fact, Ben Carson, like they hated him for spitting some facts.
You don't even hear. Wait a minute. You don't even hear. Look, here we go. Now we're gonna move. Oh, Ben Carson's a Republican. He's a cool. See,
he's a smart man, guy.
That's not what I was gonna say.
Listen.
I was gonna say Ben Carson should be a fucking model for African Americans, especially where his situation is. That's what I was gonna say.
Listen to what I'm trying to tell you. We are doing some cleaning within our own house, right? People like me who understand accountability, but you guys have to understand that do you want me to tell you the biggest problem with African Americans that you guys don't understand? See, in Africa, if you're not smart, you're poor, you live in squalor, you live far out in the village, and no one gives a fuck what you think. The problem with African Americans is these niggas are dumb, but they still have the ability to make money and get on the internet every day and waste time spewing their opinion. In Africa, people who are broke don't have the data to get on the internet all day and spew their opinion. That's why you don't see more Africans on YouTube talking shit, because the poor people in Africa are like, no, this is the reality.
So you think if all those players can afford the data, they would be on the internet just saying the same thing?
African American, if Africans had data to be on the internet from Africa, that's 1 billion versus 40 million.
Africans got better things that they are doing than spending time on the internet.
You're not listening. You're not listening to what I'm telling you.
Jude, let him. He's onto something here.
You're not listening to what I'm telling you. 1 billion versus 40 million. That doesn't compare. Right. Black Americans are a vocal minority in the diaspora. We have the same amount of people in America as Kenyans got in Kenya, 40 million. That's it. That ain't a lot compared to 1 billion.
So even Nigeria got over 200 million.
Right. So we're a small vocal minority. What does the small number do? They're the loudest. They make a lot of noise, but they're not going to really do a lot. They're just talking. So, but what I'm telling you is, it's ignorant to get up and be and show blatant ignorance because of what Godfrey said, right?
But Godfrey is promoting that FBA stuff, that Tariq Nasheed. He's in fact promoting Tariq Nasheed. So Tariq Nasheed spends his time. he spends his time, but you can understand why, Africans or even like Judah would respond the way he's responding.
Listen, these are people trying to make money. Godfrey lives in fear of a 9 to 5 job because he has fame, he has notoriety, and he can't go work at Trader Joe's. He can't go work at the Kroger grocery store. So he has to do anything he can to stay relevant. When you think of a comedian, top 10, you're not even thinking of Godfrey.
Not even first 20.
Right.
Yeah.
So neither are the producers, neither are the filmmakers. So Godfrey has to just say incendiary, offensive shit to get people talking about him, to create a buzz. The guy has some people watching his podcast, but it's not even comparable. Joe Rogan has more people, and Joe Rogan hasn't done a stand-up show in decades. Godfrey is not that intelligent. He's not that talented. And let's be real. In the terms of Africans, Godfrey is a total failure. That guy, his dad's ashamed of him. Why? Because the guy has to go from pillar to post, begging and acting a jackass to get a paycheck. So we know that. What you guys need to do is stop trying to come to a conclusion based on what entertainers and other people say. You guys have to understand, most African Americans, it's a minority, obviously, just like most Nigerians are not successful. That's a small minority who are successful. Doctors, lawyers, everything. The majority, they might work hard, sell bananas, do whatever they do, but they're trying to do something. The majority of Black Americans, a lot of them like to be involved in entertainment, goofball shit like Godfrey. But when you think of Black American excellence, you don't even associate that with the dumb shit that some people say on the internet. Look at the one guy, Robert Smith. That guy's African American. He ain't gonna get on the internet talking stupidity. Anybody, look at Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather is about to open a damn gym in Nigeria.
Yeah, I saw that. Guys, hold on 1 second. Let me read this super chat. And Sam Seal said, Brandon, how's your court case going? I'll let you respond to that in a second here, but Mali Sunni said, thank you for the super chat also. He said, speaking of how they portray us in media, do you see how they took an African superhero Black Panther played by an FBA and made him worse? The second one, they put liberal agenda in it and ruined it. Thank you for the super chat. Let me thank him properly here, guys. Give me a moment and you can respond to that.
Baby girl love my bop and unlike me too. No roof on my top and my
Thank you for the super chat. Thank you so much. All right, guys, go ahead. Whose turn was it? I think Brandon, he was asking, he said, how's your court case going?
Yeah, my podcast is fine. I just got out of court yesterday with
Tariq, right?
Yeah, man, Tariq was in there babbling like a goddamn fool. Man, listen.
He came to court.
He came. He showed up with security guards, with like bodyguards and shit. Yeah, man. But all I want to tell you is, look, I've been to the mountaintop of FBA leadership. That's Tariq. I saw him in court babbling like a fool, and the judge asking the judge was looking at that guy like he was fucking retarded. Okay,
was he tether-babbling?
Bro, he was.
Was he tethering in there?
Bruh, he was babbling, bro. He's gonna kill my family, and I'm so afraid. And you don't understand, Your Honor. This type of shit. Man, bro, it was so pathetic. It was disgusting. It was disgusting. And this is what I thought in my mind. I said, anybody following this guy is mentally ill. This guy was a feeble old man. Go look on my channel. I showed on the video. I showed the picture I took of him. Tariq is you know how old men walk with.
Yeah, I'll check it.
Pan-African. Let me say this. If you watch the Jared Taylor interview, you would freaking know that already.
Yeah, I already did that one. He sounds dumb. So he's got a limp, huh?
Bro, no, he walk. You know, when you old and you got bad knees, you walk with your knees bent. Like a lot of old men walk with their knees bent because their knees are bad. That's Tariq. Tariq's been sitting down too long, sitting at that desk too long. He hasn't worked his body out at all. His legs look like toothpicks. This guy looks ridiculous. And he's like, and the fact that someone who swears they're so prominent, right? This is my thing. You so rich you could afford bodyguards, but you gotta try to file a frivolous restraining order against somebody. This guy's just a joke. And so what I'm telling you is there's an element within the Black American community. Basically, FBA is to Black America what Boko Haram is to Nigeria. Just a bunch of motherfuckers who don't care about nothing and put their radical ideology and belief system above the well-being of the entire country or group. FBA is the Boko Haram of Nigeria, of Black America.
Brandon, I'm actually impressed that you going all the way in the box with him so that the people can hear him come and you prove to them how dumb he is.
Bro, I got a bombshell that I dropped on my channel. Tariq literally told the tenants of his building they could move. The lady said they agreed that she would move out August of 2024. If that man had an agreement with that lady to move out in 2 years, how the hell was Tariq gonna open a museum in February? He's retaliating against me because his tenants went on Twitter, they saw his xenophobic rhetoric, and they refused to do business with him, and they demanded that he give them $25,000 to move out of that place. The lady told him like that. So I'm telling you guys,
it's from those Tether videos.
Yeah, people, yes. They found out who he was. And, if you're a real estate agent, Afridamus, know you can't, especially in LA where you're dealing with a lot of different races of people, you can't be associated with somebody who is a open xenophobe who posts that shit on the internet, said Africans brought AIDS to America and stuff like that. So the lady saw that stuff and she immediately, as a good businesswoman, knew I can't be in this building when it's owned by this dude. So she asked to move. So he had to give her $25,000 to move. Now he's angry. So he's trying to retaliate against me. This is who FBA is following, an idiot. And they better take it as a warning.
Well, Godfrey is promoting his rhetoric to try to make it seem like people like him, they are correct. Kidola, are you surprised to hear this about,
let me say this real quick. What you guys have to understand is African Americans, the FBA group within African America, they represent something called dumb money. People who have low intelligence but have money. So there will always be people who pander to that group of people because they know if you just tell them what they want to hear, they will give you money. So Godfrey has actually a smart strategy. He's taken the Professor Black Truth, Jason Black, Tariq Nasheed, Cynthia G, Tasha K route. That is nothing not surprising. You guys shouldn't even be mad at him. The guy's just doing what everyone else is doing.
Dude. Some of us are now surprised, man. We've been here for a minute. So maybe it's for the Africans who are still new to this kind of hustle. We understand the hustle, man. So we're talking about a different direction about Godfrey. So the kind of hustle they got going on, we've been here for a minute, so we know.
Yeah, Godfrey definitely, the game he's playing, is disgraceful. Like I expect that from Tariq, but with him, go ahead, Kidola.
It's not that guy, the name of that guy have been playing. That guy have a lot of comedy show that he just diss Africans a lot. He played the same game like other comedians. I've seen a lot of comedians, sometimes they leave America, they come to Europe, and what they will play first is how to diss Africans a lot,
Right.
A lot of comedy shows. So, I call this African guy, when he comes close to me, it was mainly fufu, it was mainly this, was mainly that,
Yeah.
They see us like people that smells, they say, oh, you don't have water, you don't have clean water. But what you have to understand, we don't drink chemical water that give us cancer. You understand? If you have to tell an African in Africa that which place was that place in America, in Detroit, that water will just be poisoned with lead.
Yeah.
You understand? We're totally poisoned with lead. You know, we don't have those. We might dig well, we might dig borehole, but those water are clean. There's nothing really with it. So I think they have to really educate some of these people that what you have to understand. African person can be very quiet, especially those in the continent. They can be very quiet, but studying things. They can like, okay, this guy don't really know much about us. You can see what the video you spent when that guy say, oh no, that guy say they're not us. That guy might saw a lot of things in the YouTube.
You know, Kidola, you're making a good point. Most blacks don't take that into consideration. Like Africans, they'll be watching you putting it out. You think you're making the people mad. They just studying. They're like, oh, okay, these people don't know anything about us. You think you're clowning, but to them, you're proving to them you don't have knowledge about them, and they use that against you.
I bet you Tariq can never go to Africa again. It's finished for him.
I think he's looking to buy land in Kenya. I think I heard him say that before.
He'll retire. Tariq will listen. Tariq will end up in Africa, bro. Even Michi X sent her family, her older family members to live in Africa. But what they're doing is,
don't they live in? I heard they live in Gambia, don't they?
Yeah, because listen, African Americans are priced out of America. There's no way these people are going to be able to collect $2 million or $3 million to retire by the time they're 65 and they're just old. They're not going to be able to do that. So they're like, let's look somewhere else in the world. But what they know is most Africans are not on the internet. Most of the Africans in Africa, they're not watching this shit. So they're just like, they're doing a scorched earth. We're going to burn everything behind us so nobody else can freaking utilize it.
So to them, it's like talking. They would talk the shit to, Africans like us here, because they're like, hey, these guys are in America. They're not coming over there.
So we go hold the blame for that, right?
Yeah.
But what Brandon is saying, that there are not so many Africans on social media is
they're
not
on
truthful,
TikTok.
because
They are in TikTok and
exactly.
Facebook a lot,
So there are a lot of Africans. He's not just on African panels, because there are a lot of Africans on social media. Don't get it wrong. Another thing that I want to say.
Probably not the same amount. They're there, but not the same amount.
I don't know what social media, like us Africans, we follow a lot of social media, social media spaces.
Africans are not on high data usage social media applications.
High data? Are you considering American high data, or like based on what?
No, he's talking about YouTube. YouTube. He's right. Judah, he's right about that. YouTube. Us here in America, we are on it 24/7.
Hey, Afridamus, I want to make another point, right? There's this guy on TikTok. No, let me just finish. Man, you did a lot of talking, bro. Bro, hold on.
Bro, you about to change subjects, bro.
No. Hold on. You did a lot of talking, man.
Guys, one mic.
I was following this guy. There's this guy on TikTok flaunting his American passport. He's about 50-something years old, 60 years old. He got him a 21 years old Sierra Leonean girl. This guy got almost like 2 sons who are almost like 30, 32. He's flaunting that American passport, getting the girls, and this is what Brandon is talking about. Look, man, it's gonna be
you're saying that they are becoming passport bros in Africa?
Exactly. Look, Africa is becoming a dumping. Africa is becoming a dumping. Hey, Brandon, this is not a search for who's channel. Hold on, let me talk. Look, Africa is becoming.
You guys have beef. Okay,
Africa is becoming a dumping ground, or a place where. Let me finish, man. Africa is becoming a dumping ground, or a place where people that have never gotten married, or people that have divorced 10 times are going to Africa to look for little girls, man. It's crazy. What they blame. Hold on, Brandon. Hold on.
Damn, man.
What black people in America blame the white people for is what they themselves are now practicing in Africa. And that's going to be a problem down the line. Let me finish, man. Come on,
you
bro.
ain't gonna finish.
Bro, shut up. Stay quiet.
So Judah, Judah, you're saying so. Judah, so you're saying they're still using Africa to as a dumping ground, like they used to dump the secondhand clothing and cars.
Exactly.
So now they're
See,
dumping secondhand human beings too.
bro, that
Africanus,
is
let
what
me
they are doing.
explain.
The people. Let me finish,
Let
Brando.
me
You're gonna talk,
respond, bro. You about to say
bro.
the same thing twice.
Bro, let me finish. The
Hold on,
people that are actually going to Africa, the people that are actually going to Africa, they are above 60, and they have been divorced almost 7 times. They have never gotten married. They have almost 7 to 5 children in America, and they still go back to Africa, and they are looking for 19-year-old girls to get married to.
But
And that's
the old
crazy.
ladies are doing it too, though.
Old ladies, old black ladies, American ladies are doing the same thing, and their men are doing the same thing. And this is the thing. There's this other guy called Oshedu Jackson in Uganda.
Here we
Guess what
go.
he was doing? He was motivating African black women, telling them how they have to stand up. So there's this, like the kind of talk, giving them that American women spirit is a problem down the line in Africa. Man, I'm telling you.
So they are bringing the Jezebelian spirit.
Exactly. That independent, that women independency in Africa is gonna be a problem. I saw Oshedu Jackson doing that in his video.
Let him respond. Let him respond. Go ahead, Brandon.
Listen, here's the thing, bro. Okay, those women so first of all, this is not something unique to Africa, because where did the term sugar baby come from? That came from young women in America who were basically allowing themselves to be used by older men with money to get the things they want. That came from America, sugar baby. That's been happening here for decades. Now, these older men who might have a different a lower amount of money, lesser amount of money, they're going to do that in Africa. To me, I look like that's a win for us all, because just like when I go through Africa and I see these white dudes walking around with African women, what do you always see, Afridamus, when you go to Africa and you see
that's
a white
not a
dude?
win for us, man. That's not a win, bro.
Let me finish, bro.
You were
Let me
doing good
finish,
when
bro.
you brought them white people again.
Let me finish. Every time I go to Africa on the plane, I see a old ass white dudes with young ass African women, and you know what I always see with them? A damn baby. Those same black women.
Brandon,
y'all gotta let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay. So, Brandon, go ahead. Sorry,
y'all trigger like a motherfucker. Listen, what I'm saying is this: y'all women gonna do that anyway. It's better that they do it with somebody who's black.
So degeneracy. So they might just as well do it with a black person. But Africans are saying they don't want that, whether it's black or white.
You're never gonna stop that. You are never
But
gonna stop.
you don't think that's a problem to say? I mean, it's degenerate. We're just gonna add on to the degeneracy.
Listen, bro, you will never stop a woman from doing what nature wired her.
But you're adding onto the degeneracy. That's like
Listen, bro. Just listen. I'm not gonna say nothing. You are never gonna stop a woman from doing what nature hardwired her to do. Use that pussy to secure more resources for herself and her potential offspring. That's why those women, they do. Do you think they really like letting an old ass crusty white dude lay on top of them? No, but they're like, look, I'm able to feed my whole family off of messing around with this dude. He want a baby? I'm gonna give him one because that's secure in the bag. I'm not gonna encourage black African women to stop doing that, because guess what? If the men, and when I say men, I mean us too, black men here too. If we did what we were, I love you, babe. If we did what we were supposed to do, our women wouldn't have to resort to that shit. But as of right now, we are figuring shit out. So they're gonna have to do what's best for them to survive.
So Brandon, okay, I hear what you say. So guys, did you hear what Brandon is saying? What is your take on that? He's saying this is happening, so therefore, why not? They are coming with their Pan-Africanism. Why stop it when they can just add on to it?
I can't respond to that because he wasn't specific. He was saying when I
Right.
traveled Africa, so I
Right.
didn't want to chime in because he said when I traveled Africa. I don't know which
Right.
part of Africa is he talking
I
about.
think
Bro, I've
Kenya.
been
So
all over.
no,
I've been all.
dude, man, don't bullshit me this side of
Man,
thing,
man,
man.
you
Man,
been
why
to
do you
Kenya,
do?
not all
Man,
over.
come on, man.
Just stay on
This
your
dude,
Kenyan side.
I'll tell you,
No,
no,
you didn't stop. Okay, you
bro,
said you don't want to be
bro,
stopped, so don't stop
bro,
me. You said you don't want to be
no.
stopped. Don't stop me. Let me finish.
You
Okay,
are
you're not gonna
lying
talk.
about.
Listen, you're not gonna talk over
Come
me,
on,
bro.
bro.
You done, and
Bro, well, this is,
just
bro.
stop and let
See,
me continue.
nah,
Just stop. I let you talk, right? I let you
Guys, one
talk.
mic, please. One mic.
I let
One
him
mic, please.
talk. I let
Yeah.
him talk. He was finished, and I'm trying to talk so he can just chill. So he
bro.
said
This
he
guy about
traveled
to be
all
3
over
hours.
Africa. So what are we not gonna do tonight, right? I didn't travel all over Africa. I don't know what the heck is
Let's
going on.
deny.
Okay, I don't know what's going on in Kenya or the places he went to, but
The same
those.
shit is happening all over Africa. Stop
Okay,
being
so
ignorant, bro. Continue.
yeah. Just get your feeling hurt, man. That's what you want to
My
do. Just
feelings
do
ain't
that.
hurt. You
I don't
lying
know.
though.
You can't stop it. You can't stop it for a second, dude.
St. James, you talking to a guy whose DNA says he's from Guinea-Bissau,
Okay,
and he was
so
scared going to Guinea-Bissau.
my
He only
takeaway
goes
from
to places that are developed.
my takeaway from the conversation was the advertising of the situation. Like you said, nobody's here trying to police anybody's two legs. What's going on is between somebody's legs. It's
So why
not what
you
the
bring it
African.
up?
What happened?
No,
If you ain't policeman, why you bring it up?
Brandon,
Did
let
I
him
bring it up?
finish.
Did I bring
He
it
didn't
up?
bring it up. That was
Did I bring it
Judas,
up too?
but let him finish. Let him finish.
Brandon, this is not
did I
a
bring it
search
up?
for who channel where you talk anyhow.
Did I
There's
bring it up?
decorum
I
on this
did not.
channel.
I did not. I was
But
just responding.
Brandon, don't you think like Africans like listening? We're hearing you're saying, okay, this is happening, so we are not gonna try to stop it. We want to add on to it. You know, like people are listening to this. You know, like, and they already saying, okay, Black Americans are trying to bring, you know, being sex tourists in Africa.
We don't want that
Don't you
in
think?
Africa, bro.
But
That shit you gotta
like
put
you
it. We
said,
don't want that
what
shit.
you saying
They
is
gotta
that,
take that shit
but
back
we
to where
don't.
they came
It
from
doesn't
with it.
mean we have to accept
We don't need
it.
it.
You know.
We don't need it.
Alphadamus.
Yeah.
What you said, these Africans who are talking like that. So they have their own facts and they can rely on their own facts and speak on it, on the subject.
Right.
The fact of the matter is we are just going off about what other people think. That's why when he
Right.
said he's all over Africa, I said, I'm gonna stop you right there. I have the same issue with some Africans who talk about issue and like addressing it like it's happening
It's all over.
Africa.
You're right.
You have not been to every country. You don't know the perception of those people in regard to those issues. So you can't speak. You can give a blank. How you call it? Like make those kind of statement here. So we're gonna have to be careful. Like if you travel to Kenya and other country, just stick to that. So that
Bro, we
you
have the
resonate.
internet. We have the internet.
Okay. So name the countries. Name the countries. All the countries.
Bro, this is happening all over Africa, bro. Because people.
Bro,
People
you
don't
only
have
been to
money,
2 countries, Sierra Leone
bro.
and Kenya. What the heck are you talking about?
Bro, this same thing happens in America. Black women go get white men or old men because they don't have money and those
But we
men
don't
have
want that
money.
shit in Africa. That's the point. We don't
Bro,
want it in Africa.
you sound like a child. You said, I don't want that. This is what it is, bro. You can't, it don't matter what you want. It is what it is.
Can I chime in real quick? Okay. Look, Brandon. Look, you know, as a non-FBA, I'm not African. I'm saying this. They don't want it. It's like the situation in Afghanistan. They don't want it, and they keep on telling
It doesn't matter, bro. That's what y'all don't get. It don't matter what you want. You ain't running the government.
Look. Brandon, I'm gonna tell you something. This is what the government want, and this is what the people want. You gotta understand these two things are different. It's not because you see it that would allow you to say that this is what the people want. So just make sure you don't make that mistake. Because you go to Africa, you see something and you say, okay, this is what the Africans want. You don't live with them like 360 days. You don't know what they think. You don't know what they want. So one day, when they flip, and you kind of be like, wow, I didn't know this is how they flip on those issues, you will understand what I'm saying. So just don't walk around thinking, oh yeah, it's happening. These Africans are cool with that. when
So
something different
African,
happen, you gotta understand this is how they're gonna react.
dude,
And then you
people
go
are
on that day.
people are people everywhere, bro. And let me tell you what people are not gonna
They are
do.
not the
People are
same.
not.
So they are not
People
the
are
same, bro.
listen.
Hey,
People,
hey, you
listen, bro.
stopping people. What
Listen,
do you think I'm gonna
listen,
let you
bro.
speak, man? Do you think I'm gonna let you speak?
I mean, you could keep interrupting me, but the reality
Okay,
is, you're
you
trying to.
interrupt people. You interrupt
You're
people though.
okay. You're going against human nature, bro.
It is.
People are not going to give up what they have to make you feel better about your position. That's the way it is, bro.
Do
If
you
a
know what I
millionaire,
witnessed?
listen,
Do you know what we witnessed over in this country, on this different country? Do you know what we witnessed? Do you know what we saw? Because we are not telling you, so you think it's the same all over the world. Because we are not telling you what we witnessed.
okay, bro. Every country on earth has prostitution, right?
Oh,
This is a fact.
nobody's denying that.
No,
Nobody's
wait a
denying
minute,
that.
bro. Wait a minute. The reason why every country on earth has prostitution is because since that is the oldest profession, because women are hardwired to use their bodies to gain money or resources if they do not have them. So as long
But
as you have poor
Do
people,
you
Baya,
know?
wait,
Do you
do
know
you
some
know pimping
African
in America
women?
is illegal?
Do you know some
all right, man.
African women got disowned from their own family? Do you know that? Is this
And do you?
occurring?
And guess what?
This is
And that's
happening
not
in the
stopping
United
women. And
States.
that's listen. And that's not stopping women from doing it
It
because at
doesn't.
the
That's
end
what
of
I'm
the day,
telling you. There is more
bro,
to it. There is
when
more to
your
it than
belly,
what you are talking
listen,
about.
Hold on,
when
guys.
your
Guys, 1 second, guys. Just a sec. Let's allow the new speakers to speak too. We have deuces of growth.
Hey,
Deuces
but do
of
you know
growth.
these guys are pimping women online, Afridamus, and which
Really?
is illegal in
Wait.
America?
Yeah.
They do it on videos. They put girls around them and pimp them on their on live chat with their
Okay.
own African American guys on live chat.
Okay. Let's allow. That's good to know. Deuces of growth. Go ahead. We'll touch on that, Judah, but allow deuces of growth to chime in. Deuces, welcome to the show.
How can they be pimping African women, man? That's crazy.
Hold on, Judah. Allow him. We'll talk about that too. Go ahead.
So I wanted to make a point about the original topic, but
Yes, with
about this
Godfrey. Go
topic,
ahead.
but about this topic right here, I want to say that people travel, even Africans come to America, they go to Europe, and they date white women, they date American women. So what is the double standard over here? What's the problem if American men come in Africa and date African women too? It's the same thing. Let's not be hypocrite.
No, the hypocrite that we're talking about is not being hypocrite. A woman
what's
of
hypocrite?
80, a woman of 75 years old go to Africa, get married to a guy of
But she's
25 years old, and you don't
getting
have
her
a problem
groove
with it.
back. She's getting her groove back, Judah.
I agree. That's abuse. I agree.
You don't have, that's
no,
abuse, man. That's abuse. That started
abuse.
only when African American women started going to Africa. You will never see a
Afridamus.
young African guy of 25 years old get married to an older woman of almost 60 years old.
Hold on. At the end of the day, who benefits from that? Because the African man may get his green card from that too. So it's a mutual exchange. It's a mutual benefit. It's not like the African man doesn't know what he's doing.
Hey, let me say this. White women have been doing sex tourism in Africa for decades, coming from the UK, going to Gambia. And let me tell you something.
Hold on, Brandon. You know, in Gambia, they just passed a law. We banned the white old British women. So no more old one. They have to be MILFs. Okay,
right.
Get it right.
Listen,
Yeah, MILFs.
Let me say this. First of all, with black women, let me say this about black women. When I was growing up, nobody took care of a black man better than a black woman, okay? Black women are one of the few black American women are one of the few groups of women on earth who will work with their man hand in hand. If he ain't got it, she will pick up the slack, put money in his pocket, help him get on his feet. So when you guys,
African women do that
let me
too.
finish. Wait, let me finish. So when a black woman goes to Africa and finds older black woman goes to Africa and finds a younger African man, you guys should be thanking us for that because that's an export right there. Those guys are able to start businesses and everything else because those old geezers go over there and they are purse first. We got to say purse first, ass last. That's the way older black women operate. You need something, they're going to give it to you, and those guys need to take advantage.
Hey,
Guys, if you go to Africa today,
Hold on.
guys, if you go to Africa
Be
today,
funny,
right?
man. If
If you go to Africa today,
if
I'm
they're
from the
that nice,
Congo.
right? If they're
You
that
have
nice,
you
right?
have
They should be.
political.
If they're
You
that
have
nice, they should be able to.
guys. If you go to Africa today, I'm from the Congo. You have political leaders. You have government agents that are 70 years old dating younger women, 19-year-old. A lot of sugar babies over there. So at the end of the day, there are so many single women in Africa. Nobody is marrying them. So I mean, I don't see any problem with an American man coming in Africa to save them, to rescue them. You know, what's the problem with that? Because nobody is marrying them at the end of the day.
So how do
This
you
is
know
just
nobody is
jealousy.
marrying them? Do you live with them? Do you know exactly what they go through? Because you're talking about the
Afridamus.
Congo.
Bro,
The Congo is
they
not.
are selling.
That-
They
Okay,
are
come
selling
on.
bullshit.
guys, hold on. Guys, it looks like this is. It looks like this is actually a touchy subject. I'll have to do a special topic on this one. But let's allow IAS production also.
Yeah,
Afridamus.
hello,
Good women.
hello.
You don't have to.
Afridamus.
You don't have to
Yeah.
leave your own
You guys hear
setting.
me?
You don't have to leave your own setting to go look
Hey,
for a woman somewhere
Afridamus.
else. If you're that good, you will be picked.
Afridamus.
You will be
No,
picked.
but I mean,
Afridamus.
Yeah. Guy, one mic.
Afridamus.
You live in the
When
UK.
you find,
Don't you
when you
date
find,
American women?
Hold on, Deuces. Allow Brandon to finish this. Go ahead.
Afridamus, when you find your black African American queen, I'm gonna do just like I did when my cousin married her Nigerian husband. I'm gonna fly my ass to your wedding, give you a nice gift, probably give you some money, $500 or something, and I'm gonna celebrate it. I will never speak against black love. I don't give a damn how old the guy is, how young the girl is, none of that stuff. Because I know that if that old geezer gets that young African girl, she gonna be getting money from this fool. He gonna be taking her out to the best restaurants, buying her stuff, buying her cars, doing everything like that. Baby, get your money. All your women over there, you see those black African American men, black African American men over there, you better holler and choose up and put your bid in, because guess what? If you don't, some young Chinese,
We don't do gigolo. We don't do gigolo. We don't do gigolo stuff where I'm from. We don't do gigolo.
How is an old man a
This
gigolo?
is being
How
a
is an
gigolo.
old
You
man a
promoting
gigolo?
gigolo lifestyle, bro.
How is an old man a gigolo? You don't even know
We
the
are go
definition
get
of the word gigolo.
Bro, the age of consent is 18
that's a
years old.
gigolo
Once
stuff
you
for
pass
promoting.
18
So
years
if we
old,
see
you're
the
an
women,
adult.
we have to do things now.
Hold on, guys. Allow IAS. Guys, allow IAS, please. IAS, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Afridamus. I just want to say, I agree with Brandon. Even though, like, as far as women marrying older men, it's notorious with Kenya. It happens everywhere in Africa, even amongst the African men and the women. So
exactly.
So it happens
Okay,
everywhere. So
I got Congo and I got
happening
Kenya.
today.
Guys, I got Congo and Kenya. Name a West African country where you guys are witnessing this. I'm witnessing.
That shit happened in
Okay.
Nigeria. That shit happened everywhere in Africa.
Okay, no. Okay, Nigeria anywhere.
Country in Africa. Yeah, in every country in Africa.
No, it's not happening where I'm from. Sorry.
It's gonna happen when I meet your sister, so don't even
Where I'm
worry
from,
about
no.
nothing.
No, women don't marry younger men where I'm from. Never.
Hey, when I meet your sisters and all your cousins, it's gonna happen right in front of your face. I might take 4 or 5 of them off the head.
African, I already got your sister right here.
You can have her.
You talking like
you
gotta go
can
get
have
her
her
first. You gotta
You can
travel.
have her, bro.
You
can
gotta
have her
travel.
after 3 kids.
Listen. You
You
sit
can have
on a
her after
panel,
3 kids, bro.
No. You sit on a panel, right? You sit on a panel talking about my sister. What you have to do, travel first and then talk to me.
Bro,
listen, bro. When I was Afridamus, let me tell you the truth. When I was in Africa, when I was in Africa, I took my daughter with me. My daughter was like 12 or something, right? Those African dudes who were young, they were like 20, 19, whatever. They were like, man, I want to marry your daughter. You know what I said? I said, dude, when she's 18, it'll be her choice. And you guys, if she likes you, it's fine with me. You guys are too pressed over what women are doing. What man sit up and worry about what a woman is doing, bro?
So Brando, you let a 50-year Brando, you let a 60-year-old man get on your 18-year-old daughter, huh?
Bro,
If
this is
my
my
daughter, if my daughter likes a 50-year-old man, my daughter likes Dwayne the Rock Johnson. Stop
Okay.
lying.
He's a
You stop
liar.
lying.
He's a liar. He would never allow that. He would
Bro.
never
Man,
allow that.
listen. You can't control what women do with their
You
bodies,
guys come
bro.
from a culture
Get
where
off
you
the
don't even
Stone Age.
accept polygamy. So this is our thing back in the continent. You
Bro,
guys don't
we
even get
listen,
close to that.
bro.
So what
We
you
practice
talking about?
polygamy, bro. We
Huh?
practice polygamy. Wait, listen.
Who?
We practice polygamy. Listen, African Americans practice polygamy more than anybody. There's so many African men over here with kids by 15 different women. It's ridiculous.
Exactly.
We practice
I
it more than
agree, bro. I
anybody.
agree.
More than
Bro, go to
anybody. Don't
Africa, you're
play
gonna
with
see
us.
them. Go to
Men over
Africa,
here
you're
with
gonna
kids
see
by
all these things.
15
You're gonna
different
experience
women.
all these
It's
things.
a
That's
Don't
true.
play
I
with
agree
us,
with you.
bro.
So I noticed that it's consensus the Kenyan guy and the Congolese guy, are on board. But Judah, you are close to Congo. How come Judah is totally against this?
I'm against it because we don't have that practice in Cameroon, man. I don't know when these
So
guys
is it
say,
in
"Oh, it's all
Congo?
over." No, we don't. Like, I
Which
mean, for
practice?
the men, it's
Polygamy.
possible. But for a guy of 25 years old getting married to a 59, 60-year-old lady, come on, bro.
No,
That's
listen.
abomination in my village.
No, hold
That's
on, bro, hold on.
abomination. That
I
that
know.
that guy can that guy can be used for sacrifice in that
No, bro,
village,
hold
in
on.
that culture. I'm telling you the truth.
You know what?
No, bro,
Yeah.
hold on. The only reason why,
Let
the
this
only
let this
reason why, hold
Congolese
on, bro.
and this Kenyan will call, right? To
Bro,
bring
the
the
only
70
reason
years
why,
old man, right? To bring the
Yeah.
70 years old man in the neighborhood where black Americans are from, so you can go try the 19 years old and the 16 years old, see what they're gonna tell them. Just come here and let them 70 years old and 69 years old African men that you guys are talking about, let them come here and try to approach this young girl, 18 years or whatever, and see what's gonna happen to them. You guys are
bro,
full
hold
of
on.
crap,
Nah,
man.
bro. If we
Bro,
bring
You guys are full of
the
crap.
bride price, bro. If we bring the bride price, bro, it's on and cracking, and you can't stop it, bro. You
bro,
can't
here's the
stop
thing.
it.
Judah,
Leave the panel and go bring them. Yes,
Judah.
all you have to
Yes,
do is leave the
Afridamus.
panel and bring
Judah,
them.
this might be a problem because once the blacks start coming in numbers, it's game over. The neighborhood is gonna
Afridamus,
be
I told you
filled
that.
with babies, man. Like they coming, bro.
Bro,
Afridamus,
here's the
black
thing.
people, let me tell you, black Americans will never get married. They will never settle down.
No, they
You
got
saw the
wives
guy.
over there. Some of them
I
got
married
wives and they
Afridamus.
got, yeah.
Afridamus.
Let me
I've been
finish.
married for
Hey, Brandon, slow down. Brandon, let me talk. You saw what happened to the African American guy in the Gambia. In the space of 3 years, that guy divorced almost 5 Gambia women. He took advantage.
Which black American had five wives?
Go hard Gambia or
Oh, you
whatsoever.
talking
I
about
think
Quincy? Oh yeah,
Quincy.
Quincy had like 4 wives, I think.
There you go. But he divorced. Look, he took
Did he divorce them?
advantage. He took advantage of polygamy system in the Gambia, and this. Look, in Africa we were not used to divorce. These people are coming with a divorce mentality.
Judah, you said he took advantage of a system that is there. Like the law allows the polygamy.
The law
What do you
allows
think they should
but
do?
divorce. But have you ever seen African women? Have you ever seen Gambian people divorce like the way this guy did in 3 years?
There are some Gambians who, yes,
I know
do
they
that.
do, but did you? What I'm saying, did
I have
you
a
see
question for you.
like back to back, like 3 years you
Well,
divorce?
Bro, on that
Listen,
point,
I don't know. I don't know people that do that, but
That's what I'm
Afridamus.
saying.
man,
but
Only
it's
these people
there.
can
I'm
do
sure
it.
it's there.
Afridamus. I
Yeah.
have had women. Listen,
Afridamus,
Afridamus.
you live in the state,
I
right?
have had women.
Right.
I have had.
No,
Listen, Afridamus. I'm walking
talk, man. You
around
love to
Kenya.
talk.
I'm walking around Kenya with my wife, who I've been married to for 15 years, right? Since
Oh,
African
come on,
Americans
man.
don't
We know
marry,
you've been
right?
divorced so many times as well.
I've never been divorced. I've never been divorced. I've been with my wife since we were 20. Since we were 20 years
But you
old.
also
So
have you also have children from different
I
wives
don't
as
have
well.
any. No, I don't. No, I don't. So shut your mouth. But
Come
what I'm
on, man.
telling you, okay,
Damn,
I know you
Judah,
lying.
you're trying so hard to with
listen,
Brandon.
wait.
Hey, bro,
No,
it's rare
let me
to see an African
let me say
American
this.
man
Wait,
with
listen,
single children from one wife, bro. You don't see it
listen.
like that. It
But
doesn't
what
come
I'm
up.
telling you, you, don't be mad because we're better polygamists than you. Listen to what I'm saying. This is the goal. That's the dream, right? All those kids and stuff. That's the dream. We're living the dream. But we're trying to live the dream. But what I'm telling you is, when we come to Africa, right? We are not coming there to make peace and placate you. What we're doing is we looking for opportunities. And if you see $1 on the ground, I don't care if you got $1 million in your pocket, you still gonna bend over to pick that bitch up. So we coming with the bride price money, and it ain't nothing you gonna be able to do to
Oh,
stop us.
Brando, you know you guys don't have that bride price money. Come on, man.
Yeah,
Hey,
guys,
there was one
allow
of your
St. James. Jude, allow St. James. Don't
Hey,
interrupt.
Afridamus, let me make a point, right?
Just nice
There
and
was
easy.
one guy
1
that went
second.
to
I'm not
Africa.
gonna.
Guess what? He was receiving unemployment benefit. That was what he was using in Africa to live.
Yeah, but
Unemployment benefit
check
and food
though.
stamps.
If he use food stamp in Africa?
Yes, he was getting food stamps and selling them in America to get the
Okay.
money.
What's wrong with that?
No,
But
that
that's
was in
crazy.
South America.
That's why you don't have no
That was
asset,
in
bro. You don't
Latin
have no
America.
money to live in Africa. So what you are actually living in Africa is
bro,
what you took from America.
Bro, he's doing it. But he's doing it.
You still have money
Wait,
to
let me
buy
tell you
food.
something. Wait, let me tell you Africans something real quick. In America, there's something called taxes, right? When you pay taxes, that goes into the unemployment fund. So he was using money that he paid into the system of America, and when he was unemployed, they gave him that money back. He's well within his rights. Stop hating.
Hold on, guys, allow St. James to finish. But before that, Visionary of Love said, I don't know white who does polygamy thing in Africa. No, there's plenty of whites doing polygamy. I've seen pictures, even in Gambia. I'm talking white women that, you would see white woman, one Gambian guy, he marries white woman and Gambian. They do the polygamy, and there's white men doing it too. So no.
What about the white guy with HIV? What about him? Y'all need to go get him and chop his head off, but y'all worried about us.
Who is that?
Remember the guy who gave HIV to all those women in Kenya?
Yeah, but that's, you see, again, Kenya is allowing this, but we'll talk about this. Let's allow St. James. Go ahead, St. James.
That's why you took the word out of my mouth, man. These people travel a few places and they're making a general assumptions about, how people are seeing the issues in their own country. I'm not going to be specific. If that's how you want to think, just go ahead and do that. But you coming and you talking about if we're going to come to Africa and we're gonna F your women. Listen, I want to say something in that regard to your own women, right? But I'm going to be polite. So just show some courtesy when you talk about African women, man. You know what I'm saying? They're not here to defend themselves.
Correction. I said we're gonna marry your women. I said we're gonna marry your women. I didn't say
Man, you guys don't get married, bro. What the hell you say you gonna marry? You guys don't marry. You guys don't even settle down for 2 years.
No women that
Afridamus. Afridamus. I came and said we coming with the bride price. Did I not say we coming with the bride? I said we come with the bride price.
The women that I know, they have their home. They have their home. They don't need that loud.
Man, stop this silly shit.
Hold on, guys. Let me read this. Let me read this super chat. Sam Seals, thank you. He said, "You're scared of Black American game." So Sam Seals, thank you, Sam Seals.
We've been doing this way before you. Africans got 4 wives.
Guys a
How long it's been going on?
Bro,
like officially, these guys talking about on the down low. We're not talking about the down low. We are taking these women, getting married 4 wives. It's been going on, man. We got the game. You guys are copying us, man.
Bro,
you guys are copying us, dude.
Bro, let me ask you a question. Me personally, as an African man, I have heard multiple guys say, I'm gonna go to America and fuck American bitches. People from Africa say, I want to go to the US and have sex with American girls. So what?
I did not get what you said. I mean, I'm sorry, I did not get it.
No, I say I've heard so many African guys say, I want to go to the US and have sex with American women. So basically, African men come to the US and run through American women. Do we complain?
Okay, where did you hear that? Where did you hear that? In your private setting, in public?
Everywhere, bro.
I heard it in South Africa in a taxi.
Listen, dude. I don't know what kind of problem you got in your real life. Like, seriously, listen, let me talk to you. Let me talk to you. Listen. If you're gonna make this about, listen, what if you want to make this is about African and African American? I have done this 3 years ago. I ain't got time for that. This little talk I heard Africans because you want to kiss some ass. No, listen, if you want to kiss, listen, if you want to kiss some, listen, if you want to kiss some ass and pander, bro, I don't even have that energy for you, man.
Speaking of kiss ass, that's what Godfrey is doing. The topic itself.
Listen, I don't even have that kind of energy. If you want to be factual, I will listen to you. No. Listen, I don't hear Africans in public settings talking about that. We don't even talk about like sex like this. But if in your own setting, this is what you're hearing, I can only agree with you. But if you want to sit here and pander, listen, I don't do pandering. I hate pandering. I hate
guys, hold on. Guys, 1 second. Let me read this super chat.
I'm stating facts. Where do you live? You live in the
US, right? Your energy's way off. You sitting here as an African pandering. I don't go for that. So don't address me. Address them. You understand? Don't do that with me. I don't do pandering.
Guys, hold on. Guys, 1 minute. Guys, let me read this real quick. Wait. WM West Africa 1980. Thank you for the super chat. He said, the Black American women pool is getting smaller and smaller in America. We are headed to that continent. It's inevitable. So thank you very much for the super chat. Let me thank them properly, man. Hey, the Blacks said the writing is on the wall and nobody's stopping them. They are coming.
Listen.
Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see-through.
Thank you for the super chat. Okay, so all right. Who was speaking?
I was saying that. Okay, I want to ask that guy a question. Where does he live today? Does he live in Africa or does he live in America?
Like I said, another Panderer, Afridamus. Sorry, man. Let's make this a little.
I'm not pandering.
Let's have some content. Let's have some content. Because no. Listen, you want to pander. I'm feeling your energy, bro. And you from the Congo too. It's not helping you. It's not helping you because you know. No. Listen. What happened?
Did I say any lie?
What? You lying.
What did I lie? Okay,
no, you trying to make this a general topic. Africans don't even jump upon and talk about sex. They don't do that.
Okay, what? Okay.
No.
Where do you live today? Where do you live now? Where do you live?
Where do I live has nothing to do with you, bro. You ain't paid for no ticket. No, you ain't paid for no ticket.
Okay.
I don't know where you going with this. I don't know. You ain't paid for my ticket.
I live in the US. And
that's fine. That's fine.
But let me finish my sentence. Right? I live in the US. There are African men running through American women every day here. African men are running through American women here in the US. I live here. So
running? What do you mean running? What do you mean running?
They are running through American women.
What do you mean running through? What do you mean?
Banging, fucking them, and not marrying them. Fucking banging.
Okay, so is that something that surprises you, or is you are telling me, or is something?
Because you guys are saying that American men are gonna come to Africa and start running through African women.
Is that what we're talking about over here? Did you get the picture, or you just trying to be smaller so you can feel yourself?
Now you want to gaslight me because
no, bro. You want to be a panderer? Good for you. Just pander.
How am I pandering?
No, you're a panderer. Like, I know.
The truth is that you guys don't want passport to come to Africa.
What happened?
The truth is that you guys don't want passport bros to come to Africa. That's what you guys said because they're going to come
is it wrong? Is it wrong? Let me ask you a question. Okay, I didn't say I don't want them, right? You putting word in my mouth. I've been on the panel. I never talk about the word that you use. I never use that, right? So no. You are lying on me, sir. You are lying on me, sir. You are lying on me, sir. I never used that word. You the one who used it. I never gave you my opinion. Who are like to come to Africa, who don't like to come to Africa. I never said that on this panel.
Okay.
I'm just adding to a conversation. And you came to the conclusion. No, that's what I said. You're pandering. Again, you are pandering because no one. I never told you. I want this guy to come to Africa. I don't want this guy to come to Africa. I never said
that. Somebody was talking about.
Okay, you the one who brought it because you want to address the conversation that nobody was having with you.
That was the discussion.
No.
The
You want to
discussion
have your
was
own
that-
conversation because you love to hear yourself speak. That's why you're bringing
You are
this.
manipulating me, man.
No, I'm not manipulating because
St. James forgot about the Congo guy, man. The Congo guy doesn't know what he's talking about. You wanna go ahead and kiss people ass. We don't do that shit yet.
It's 1 second,
You know what I'm
one
saying?
second. Hold on, let me read this real quick. Sam Seals, hold on, give me a Sam Seals said, this FBA game got these haters hot. Thank you for the super chat. So Sam Seals is thinking that, FBA got so much game and now the Africans are upset.
The game that they have is in Colombia, is in Brazil. That's the game
Exactly.
they have. The game they have the same game with their own women here. The game they have is overseas. So it's not a game. It's going to other places looking for girl who never seen $200 and thinking that this is a game. It's not a game.
Exactly.
It's
This guy,
it's pathetic.
this guy went to the club in Kenya. After the club, he took 5 women home and was doing live video.
Who did that?
And his African American guys were online. He was pimping these females, African women. I'm like, man, this is disgusting, man. A thing that is illegal in America is not practiced in Africa.
But Jude, if the chicks went with him, like what's going on?
Why the chicks went with him? He went to the club. The chicks, he talked to these chicks. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish.
Even do it with the local man.
Let me finish. He went to the club. He talked with Kenyan chicks in the club and took them home to his hotel. And when he got in his hotel, he did a live. He went live, and he was showing all these chicks.
Who did that? Who did that?
What, a YouTuber? I can give you his name. And the way African American guys were commenting, these girls almost went naked online. 5 girls on live.
Well, listen, man. On that, man, if you are low, listen. If you weak, somebody's gonna take it from you, man. On that part, I don't know what to say.
But this is the thing, man. I mean,
Guys, hold on,
is illegal in America.
Guys, let me read this and we'll do closing. Southern Creole Flavor, thank you for the super chat. He said New York, Utah, and the Quincy, Louisiana legalized polygamy. So this place is legalized it. So thank you for the super chat. I'll thank you here in a minute. But okay, sorry.
But they don't get away like what I was saying, Afridamus. If you are having the ball, you should be having the ball in your own corner first before you go outside and have the ball. Like if you're not having the ball in America, you can do that to your women. You cannot.
Exactly.
You know
They can. Somebody say, "Who cares?" Are you kidding me?
If you have game, like us in Africa, we got game because we can marry. We can do that. We have the game. We don't need to go outside to prove ourselves. Like we men, we got game. We're doing it in our country. You see what I'm saying? So I want African American that talk the guy game. Do that here. Do that to your women. And let's African watch from afar and see what you come up with. You can't. You can't. It always has to go to a poor country. Just
exactly.
To use this little women and put on video that you got game and you a baller. That's weak. That's pathetic. That bitch assness. You know,
don't put all the men in the same box. Some men
okay, dude, you are a panderer.
So speaking of pandering, what do you guys want to say about Godfrey, the Nigerian panderer?
Okay, so
he doesn't know about Godfrey, man. He's Congo, bro.
You're not gonna come on this panel and pander, man. We don't pander here. We don't pander here.
My topic was that about Godfrey. Godfrey is a panderer, and honestly, Afridamus, please, if you have some time, make a live show about it. Like there's a skit by Jamie Foxx. He spends 10 minutes making fun of African, calling us stanky.
Really?
Of our accent. Yeah. Just look it up, Jamie Foxx. That's
okay.
So you know that. Then you coming here to support African Americans coming to Africa and doing all this kind of shit. Come on, bruh.
Do what kind of shit? Do what kind of shit?
Someone doing live video in Africa, belittling African women. Things that they cannot even do in the United States. They do it in Africa and you are happy.
Oh my goodness.
Are you kidding me?
I'm stating fact. The fact is that about women, all men do it. There are African men here in the US that are fucking American women every day and not marrying them. Like that happened everywhere. So like
don't put it on a video for people to watch.
Don't be hypocrite.
And go on live.
And put it on a video for people to watch.
I mean, some of them do, but like, I mean, that's not a good
okay.
thing.
So you're gonna have to send the link so we can see it. The Africans doing that. So next time when you come here, bring the no. You say you speak only facts. Congolese man. Tu parles français beaucoup là. Tu parles beaucoup. So you talk a lot. So look.
You guys don't
You're gonna have
to give him that French beating, man.
Listen,
You guys don't
listen.
want
Bring the
American men to come
videos.
to
You
Africa
say you
and date
speak facts.
African women.
I will hold you. I will hold you to what you are saying.
I
This
mean,
is a
but
question
we're
you
not
just
gonna,
answered.
we're not gonna put one bad man and then paint a picture
No, no,
of
no,
a
no, no.
racist person over
I
one
talk about
bad man.
the Africans that you say are doing it, and they're putting on videos. So you have the evidence.
I mean,
Show
no,
that.
they're
No, no,
not
no, no.
putting it
Listen.
on.
No, no, no,
I
no.
don't know about
You
them putting it
said.
on
You
videos,
said you
but they
have
are
them.
running through. They are running through American women here in the U.S. That's true. We all know it. All men
I
come
don't
to
know
the
what you
U.S.
mean.
and
Run
bang
through.
American women.
Hey,
Stop
listen.
lying. We all know it.
Who's
You come to the
lying?
U.S. You come to the U.S. and you
You
fuck
love to
American
listen
women.
to yourself.
You
You
come to
listen.
the
You
States and
love to
fuck their
talk to
women
yourself.
and they don't complain. You come
Who
to the
said
States
that?
and fuck their women. You don't and they don't complain. So why do you complain when they come
Did
to
you
Africa
ever?
and
Did you
fuck
ever
African
have a
women?
black American woman? Did you ever have one?
Yes, I've had one.
Have you dated one? Have you dated serious African American women?
Yes, I've done it. I've dated
Okay,
all
why you
women,
talk
all
like
kind
it's
of races.
you run
No,
through like
because you
what
guys
is
are
this?
complaining of the fact that American men are gonna come to Africa and start dating African
There is
women.
nobody on
That's
this
what I'm
planet
saying.
who's
That
afraid of
like
what
they
black
never like
Americans are doing, whatever in their privacy.
that
Nobody
was the
cares.
discussion over
We,
here.
we are not
That's
talking
what we
about that. We
Oh
are
my
talking about
God.
the disgusting
Oh
issues,
man, this guy, man, I
disgusting
don't know.
things that they do.
I don't
Hold
know.
on,
African men
hold
do
on, guys.
disgusting
Let's
shit.
allow
It's
let's
true.
allow Mike
African men
in.
do this. Okay. Anyways, Afridamus, right? Jamie Foxx, 2000, I don't know how many years ago. That was before African come into the internet. He spent like a whole skit bashing African men and women, calling us like having that we have AIDS, stanky, dusty, all this shit, and all the FBA they laughed. So
Oh yeah,
basically,
they
when
love
they
it, huh? They were
yeah,
clapping.
exactly. So basically, when they had access to the internet, they made fun of us and they enforced the white supremacist talking points about African people. So they don't have any excuse. Like they are hypocrites because when they had access to the internet, instead of defending us, they made fun of us for profit
But
to make
look
money
at
off of us.
Godfrey, who's a Nigerian. You know, he's
Yeah,
just born
Godfrey,
here. Look at what he's
he's an
doing.
idiot. Godfrey, it doesn't make any sense. He's an idiot. It doesn't make any sense, Godfrey. It doesn't make any sense. He's an idiot.
Let's have
Akon is white.
Mike defend his
Yeah.
Nigerian brother here. Mike, welcome to the show.
And that
Afridamus,
guy,
you're funny, man.
that guy is from Mike's tribe.
He's from Mike's.
No,
No, he's
no.
evil. He's not
Oh,
Yoruba.
he's
Godfrey
evil.
is evil, man.
Mike is Ogun,
Today,
Yoruba.
Godfrey is Amazonian originally, so no.
Oh, come on, man.
No,
Don't start.
I think
Mike, go ahead, bro.
isn't Tariq Nasheed Yoruba too?
Oh man, you guys are crazy, man.
Mike, welcome to the show. Mike, we were talking
Oh,
about,
Mike is my guy, bro.
Godfrey, his comedy, he speaks as if, so he's always talking bad about Africans and even twisting it. Like Akon said, Senegalese people are no longer thinking about slavery. And some of the blacks are upset. But
let me tell you about Godfrey. Go ahead.
Yeah. So Godfrey is trying to pander. So go ahead.
Though I kind of tuned in the show late, so I didn't really catch most of it. I kind of came like, oh wow,
He's a $5 FBA.
$5. The guy's the FBA. Okay, listen, let me.
And
Godfrey,
guys, we have
let me tell you about
Mama
Godfrey.
Z in the house. Just
Oh
FYI.
shit, Mike, my music.
Afridamus. You see the Godfrey guy, right?
Yeah.
This guy's never been to Nigeria, dude. First of all, second of
he
all,
said he's been there. Is he lying?
Dude, first of all, second of all, the guy wasn't really raised in Nigerian community or band.
Right.
It's one of those Nigerian where their parents came in it's one of those Igbo parents that came after the Biafran War. They were suffering from PTSD. I think they came as refugees back then. You understand?
And that's why they hated Africa.
Yeah. So they came as refugees back then. Because I met a lot of people like his demographic of people. He's kind of like his character. I met a lot of Nigerians like Jeffrey like that. They were born in America in the 70s. They were Igbos, where their parents, because Igbos during the 70s or during the Biafran War, right?
Yeah.
A lot of them were brought as refugees, especially to Houston, Texas. That's why there's so many Igbos in Houston, Texas, right? And during that time, they really were not seeing Nigeria as their own, as their country. They would saw themselves as Biafra and things like that. So when they were having children back then, like in the 70s, right, they were not teaching them anything about Africa or Nigeria and things like that. So you see a lot of them grew up not learning anything about Nigeria or Africa. So a lot of them grew up more as the ones that grew up in white neighborhood. You see, they grew up, they think just like white people. They act white, everything white. They don't know. So the one in black, they grew up in the black neighborhood. They just grew up ADOS, complete 100% ADOS. And I remember you
Godfrey is definitely from white neighborhood. He's just playing the
no,
ADOS.
nah, that guy's a 100% FBA neighborhood. Dude, he grew up like more.
He grew up in
He could be.
Chicago.
Look, you could be from the
Why do
suburb.
you guys like assumption like that? Speak facts.
Look,
Rely on facts. Stop
I would say
saying
who's Mamizi talking to the host?
Leave Mamizi.
I'm talking to Mike.
Just come to
Everything is based on assumption. Assumption is so it's so annoying listening to you guys.
Mamizi, okay, you know what, Mamizi, what are you annoyed about? I want to hear you.
Listen, Afridamus, you are so biased. And
How
you
am I
guys lie
biased?
so much.
What did I lie about? You know what? You got the time. Lay it all out. What do you disagree with? What did I lie about?
You don't
cut her off. Let her speak. Go ahead, Mamizi.
Please, I'm at work. Thank you so much for letting me talk. I just want to
Mamizi,
talk
you're not
because-
productive, man. You're talking at work.
Okay, you try to diminish what I'm saying. that shows your character, and that's what you do all the time. Like you.
Go ahead,
label
Mamizi.
people
Go
so
ahead.
that
Just
people
ignore
don't
him. Go ahead, Mamizi.
So what I'm saying is, like, Afridamus, right? I listened to your show from the beginning till now. Like when you're making your commentary, you are so one-sided and biased. I wish you can be more objective.
How am I
And
biased? What am I biased about?
You cannot make a rhetoric. You cannot just like make a show in which everything that is coming from the Americans is bad and everything African is good. Right?
Mamizi, this is African show. This is not African American show. On their own side, they talk about their own good things.
So Mamizi, so you came here to tell me. Wait, you came. Wait, Mamizi. So you came.
Learn.
Hold on.
Change.
Wait.
If it's needed. It's not about like feeling good. You guys are all in the feelings. And
So-
when it comes to women, to the woman conversation, all these
Hold
men
on.
start lying.
Hold on, Mamazi.
Like in
Mamazi,
Africa,
wait.
in Africa,
Mamazi.
all men marry young women.
That's
and I
not
don't
true.
support what people
Mamazi,
are
this
doing.
is not true. Hold on, let me
It's
come
true.
in.
It's
Mamazi,
true.
Mamazi.
The village. So we're talking about the village.
I was making a point.
Guys, okay, Mamazi. Hold on, guys.
Can I at least do my own point before my music come?
Yes.
Man, take out Mamizi, man. Take out Mamizi. Mike, go ahead and talk.
I didn't even.
Africa is sometimes
I didn't even get across. I just came in. And,
Mike, go ahead and talk. Mamizi.
Hold on,
Mamazi.
Mamazi.
The man is old.
Hold on, Mamazi. Mamazi, hold on, Mamazi. You stole Mike's time. Hold on, let's allow Mike to.
Thank you,
Mike,
Mike.
go ahead and talk, man.
Mamazi,
Go back to work.
Mamazi, you're
Mamizi, go back to
accusing.
work, man. Before you get
She's
fired.
accusing me of being biased. So
You said
So-
James today. Mike, you guys are biased.
So you're saying this is a pro? You said this is pro-African channel? Is that what?
Yes.
It's supposed to be pro Bamileke channel, right?
Isla is the only one that makes some
Not a
sense.
village conversation where we have to
You
abide
guys are
by
way
the
too
village
biased.
rules, man.
So Mamazi, you want me to put Africa down on the channel, huh?
No, not putting in. No, I don't want you to put anybody down. I just want.
I'm
you
not
to
putting
be fair.
anyone down. I'm speaking
No,
the
you're
truth.
not fair, Epidemic. You're not
But
fair.
Mamizi,
Seriously.
you're always biased when you talk about Bamileke people.
You let African.
Hey, Mike, but Bamileke people are related to Yoruba. Isn't Bamileke Yoruba word?
No way, no Mamizi.
Bamileke are cousin with Igbo, okay? So
No wonder.
I have the-
No wonder you
Godfrey's cousin. See, I told you,
make Godfrey's
No,
cousin.
Mike, don't you guys have Leke, Adeleke in your tribe, in Yoruba?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Listen,
But that's
Jude,
similar to Bamileke.
Jude,
You say what?
Jude,
You're
and
dumb, man.
Saint James. Please, you guys give me 5 minutes.
Mamizi, go back to work, man. Come on, let
I
men
have to
talk, man. Go back to work.
Please.
Go gossip with your co-worker, man. Come on.
Please, okay, hold on. Let me just say this. Jude, St. James, and Afridamus. I wish you guys could defend African women like that against white European people.
Oh,
because
come on,
they are the
come
ones
on.
that abuse the African women the most.
Are you
Can
married to a
you?
white woman? Are you with a
Let
a bed
me
wench?
tell you. Let me tell you.
Are you a
Please
bed
let me
wench?
talk. Let me
Are you a
talk.
bed wench?
In Cameroon, right? In Cameroon.
Mamizi is such an ass kisser. This is crazy.
No, listen.
She always kisses the blacks' ass.
Because
Please.
listen, you guys
Jeez.
are hurt because
Okay,
black
but go
men
ahead.
are coming and get your woman. It's hurting you, but you are not
I'm not-
protecting your woman. You have to
Who's
protect
hurt?
your woman against everybody, black American or European. Because
Mamizi,
until black
Mamizi,
Americans
didn't
started
you
coming
see?
to Africa,
Mamizi, didn't you
Europeans
see
are the
in
people that
Gambia?
used to come and marry all those. They're on the internet in 2006. Everybody was in Africa on the internet looking for the old white men that they're gonna marry to go to Europe, go marry to go to. Don't lie.
you
There's
mean
a documentary on it. There's documentary
Mamize is out
online. You
of
guys
topic,
don't
man.
educate yourself.
Mike,
You guys
go
don't
ahead and
educate
talk,
yourself.
man.
It's
Mamizi is
online.
related
Mamizi
to
Go
God.
follow me everywhere I go,
Go
man. I don't
look
know
at
about
there's
Mama,
a network of women. They were even
can I ask
pimped.
you one
They were even
one
pimped.
question?
That would pimp this woman with
Afridamus.
the white
Yeah.
European
Can I
and
ask
white
Mama Z one polite
Australian.
question? A good
Yes.
question. Just one
Yeah,
question.
ask her.
So
Ask her.
Mama Z.
yes.
The
ahead.
African that you came across, right, before you came to the United States, right? We're talking
Yeah.
about the African man on the continent. When the African man tell you, I'm a player, right? Is he looking to go sex somebody else's women or is he trying to sex his own women?
No, his own woman.
Okay, thank you. That's all I'm trying to know.
Can I ask
No,
a
but
question?
Sam James,
Can I ask a
I
question?
understand what you guys are trying to do. You're trying to protect our women, right? But do it across
It's
the board.
not about,
Seriously.
listen,
No,
I
you
would
guys,
love for you to
white
hear
people
me.
have been
Mama
doing
Mamizi, they
that
come to
in
protect
Africa
you and you're
for
complaining.
Mama Z,
Mamizi, what's going on?
Nigerian people are the one. Everybody in Nigeria, let's look at them on YouTube. They
Mamizi,
have
why you always
channels. They
making
have
about Nigeria, man?
Is she
Huh?
one of
Mamizi.
They
when you
are
said,
everywhere
Can I
on
ask one
YouTube.
question? One question.
Hey, Mike, your husband is
African men
Nigeria,
are
man. What the
narcissists.
heck?
No, she
African
said
men are
no. She said husband is not
narcissists. You guys
Nigerian.
don't like facts. You guys don't like to be faced with
Can I ask you
reality.
one
I
question?
don't
Now
want to
you
tell
want
you
to gaslight the
my
woman.
last name is Nigerian Mike because I carry my husband's name. Yeah, like everybody thinks I'm Nigerian,
Oh,
but I'm not.
I find it
So
hard to believe, man.
See,
because
see how African men behave.
So Mamizi,
See how
so you
African men
condemn
behave.
Nigerian men and you're married to
African
one?
men,
Really?
African men are narcissists.
Mike, you didn't know she was married to a Nigerian?
I don't condemn
The way she
anybody.
condemn
I
us,
just
the
want
way
to
she
do
describe
Guys,
us as the
one
worst, she
mic,
call us the worst, man.
guys,
I just want us to do better.
guys, one person at a time.
I just
Mamizi.
want us to do better.
So
To be
Mamizi,
honest,
you haven't
lift
so
our
Mamizi.
standard.
Mamizi, so you yourself, I saw you wrote the comment. You said to me, Afridamus, you're doing a great job. Your show is good show. But now you're over here saying I'm biased.
Exactly.
Just because you don't like what I say doesn't mean that.
You're too biased. I always tell you that you are biased, but you are
Mama
funny sometimes.
Mama say you always like to talk down on Africans. That's why.
No, we put ourselves down. I want us to lift
If you don't say what Mamizi like,
No,
you
you
say you're
didn't say that.
biased.
There was one
Whether you're right or
live
wrong,
that
she
we
doesn't
were
care.
talking about how African men are taking care of their women. You say no, African men do not do that. You know.
I never said that. They provide.
No,
but
come
they're
on,
not good
Mamize, come
when
on.
it comes to-
Can I ask a question? Are you okay? Are you
You
okay?
guys would never listen. Oh
Are you
my
okay?
God, you guys.
Guys, one at a time.
Are you okay? Like, is there something going on? Like, are you like, did you got beat at home? What's going on? Why are you hating on your own kind? Come on.
Who's that? Who's
She's
talking
not
to me? Who's that?
hating. She's not hating on her own
I have
kind.
never hated. I expect
She's
the
asking for the
best
double
out of
standards.
us.
Mamizi always hate on Nigerian men, man.
I'm joking.
Let me tell you guys something. Okay, hold on. Let me tell you.
Mamizi is always hating
People
on
like
African
KBM.
men.
People like
KBM is an African man from
Hold
Kenya.
on. He
He's
would never be African man.
No, he's an
Listen,
African. He has an
KBM
African
Hello,
wife.
my
enjoy
Bamaleke
Kenya
sister.
and
My
enjoy
Bamaleke
African.
sister.
Listen,
It's
KBM.
it's too late. But
You're not gonna be
Mamazy,
African. Never.
how did you
never,
know I got
KBM.
married in 2006? How did you know I got married in 2006?
It doesn't matter.
Mamizi, do you hate white people?
These people that like white
Mamizi,
people
do you
Mamizi
hate
has been documented to
it's for
FBA.
money. KBM, you cannot compare. They marry you for your money, for what they think you have. You
Hey,
understand? The
Mike,
privilege they think you're
Mamizi
gonna
just
come
got
with.
here. Johnny just
She
come, so
remembered I
she
said
doesn't know the system
2006
yet.
a
She
while
likes
back, so that's why
them.
she said it.
She's been indoctrinated to Black
Guys,
Panther.
what's
Black
funny
Black
about what
Power.
You hear that? Maisie says
What's funny about what
she's
she's saying?
privileged because she lives in the U.S.
Why are you guys making fun of her when she's speaking? Can
Now,
you guys
now you are being biased,
I'm,
Mama.
Guys,
I'm
one
used to
mic,
it. I'm
please,
used
one
to that,
mic.
and I will knock in
Mama say you are
every
being
and
biased. You are
every
being
single
biased
one
to
of
our
them.
KBM.
stop
You are being
bullying
biased to
her?
our
Stop
KBM.
bullying her.
No, they cannot bully me. They know me.
No.
This is trust me, you don't know Mamizi. Nobody can bully her. She's the one that bullies us. Okay?
She's the one
Trust me.
This is
So she's
wild.
just
This
a
woman,
bully. That's what it is.
this woman have been bullying me around this internet since last year. She's been bullying me.
I have never bullied you.
She's a bully.
Mamiza has been bullying the shit out of me, man. God damn.
Mamizi,
my
do you
God,
hate white people, Mamizi? Mamizi, do you hate
Mamiza
white
follow me everywhere I go just to bully me.
I have
Come on,
so
man.
many white friends. Trust me.
Oh, that sounds like a racist.
I
People
have
that
so
say that.
many white friends. Even
No.
That's how you know. That's how you know them, right? The first thing they tell you, I have friends from there.
No. I don't hate white people, but I focus on black people. I will tell you that.
So why are you
that
hating
means
on
you hate white
KBM? Why are you hating on KBM then?
No. KBM say a lot of stuff that, like,
You say he would never be African, but he's already
he would never
African.
be. He's not. He's only African to people like you because you
But
love
you're
relying
American.
on
But
other
you're
people
American.
so much.
But
You're
Mamizi,
an American.
Mamizi, who's more African than the Afridamus? Who?
No,
Who can you point to?
Afridamus. I'm not even gonna like if I'm being real with you, you're not gonna really like it because I don't want to say certain thing that really I think will explain what I really think about what you do because you're very biased. You
keep repeating yourself.
Listen, Afridamus, you will sit over here, right, and blame Black Americans for every little thing they do in Africa. That which they are just.
You're not being fair, my
you know,
this
is
guys. They are the last people to start doing those things. White people have been doing those things that African Americans are doing in Africa for decades. Nobody is saying nothing. But you guys always talk against Black Americans.
But who's bringing Mamizi? In fact, I'm gonna do a show about who is bringing lesbianism in Ghana. We have a show on that another time. Don't worry.
Exactly, and those are the kind of cultures that I was talking about being important into Africa.
We're gonna all do
or the situation.
Pan African dating show is coming to Bamileke land.
I am against lesbianism coming to Africa. I am against LGBT coming to Africa.
Okay, thank you,
I think this Congolese guy will accept that into their country, man. I think he will do.
I am not, bro. I'm with you. I'm against LGBT coming to my country. Basically, I know that the American are the one that exports all these toxic cultures.
So do you think when they're coming with that, they're gonna tell you right out the gate they're bringing that to you?
Exactly.
No, they won't.
There you go.
So do you know the LGBT flag?
You know who's bringing that? That's
do you know the LGBT flag was flown in Ghana? Do you know that at the embassy?
but who brought it? Who brought it?
Ask me about it. I don't know.
Hey, Sam James, you gotta understand. Congolese people.
They used Dwayne Wade. That's a black man, a black American man. That was Dwayne Wade.
Congolese people are very, very welcoming, man. You see how they welcome King Leopold? They welcome King Leopold very well.
I am against LGBT Congo. I feel like how they send Dwayne Wade and his wife to go to Africa and bring the LGBT in Ghana. That's what they did. They used celebrities and political leaders to do that. So basically, it's the president of Ghana that has to stop all that at the gate.
Okay, then. So as an African, we only got us to speak on those issues. You understand? We only got us. If we don't speak to one another, nobody will understand those things because there's a lot of African who are sellouts. That's what I'm saying. When that LGBT flag was flown in Ghana, I wasn't hearing no Ghanaians speaking of it.
Well, look at the Nigerians are not speaking about Godfrey pandering and selling us out. Nigerians, you have to take this L. You have to.
I mean, dude, you know me and Godfrey have gone.
This one year now for the Nigerian, for the Nigerian because this Oga, you for tell true now, Oga.
Oga Mad Dog.
What do you see?
But I want to say something about Godfrey, right?
Yeah.
What happened to
God.
Godfrey is what happened to a lot of African men in the U.S. When they come to the U.S., these FBA people,
born here.
They shame you for your culture. They will shame you for like basically they will cause you to lose your identity just to please them. So basically, these FBA people they actually
That's especially Godfrey's generation. Those ones that were born here in the 80s and
Yeah.
70s. They were ashamed to be African, so they didn't want to have shit to do with African anyway. So
Mike, brother, you lot listen to me. America, calm it, bro. It's not just the Godfrey's generation. You have to look at the lineage or the environment of the people that is coming from. Do you get me? These are the same people that claim to be
Oh man,
Igbo
don't make it
Israelites.
an Igbo issue, man. Come on, my dog. Come on, bro.
I've said Igbo. I've said Igbo.
Yeah, you just I know where you are going.
These are the same people that claim to be Hebrew Israelites on the continent.
Oh
of
man,
Africa.
come on, man.
You get what I'm saying? No. Look,
Jude,
let's
a lot
not
of
pretend.
Igbo children that were born in America in the 70s and 80s, their parents, they don't teach them anything about Nigeria because they were.
So, but what is he talking about? Hebrew Israelite? It has nothing to do with what we are talking about.
Godfrey did not grow up learning to be a Nigerian. So I don't know
exactly. So why is my dog talking about that?
Because
Chicago.
could you guys one voice at a time, please? There's a reason why people like Godfrey have never been taught about Nigeria, is because their parents have pretty much neglected the history of Nigeria because they don't believe in their origins and the level of connection that they have or relationship that they have with other Nigerians. You get what I'm saying? But the reason I call it a panel, this one I'm gonna say is this, right? According when I think I was hearing Mamizi and Brandon making an argument. Let me say this: if any one of you African girl are thinking that your path to greener pastures is to bust your legs wide open for ordinary people from the West, more especially non-black or non-African people from the West, let me make one thing clear: you guys have failed in life already. Do you get what I'm saying? You have failed in life. Don't ever in this life underestimate yourself to the point, undermine yourself to the point where you have to think you selling your body or selling your integrity whatsoever is going to be an outlet, an economic outlet for yourselves whatsoever. That's what I'm going to say there. The argument that Mamizi and Brandon was making, those are absolutely
so you disagree with deuces of growth too, because you disagree with him too.
I disagree with him if he made that argument. I don't know who that is, but if he made that argument, I disagree with him.
But hold on, I agree with you. Me and you are on the same page. No woman should be opening her leg just to get resources out of a man. But if they do it, I mean, that's their own choice. But I agree with you. A woman shouldn't be doing stuff like that. So I'm with you. We are on the same page. Trust me.
But some of them
can I say something?
Another man, you know.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think we all are Africans here, right? Including KBM. You African too, bro. I got you. So what in Africa, right? As a visitor, when you visit any tribes in Africa, and you get to know them and they get to know you, and you are a single man, what is the next step they talk about all the way to get you a woman, right? Most of the time they will ask you, hey, listen, you young and you want to stay with us, we can help you get a woman here. Most African tribes, that's what they do. So it's kind of I'm sitting here listening to people talking about they're coming to Africa and take our women and we're mad. We got that culture in Africa. You know what I'm saying? We can find you a woman if you want. So you're not taking anything from Africans. And if you think that, no. If you come here and sit here and like Africans are being jealous, I know what kind of women we're talking about here. This is far from being jealous over anything. Is the propaganda, the showing of the degeneracy that's triggering Africans, and they want to talk about it. The action itself, getting the women and being in your private home and doing what you do, no one care. No African care. Let's make that clear to Black Americans who are listening. No Africans is being jealous of you going to Africa for women. Our culture in Africa, we always vouch for you guys
to protect our culture. Exactly. I think we are here trying to protect our culture, not trying to.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is this, right? And madam, what I'm saying is this, right?
like I said on a show earlier on today, Africans are way more busy looking after other economic and political prospects of their lives, or should I say aspects of their lives, than these little petty talks that you're talking about. North Africans wake up in the morning and have to stand in the queue to go use a public toilet for them to be worried about you. They're not thinking about you. Do you get me? North Africans are on the continent of Africa. It's not we. Like, we are out of the continent. North Africans are not thinking about you. Do you get what I'm saying? That's like a lot of Africans are not thinking about you. Do you
Let
get
me
what I'm
say
saying?
this.
So that's what I was gonna say. And Jude, I was gonna address the point that Jude made. When I was about to make a point, but Jude cut me off and he kind of got rowdy in between. Jude said something about me trying to call out a certain tribe of Nigerians from the country. Jude, whether you like it or not, whether you are historically related to that tribe of people or not, you already know the people I'm talking about. This group of people are the same ones that try their best to instill the utmost amount of low self-esteem, of Nigerianness and Africanness into their own kids. Do you get what I'm saying?
Is it Godfrey's people? Godfrey's people.
Of course, that's what I'm saying. Godfrey's people. The only reason I can see, look, because like Jude, I've never been through those people, but I've been through them because I grew up in Nigeria.
So for you, it makes sense to hear him talk about Africans this way.
Of course, no, Afridamus, let me tell you the reason why. Growing up in the country, at least 3 out of 10 of my friends were from the same tribe as Godfrey. The problem is that these people, they teach their children to never trust their fellow national brothers and sisters. And that's only at a small and local level. When you take it to a bigger level, they teach them to not trust Africans in general. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's like these people, they don't find any belief and any values within themselves, the African people. So what you get is that people like Godfrey, they grow up and think, oh, you know what, these Nigerians or these Africans, they've done us dirty. We don't really find any value within that identity. So what we're going to do is that we're going to try blend ourselves to other identities. And
you're onto something because they claim Jewish too.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you, Afridamus.
We're going to bash them.
I know a lot of Godfrey's generation, Igbo children born in America.
Godfrey was on Vlad TV making those statements because he didn't find any value within his national identity. Do you get what I'm saying? And that's
Mad Dog doesn't have no point because there are different tribes in Nigeria, like especially, okay, take for instance, where you have this NBA player Antetokounmpo. He was born in Greece. He doesn't represent Nigeria. He's Yoruba. Why that? You also have all these other MMA fighters.
No,
Usman Kumar, Adesanya, all these guys. Why they didn't have that zeal to come on, man. It happens in every tribe. It's not just the particular tribe you're talking about.
You never heard Giannis talk shit about Nige. He's never done it. So what's the argument about?
I mean, if they talk, how you gonna listen? If they
First off, Giannis's mother is his dad's Igbo, his mom's Yoruba. So that's just what I put out there.
No. His dad is Yoruba. What are you talking about?
His dad is Yoruba.
From Delta. His dad is Yoruba. I did talk about his Yoruba name, dummy. If you're not from somewhere, don't be talking about the place.
Guys, hold on 1 second. Wait, let me thank.
Are you gonna argue with me?
Hold on.
Damn it.
Hold on. Let me thank Super Chat, guys. Supergirl, thank you for the super chat. She said, Saturday night showdown on the Afridamus report. Nothing but love. Thank you so much, Supergirl, for the super chat. Here we go, Supergirl.
Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see-through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, shit ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so I need you. Baby girl love my bop and I...
Thank you, Supergirl. All right, guys, continue.
So what was this guy arguing against? Wait, my dog, hold on. This guy, my dog, wait.
Guys, one mic, please.
20 seconds, I beg you. Look. I see the same comment on the chat section. Let's make this clear. I'm not here to hate or bang on any Igbo people. I love them. They're my people. They're my brothers and sisters. I just wanted to, if there's any Igbo person on this panel or on the chat, I just want to let you know. I just want to make clear that look, there is no vendetta towards you and your people. Like that stigma of hate, we need to call it shot within ourselves. That's what I'm trying to say. So yeah, you can go on, Mike. There's no hate towards the Igbos, 100%.
So the Nigerian they don't want to claim the Godfrey. The Igbo don't want it. The Yorubas don't want it.
No, not Godfrey. We're not doing it. We're not doing it.
No, Godfrey.
I got an issue with this whole thing, man.
Guys, one mic, and we guys, we have two people who haven't spoken, Olu and KBM. So, Mike, make this quick so they can talk too.
Yeah. This guy was trying to tell me that. I mean, where Giannis come from. I'm just like, what the hell? What do you know? You know about Nigeria? You're gonna tell me? Giannis' dad is Yoruba. His mom is from where my dog is from. His mom is from Delta.
Jude, can you mute?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
Okay, fine, Mike. Wait 1 second. I looked it up. You're right. All right. I made a mistake. I'm sorry, but you jumping on me before I can apologize. So yeah, I don't know. I'm an outsider. I don't know. I'm just seeking it in, trying to learn what y'all know. I'm not claiming I made a mistake. Sorry, but go ahead.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, yeah, I mean,
all right, let's allow.
Let me tell you about. Okay, go ahead. Maybe I'll say that. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, Olu, go ahead, Olu.
All right, this is what I want to say, man. Thank you. I appreciate this. I love your show. I always say this. You know, it's so sobering. But I'm listening, and I don't mind the African American criticism. You know, I'm an Americanized African. Okay, so I don't mind the criticism. I swear to God, there's a lot of truth to it. And I do see Godfrey. I'm gonna stay on the point, and then I want to kind of like linger with it. But the point that Godfrey was making, man, you know, he definitely has been in a, you know, he has his own African American experience with this African thing, man. He was pandering. He definitely was pandering to African Americans. It's definitely pressure. He's a comedian, though, guys. I don't know what to say. Like, it's gonna take an African man to be versed in manhood and political and military strategy to really have a proper comment on this low level, like, you know what I'm saying? This is like, you know, this is bickering, guys.
Do you really think you find, you know, okay, fine, he's a comedian, right? But what Akon is saying is true, speaking facts. You can be a comedian, but you don't have to be a liar, panderer. If you try to change the truth to lies, people with sense are going to see it. And that's what we're seeing here. I'm not saying Godfrey should not do comedy or support the blacks, but do not do it at the expense of Africans or try to lie on Africans. You know, Senegalese and other Africans are no longer thinking about slavery. They've moved on a long time ago.
Right.
And that is the truth. That is the truth.
That's the truth. Point it out, but also point that out. And I appreciate that realism.
But Akon did, but Godfrey tried to switch it.
Yeah, man, but at the same time, that's Godfrey, man. Like, when are we as African men gonna stop looking for? We shouldn't be responding off of entertainers. But I mean, I
are you kidding me?
Responding. It's important because it's a social thing, and it's.
So why were you responding to Akon then? I mean, come on.
Ill talk. It's ill talk. You know what I'm saying? But I just, you know, it's just a lot of other.
But Olu, that doesn't make sense. We have to analyze these videos. There's a lot of young Africans.
Right.
Who are in his shoes, who they're African, like you're second generation, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait. Are your parents who? He's not Nigerian though. He's not African though.
Huh?
He's not African though.
No, I'm not from the continent. No.
Okay. Where are your parents from?
My parents from America. They
You're FBA. You're FBA.
Yeah, FBA.
No, I'm not, I wouldn't. I'm not down with that. I mean, you can say that, but I don't represent that.
Did your ancestors, did they come in a plane or in a ship?
Both.
Okay.
I have a complicated. I come from immigrants and I'm mixed with different Africans.
Man, you African, man. Just say you African, bro. Stop being one of them, man.
I am.
You Nigerian, bro.
No, it's not
wasn't asked
Nigerian, dude.
directly, bro.
Are you
Look,
an immigrant? Are you an immigrant to the United
no,
States?
no, I'm not. No, I'm not. But
That's
the
what we need
United
to know.
States was built by immigrants. You're talking about my
No,
grandmother.
so that's what we're
Yourself,
saying.
yourself.
What are you, bro? What are you? Just stop
No,
chatting.
it's man, descendant of this FBA, like a black American.
Are you like where would you consider your parents from? Is it Nigeria?
Yeah, no, it's I'm Nigerian for sure.
Wait. Where your parents are from Nigeria?
His parents from Nigeria, but he was born here.
No, his
That's the
parents are not
fact.
from Nigeria. Just because he's bears Olu doesn't mean he just adopted the name.
No, he just
When-
confirmed that his parents are from Nigeria, but he was born here. They came through
No.
the
His
flight.
parents are not from Nigeria.
No.
Guys, one mic.
Straight up. Let me clear it out because it's a little bit truth in both. I'm looking for my culture. I wasn't raised in African on the continent.
So Olu, you are FBA.
But let me tell you, see, I'm not FBA because I consider myself African, man. I don't deal with no FBA shit. I know my narrative. It's very few of us
No, what
that
we're
know
trying
our
to say
narrative,
is
and that's why
which
I
ethnic
can
group are you? Is what we're saying.
What'd you say?
We're saying which ethnic group are you? Are you the Black American ethnic group or are you of the Nigerian African
African, bro. I don't know what an FBA is. It just came out a few years ago.
No, don't complicate it. We're saying, okay, like a lot of African Americans adopt the African Yoruba name. Like you adopt the Yoruba name called Olu. That's why they're thinking you are a Yoruba person.
No.
I mean, I'm trying to correct them that just because you adopt the name doesn't mean you're a Yoruba person.
Yeah, well,
you're welcome to be. You know, if your DNA shows you from there, you're welcome, of course. And if you practice our
my DNA,
of course. Like when Black American, for example, when they come to Yoruba land and they gain initiated into our spirituality, we give them Yoruba names. You understand? So there's so many African American with the Yoruba name.
Let me say this to you, okay? I love and respect respect our struggle and also where we come from and the continent and the culture that was lost. And I also am a realist with the cutting, the sever of the culture, right? But you know, honestly, no African from the continent can tell me. No African from the continent can tell me I'm not an African, bro.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Genetically African. We're not saying that. We're just trying to be clear.
Let me make this easy. Olu.
Yeah, because the name.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
All colonized, bro.
Hold on.
You know what I'm saying?
Wait, Olu.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you be able, like, I just want to get an idea. Would you be? Is there like a village in any African, like in Nigeria? Like even Godfrey, he can point to a village where they come from.
Yoruba.
No, which village? Is there a village?
Yoruba.
No, that's a tribe. But like
That's
which
a tribe.
village? Which village? What village is your people from?
I'm not sure. I think because it's a few. It's mixed up. It might be the Akon.
What? That's so Ghana, Nigeria. So Olu, you are not African. You are Black American.
Judah, that's what I was telling you too when Keori True was telling you he's Nigerian. I'm like, dude, I know Nigerian from 2,000 miles away, man.
Nationality. You're mixing nationality.
No, because you see, let me hold on, Olu. Let me give you an example. Like Godfrey, the man we're talking about, he was born in Nebraska, born and raised, right?
Right.
But Godfrey can tell you what village.
Godfrey was born in Chicago, though.
No, he was born in Nebraska out of his own mouth. I'm just saying what he said. Godfrey can tell you the village his people are from. He can tell you his relatives still. He can, even though he's never been, he can literally walk, travel to Nigeria, and he can go to the village. So do you have a village that you are related to, and you're like, I'm such a such son, even though they never seen you, but they'll be like, oh, welcome.
But I'm
welcome,
not
and they make you a goosey soup and pepper soup.
I'm not trying to do all of that. I'm not with that whole.
So you are not African.
No, I'm African.
No. Olu, you are giving up pepper soup. That means you're not African. No African is turning down pepper soup.
No, I don't know nothing about pepper soup. So you see what I'm saying? So because I don't know nothing about it, listen, what you're doing is clowning me because I've been severed from the continent. You're clowning me because I have.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to
But yo,
understand
all
you.
of that's cultural. All that's just soup. What if the climate changed and you don't get the right grains to make that soup? Then you have to change your culture. You see what I'm saying?
We always have pepper soup. Trust me.
Okay, fine. That was a bad analogy, but you don't want to get the point, though, man. What I'm trying to say is that that's cultural. What we're dealing here with is a genetic string, okay, and then we're dealing with a cultural string, but then the national string is a whole different thing because the lines is all you guys is cut all up. They so
But
come on the line.
Olu,
This
Olu,
whole
where were you born? Where were you born,
conversation-
Olu?
Huh?
Where were you born?
I was born in Los Angeles.
Okay. So let's allow KBM also to jump in so everyone can have the chance to speak. KBM, welcome to the Afridamus report. Go ahead. What do you want to add?
Well, thank you very much, but I think I'm going to pass on this one for a little bit because my brain is a little bit fried right now after all the things I listened to. So.
Now, Judah, what do you think about what Olu is saying?
Look, man. I believe Olu is an African American, right? Who is trying to fit into Africa, trying to, get involved, trying to, listen to Africans, be part of it. And I don't have a problem with it, but he should just tell us, he was born here, he's from here, he doesn't have no, ancestral ties. I mean, like have families from there, but he just want to be part of the community. We don't have a problem with it, I mean, we see people often and often, Pan-Africanism, people want Pan-African. I'm not for Pan-Africanism. I'm not part of it. So I really don't, I'm individualistic. I care more about my country and what is going on. And, but what people are doing in Africa, I also care about it, because if you have a positive heart and you want to go and meet your people in Africa, that's fine with you. That's good. That's on you. You know what I'm saying? But I don't have no problem if, if he's not trying to tell us if he is part of America or he has family. That's where the problem is.
Hold
So
on,
if
I'm
he
not
can
picking.
rectify that-
Olu, I want you to know I'm not picking on you by any means. I just want to know where you're
Judah and
coming from.
Afridamus.
To be honest.
Judah and Afridamus. Judah and Afridamus. Do
I
you
got
still
on here to
believe?
increase understanding, not to argue, not to get understanding. So let's go.
Right. Yeah, I just wanted
Judah,
to understand you. That's all.
Judah
Go
and
ahead.
Afridamus. Do you still believe Kiori Truk is Nigerian?
I thought
He said he is. So
Okay, dude, listen, dude. I'm doing Nigerian with Malawi, dude. I'm telling you, dude.
I'm beginning to think, man, that guy is just building his channel. That chaotic truth. He's building his channel. He was using Nigeria to build his channel. I don't think he's Nigerian, so you might be right.
That's why I said in the comments that this sounds like what Tariq Nasheed does, except for it's pandering to Africans. Because I can say, oh, like, why you guys are not like ahead in the modern industrial world and everything. It's like it's the way history played out. It's not. It doesn't say that you're not intelligent. It doesn't say that you can't rise to those so-called heights, okay, because industrialism has made a lot of mistakes. But I mean, it's not healthy when we do this bickering, man. The type of African I am, or Americanized African I am, right? I don't consider myself FBA and all that. That's another story, though.
So
okay?
are you gonna visit Africa, or have you been, or no?
Man, I wanna live out there. I want to contribute. I want to. It's a different thing because, okay, I respect that you're not a Pan-Africanist, but I am, and I'm just not. There's just it's just a title. I mean, it's just like someone say they Islam, and then you got certain people who blow people up, and then you got people who really pray and are good stewards on the planet. You know what I'm saying? And practice Islam. So
ask you a question.
You got to be careful. I'm just saying, be mature, because it's when this group out here, the Africans out here that went through the transatlantic slave thing, man, it's a psychological warfare. It's not. You guys don't understand.
So you've been through it. So you've been through it.
Listen. It continues when you study psychology and biology, certain things, and then social constructs. You see what I'm saying? Break it down with you brainwashing. It's psychological programming. You guys are leaving out a whole lot of stuff, but I don't want to sound like I'm making an excuse for anything. I'm not trying to make. That's why I'm like, I don't know if I should join the conversation too deep, because I look
Well,
at what's going
just
on.
give us a little bit about what the programming you're over to do. Like,
Okay, first of all, we had TV years before the population of Africa. There was a different type of programming that we had. I mean, what era do you want to go in? Because what era do you want to go in? I mean,
just give us 2 minutes of your best. That's all.
Okay, so it's like this, man. You have the programming from slavery. These people who do this colonization, they carry over. You're not just dealing with them in one lifetime. They carry over plans. Okay, so they're planning decades in 20, 40, 50. It rolls over 100 years. You see, so the whole psychological programming of slavery lasts to this day, not just in the African American, but also in a lot of the white people who because it's a social thing, it's a social construct. These things are perpetuated through society, just like racism, just like capitalism, just positive things, just like culture. It's perpetuated. You guys are passed down culture.
Hold on, guys. I don't mean to cut you off, but hold on, Olu.
Yeah.
Hold on. We at the 4-hour mark. So I'll just let you, give quick 30 and I'll do the, closing statement. So you do your closing statement, here. I'll give you another 30. Go for it.
Okay.
So let's start with Olu. Go ahead, Olu.
So it's something that we should do. I think that African men should bridge the gap instead of trying to clown each other and play like Tariq Nasheed. That shit is ridiculous. I think that dude is ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? And I'm so glad that you broke it down, his bullshit on the show. But I don't feel that I think that you be balanced. Okay, so this is my suggestion. You know what I mean? But going back to answering the programming, man, this is real. Psychology is real. Okay, and if you don't watch out, the history can turn on you. It's not that simple, my brothers. It's not that simple. Okay.
Well,
the African American is important because we understand throwing blows with the empire that ruled the world in the 1900s.
So you don't think the Africans know how to do that?
It's not to say you don't know how to do that.
African Americans.
It's that you can't take us out of place. It was World War II.
Wait. Have African Americans ever have a history taking up arms and fought against their oppressor, colonizer? I'm talking real war, guns blazing, and kick them out and won against them. Did that ever happen?
You're taking it out of context.
I'm just asking.
Okay, anybody who speaks on history and you really understand history, you can't just talk about it like it's in the modern times.
But I'm talking modern times. Do you know, like Zimbabwe? Hold on. Do you know Zimbabwe? Zimbabwe gained their independence by going toe to toe with the British and won in a war. Angola. Guinea-Bissau.
At what time? What year?
1980. 99. This is not even long.
This is when America was apologetic to. You got to understand the times in that.
Okay, no. It's never happened. But thank you, though.
No, the Panthers fought up. The nation Islam fought.
Olu, you know what the problem is? The blacks are less than 50 million. If you guys want to prop yourself as the greatest blacks, more than us, who are over a billion. Now you see, that's what you're doing. You're saying you guys know. You said wait. You said you guys know how to go against the oppressor, meaning against the Africans more than the Africans. That's not true. In fact, you guys don't have any track record of fighting wars with your quote unquote oppressor, but we do. We have that track record.
Okay, but did you win? War is not always physical, it's psychological.
Yes, we won. The countries that fought won.
You won the psychological wars because
they won. I'm just telling you. What else do you need? They won.
Okay. I'm glad they won.
Those countries are free. They are free today. That's right. They gained their independence by going to war. Even Mandela, that people hear about. It's not only that Mandela, people just hear the nice part, but Mandela actually was considered a terrorist. They were bombing and doing stuff, military stuff. So this is not all lovey-dovey. People try to diminish African history in America because here they blow things out of proportion on TV. But take the time and learn about African history.
I haven't watched TV over 20 years, man.
Well,
But look,
read some books on
I've read books.
read about Angola, read about Mozambique. Like there, I mean, I'm talking recent history. You guys are not the heroes that you think you are. Read about Africa. You will learn something. Even Kenya.
We are Africa. We are Africa. That's why y'all tripping. Y'all don't understand.
Olu, calm down. Olu, calm down. Yeah, let me go. Let me start making my closing statements, and I'm gonna leave.
Go ahead, big dog. Yes.
Give me 2 minutes. Yeah, what I'm gonna say is this, right? Look, Olu, we actually appreciate your, at least the effort that you've made to actually resonate yourself with African culture, the Yoruba culture to be more specific. We appreciate the fact that you actually tried to change your name in a half-assed manner, that as you've done before calling into this panel. Do you get what I'm saying? We know that you're an American, you're Black American, but you've changed your name to a Yoruba name or Yoruba or African name, and you've called into these panels. We appreciate that. Just to let you know, just to give you that essence. So with that said, I'm going to say this, right? Going back to the topic, Godfrey, I'm going to reestablish this again. Godfrey is one of those type of kids that grew up in a household where their parents, because of a certain sequences of events that have happened on the continent, they don't appreciate the continent as much as they are meant to. Do you get what I'm saying? So Godfrey is probably one of them kids that grew up in an Igbo household where their parents are Biafran oriented, and they have taught them that, look, these Nigerians are not shit. These Africans are not ish. Do you get me? So that's the complex that Godfrey is going through. He doesn't have that level of self-esteem in himself and his national identity. So that's probably what someone like a Godfrey is going through. With that said, you lot understand what the complex that Godfrey is going through. Do not make yourself a laughing stock to the rest of the world out here. Do you know what I mean? Because Godfrey is going through some
identity crisis.
Complexities. With that said, I'm going to say this. Afridamus, give me another 30 seconds, right? Let me say this.
No. You got 10 seconds. I mean, man, we over 4 hours, man. Just make it quick, bro.
No. Just let me say this. I want to give an advice to the people. I just want to say this because it's something that been in my head in the last few days, rather. I'm just going to say this, right? People, I've seen a lot of people that have been well-to-do. This has nothing to do with the show, nor with the topic. I've seen a lot of people that have been well-to-do in life, physically, spiritually, emotionally, financially, and every other list that's related to this context in the dictionary. With that said, there's been two spoils. There's been people in their lives and people that have come into their lives.
Thank you very much.
They've broken them down in these fashions. They've broken them down spiritually, emotionally, physically, and financially. With that said, there's been a lot of people that will come into your life and they will break you down. Just be careful of the people that you have around you, because I can't come here and speak without giving you any advices in life. With that said,
you're doing good. Great advice, especially this being the year of the Africans. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. You'll have a good time.
Yeah, you too. All right, KBM. Go ahead, KBM.
Okay. So basically I was kind of in and out, but Olu, you sound kind of familiar. And I think you had another channel at one time. I think Nakmizi used to call you his protege.
No.
You're not that same person from Los
No,
Angeles.
I'm not that same person. You ain't never met me. I'm like really 1 in a million. You ain't never met me. That's real. Because everything Afridamus saying, I've been up on this on that mind frame since I was a teenager. Because that's what I'm trying to say.
Olu, don't steal his time. We're closing here.
My bad.
Yeah, closing. Go ahead, KBM.
Yeah, I was just curious and everything.
Well, I mean, he's talking to me. Go ahead.
Okay, we're closing here. KBM.
I just want to hurry up and close. Thank you. I'm gonna have to watch this again because I was inundated with other stuff. And keep doing what you're doing, man. It's definitely the year of the African 2020, 23. And there's going to be a lot more people coming to this channel. And if y'all haven't done it yet, I would recommend sharing this channel with other people because, there's topics here that a lot of other people are just not talking about. And I think that's very important. And with that note, everybody, I'm out.
Thank you, KBM. Thank you. All right. So we have Mike. Mike, go for it, Mike.
Yeah. So, hey, I owe Judy that was going back and forth with me about Kyori Troop being Nigerian. I'm like, dude, my brother, I started Nigeria from 20,000 miles away. Even if you're third, second generation, I know you. I know your mannerism. You know what I'm saying? You're going back and forth with me. If you bring him here, I will expose him too that he's no Nigerian. There's no Nigerian. So you guys just know that, you know. So about women thing I calling about G. Godfrey. My dog make kind of broke it down. Godfrey generation of Igbo children that were born in America in the 70s or 80s, they were children of the Biafran War. Igbo, some are refugees, some are just migrated, and they were still going through the trauma of the war. And when they were raising it, they were not teaching the children anything about Africa, or they just abandoned the concept. Some of them were raising the kids in a black neighborhood in America, and they were not teaching them anything. They just left them growing. So those kids, a lot of them, just grew up accept being black American. Or and Afridamus back in when you and I came in the late 90s and 2000. Remember those African kids, those Nigerian kids that would unite being African.
Yeah,
You know,
they will be like, they'll be like, only man. My dad is my parents are Africans, but I ain't no African.
I ain't no African, you know, and they don't even want to fuck with you. Like they used to try to even hide their names, so you don't look at their names. You know, a lot of the Nigerian kids, this ones they fit in with it. You know, a lot of Nigerians look black, they look like black Americans. So the black American friend didn't know that they were Africans, you know. But they would hide their names, or they would just, you know. So girlfriend was one of those kids, you know. They would even join the, because I remember when I first came, it was this African Nigerian kids, especially Igbo kids. They were born here. They would the one that even join the black American kids who clown you the most. You know, they would clown you the most in the class. Like, I've been looking at their name like, hold on, this motherfucker
So Mike, before you leave, you know, one of your brothers have just discovered you. Are you gonna put the ceremony together for Olu? Olu needs to be received by the village.
No. See, the thing about I think it's welcome. No, the thing is, no, I don't mind like someone like Olu that wants to connect. I mean, I know a lot of African Americans that have really adopted the Yoruba. Even though back in the after slavery, there are a lot of African American and Brazilian that came back to Yoruba land. You understand? And they've assimilated, so they still there. They assimilated to our tribe, and today they have Yoruba names. Some of them still kept their Brazilian names and Caribbean names, and but so even in Sierra Leone, so I'm not saying if he wants to be someone that wants to connect back and things, but he has to first connect and learn the culture and become a Yoruba before you start coming, or even including Kyori True. They're coming. I'm Nigerian. You have to first learn who we are first, learn our culture, learn our ways before you come here to represent these guys as being one of us. You understand? I mean, he's welcome to come assimilate to my tribe, but don't disguise as being in my tribe member when you don't have my, mannerism, our view of life. You don't understand. Because the way he came with the Yoruba name and started saying, everybody's like, oh, he's a Nigerian. I'm like, come on, man, you can't represent my people.
Mike, there's new business coming up, to start teaching the blacks pidgin language, because now Afrobeats is on the chart. They're gonna need to learn pidgin to rap like the Afrobeat superstars. So that's gonna be the new one. I'm gonna start teaching pidgin language, teaching the blacks how to rap in pidgin. Thank you, Mike. Thank you. All right, deuces of growth. Go ahead.
Hey man, so I'm gonna be as short as possible. But first
Yes.
of all, thank you for making this show. This was a really good show. But I wanna say that I like what you're doing because we need unity. But to have that unity, we have to point out the hypocrisy. Because these FBA people, they are gaslighting African men. But there's a reason why Africans are skeptical of them is because of the way they treated us before. Before we had the internet. Yeah, basically that's what happened. And then that Godfrey
You're
guy.
absolutely correct.
Yeah, so like keep pointing out the hypocrisy, and please go over the Jamie Foxx even tomorrow. I can't wait for that.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out. Thank you. I'll check
please.
it out.
Yeah, also, yeah, exactly. Also, that Godfrey guy, I would say his parents are those like strict, insecure African parents, and they basically didn't teach him how to be proud of his African culture. and also he was probably bullied when he was younger. That's why it turned out to be
Well,
like
he
that.
said it. Yeah, the blacks did pick on him. The blacks, they love to bully people. This is
Exactly.
true.
That's also one thing about these FBA people. They will shame you for your culture. That's basically ripping you off of your identity. See, that's really bad what these FBA people are doing. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Deuces. Thank you.
Yeah, peace.
All right. Now we got St. James.
Lem-
St. James, go for it.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me come and speak my whatever I got in my mind, man. I didn't want to go over this people going to Africa for whatever they're going to, because this is none of my business. But I just want to make it clear again and again, for anybody who's not of Africa, who's not from the continent, was going to visit Africa, man. Ain't no African sitting there and being scared of you coming over there for women. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't work like that. You see what I'm saying? So if you want to make it an issue because you love to get involved into issues, a grown man shouldn't be having a problem over getting the women. It's not part of our culture. You see what I'm saying? If that's your culture, it's your problem. So Africans don't move like that. We settle with our women, we respect our women, and our women know what we want. You see what I'm saying? So it's not going to change. So don't try to change that for us. The changing of things in Africa is what caused the problem. We got something that's working for the African man. We would love to keep it like that. You see what I'm saying? You don't change anything coming over there as a guest or whatever you're trying to do, man. So when it comes to Godfrey, listen, most Africans the Africans like us who came here in our 20s, we know the scammers, man. We know the one that panders. It's not going to work anymore. And my enemy is not supposed to be somebody from another tribe. My enemy from my tribe, I work with them. I work on them first, and before I get to the other tribes. So most our Black Americans don't understand it. We don't have any the white whatever that you guys are talking about. We got our own worst enemy within ourselves. And those are the ones we need to take care of first before we think about somebody else. And for my man from Congo, he said a good thing, and the one you give him the mic again, he said about something else. I don't know what my man was trying to do, man. He was speaking on both sides, trying to blame Africans over like the hypocrisy we talking about. We never been hypocrite. Africa, when you talk to an African, it will tell you exactly what it thinks. It's not going to change. When it comes to women, again, like lusting over women and showing on TV, this is not African culture. We don't come from that. So we're going to protect it, whether you like it or you don't like it. If you come on the continent talking about you're going to spend some money to have the women, bro, do that to your sisters, man. They're here. They're waiting for you. We want to see, because in Africa, like I said, we started our polygamy shit, man. You see what I'm saying? We've been gangster over that shit. So if you want to be gangster, do that on your women. So we can see if you can do it. If you can't do it, don't come over there and try to act tough like, yeah, I'm a player. You ain't no player. You ain't got no money like that because your women don't want your ass. That's what you're going to Africa in the first place, motherfucker. Don't sit here and laugh and try to be big man, dude. So you want to talk smack? We can talk smack, bro. Don't do that bullshit over here. Go to Cali and get 4 women if you can. They will laugh at you, motherfucker.
Thank you, St. James. Thank you. We have Chaotic. Chaotic, you came in late, but I'll give you the floor. Go ahead, Chaotic. Judah, just hang tight. Chaotic, go ahead. Chaotic, what do you want to add to this topic? I don't know how much you heard.
Give me 1 second, okay?
Okay, I'll allow Judah to go ahead while you waiting. Go ahead, Judah.
Oh man, this guy came in when Mike just left. What the heck is going on? Come on, St. James, make me laugh.
Mike was with what? You wanted Mike to talk to Chaotic?
Oh, Mike wanted to, disclose him. He
Well,
claimed
Mike
he's
is watching.
Nigerian, man.
Mike can call in, but go ahead.
Hey, but Afridamus, man, look, you have a very good panel, right? And most of the time when I come in, I give you facts because I've seen these things on the ground. And like I said, there are things that are happening in Africa that if we don't take precautions now, Africa in the next 1 year will be like what you are seeing in America. You go to these people's neighborhood, you know how it looks like. You see how they treat their women. You see how things doesn't go right.
In next years, man, in Africa, you're gonna see things like this, and we don't have that infrastructure, that economic power to rebuild things. Our government do not take things serious. They don't even have laws in place. Laws that is binding these people the things that they cannot do in America because of laws. In Africa, they do it for free because they flaunt that passport. They flaunt their passport, they flaunt their money, and now they could get what they want, and they could pay whatever police officer they want to pay. That's a problem, man. Africa have to work on their laws, man. If not, then it's gonna be chaotic, and that's just it.
Speaking of chaotic is here. Chaotic. So they were debating. Somebody said you're from Bamaleke land in
No, he,
the
he's
other
an
say you're
FBA
from,
claiming to be
they said you're
Nigerian.
from the Congo. Chaotic. Can you clear this part up for them, please?
Wait a minute. So Jude, what did you just say, sir? Give me one second.
Bro, what I said was you have no Nigerian root. You are FBA claiming to be African.
Jude, let's assume you're right. Okay.
So that tells me you have been pandering all this white to have,
Motherfucker, can I talk? If you ask me a question, you son of a bitch, you just asked me a question. Do you want me to answer it or not? Yes or no? Do you want me to answer the question or not? Are you gonna cut me off? Are you gonna cut me off mid-sentence? Let me answer the question.
Go ahead and talk, man. You got just 5 minutes. This Afridamus about to shut this show down.
Okay. Judah, Afridamus, can you cut this bastard off for a minute? Now, Afridamus, now this monkey asked me, or he's saying that, oh, you're FBA, you ain't got no roots in Nigeria, and you claiming this, and okay. What if I was FBA? I'm foundational Black Americans are superior to you dirty.
Man, shut up. Ain't nobody superior, bro. The only man that is superior is God. You shut the fuck up, man. What the fuck you talking about being superior, man? Man, shut up, bro. Ain't nobody superior to nobody, man.
Afridamus.
You shut up, man. The white man is superior over you. The white man is not superior over Africans, bro.
I just got here, and this fly on the face, plate in his lip, monkey eater. He's cutting me off.
What about you, man? A burger eater, huh?
Talking for 4
you shut up,
hours,
nigga.
Sir. I just got done doing a live stream, you motherfucker. Can I talk? Can I talk? Get the flies off your face, you monkey eater. Now listen. Foundational Black Americans are better than Nigerians, sir. Foundational Black Americans are better than Liberians. Foundational Black Americans, literally, you dummy, live on the greatest continent in the greatest country on the planet. Foundational Black Americans are not rushing to go to Africa.
Oh no!
Man, Afridamus play that song,
now they're lining up. Now they are going. But
exactly.
Sorry, let him talk. Let him talk. Go ahead,
play that song, man. They never build nothing, bro. Play that shit. Let him listen, man. This motherfucker talking about how they be superior. Yeah, they ain't got nothing in their pocket.
Afridamus, I just got here. I just got.
Judah. Sorry, my bad.
Shut up, man. You just got here and talking shit, nigga.
I just got done doing the live stream, and this monkey eater, he just keeps cutting me off. Can I talk, please? Okay.
But Judah is saying you're from Congo. Is that true?
No. We're gonna go with Judah's statement that I'm FBA. Okay, I am FBA. Now here goes the thing, Judah. I'm gonna go by your logic. If I'm FBA, I'm superior than you. FBAs have the highest standard.
Ain't no FBA superior, bro. They slow, man. They ain't got shit, man. What the fuck you talking about? They ain't never built shit, man. Never fought for independence, bro. How they superior yet they never fought for independence?
Afridamus, can I talk, Afridamus, please?
Yes,
bro. Afridamus ain't got time, man. You got 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Afridamus.
Yes.
This cockroach eater is not even on camera. He won't even get on camera to show himself. All I'm saying is this monkey eater, this spear chucker, just said that I was FBA. Okay, let's assume I am FBA. Foundational Black Americans are richer and wealthier than Africans. Foundational Black Americans are the most popular Africans in the diaspora on the planet. Foundational Black Americans have a higher standard of living out of all the Africans in the diaspora. Yeah, you may find some Africans that are living well in Africa, in any country, fine. But the masses of the people within the African diaspora who live the best are in America, you dumb fuck. So let's assume I am FBA. I'm living better than any Nigerian, than most, not any, but most Nigerians that are in Nigeria now. You know why? Nigeria has high levels of corruption. Nigeria has poor infrastructure. Nigeria is an emerging market. Emerging, meaning that it is not a fully developed market at scale. You know where there's high market development? America, you idiot. You know where Black people are making $15 an hour in unskilled labor? America. They're not making $15 an hour in unskilled labor in Nigeria, you fucking idiot. So let's assume I am FBA. I bet you any Nigerian right now living in some shanty town in Nigeria or some dirt hole would rather trade places with any FBA. So you can stop that shit, Jude. You dumb motherfucker. Go ahead, sir. Go.
Yeah, I'm not gonna talk too much, man, cause you a shithole, man. I'm not gonna hold discussion with you, bro. I'm just done, man. I can't be talking to a nincompoop. You know what I'm saying? You just don't, I'm not gonna go down low because you have no clue. You guys are not intelligent. FBA never fought for independence. All what they did was to have equal right with the white man. That's what they did. They never fought for independence. When Africans were fighting for independence, defeating the white man, African Americans wanted equal right. They wanted to eat the same food the white man was eating. They wanted to drink the same water. They wanted to go to the same school with like the white man and all of that. And you claim to be superior over Africans? Are you kidding me? Superior? Yeah, you can't even fight for your own independence. Yeah, the white man is holding you down. They can take out your money and make you useless. Are you kidding me? Bro, you shut up, man. I'm out, bro.
Jude, not Jude. Afridamus, may I speak, please? Afridamus, you there? Okay, well, Afridamus, this is what I'm talking about.
Oh, sorry, I was talking to, I was muted, my bad. Let me read this. This.
Sorry.
It says, greatest people, deuces of growth. Thank you for the super chat. It says, greatest people in a country built for them after the white man stole resources from Africa to feed them. Shaking my head. Richer because Zadi stole overseas. Thank you for the super chat there. And it looks like St. James, you got Mike and St. James wants to respond to.
No. I came over because I thought we were closing, and I'm hearing things that I don't like, and
Okay, you want to respond to that round?
No. Before I say anything, is there something going on between the guys that was talking and Mike, or is this dude is trying to make a general statement about Africans? I'm trying to know.
Exactly.
So if it's a personal beef that got going on, I will click off and go to sleep. Is it about Africans and African American? I mean, what's going on? Like, I don't understand. What is that?
Hey, the guy is just being a nincompoop, St. James. Don't give him any attention.
It's not about attention. It's like I'm African. I'm blessed, to be on the platform talking about peace and everything. I'm not trying to. Let's not do the Black American and African conversation today on a Saturday night, because it's not gonna go well. It's gonna be fucking disrespectful.
I think he was responding to Judah.
Okay. If that's that, we're gonna keep it as that. So if it's all Africans, let's handle it correctly.
I mean, calling African Americans superior over Africans is disgusting, and that's not a fact.
It's not about we're not gonna be triggered about the word that has been said. We love ourselves too, man. You feel me? It's not about that, So I just want to hear the word very carefully. If the dude is talking about all Africans. Let's have that
Okay,
conversation.
Mike, what do you want to say?
Yeah, I just kind of want to emphasize a little bit about.
You're Nigerian, so I guess that's why you called. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just really want to emphasize a little bit about ethnic superiority. I personally don't like to think one group of people are superior to another. I don't like to do that, and I hate to even like trying to claim superiority over somebody else or think someone is, things like that. But if we have to speak in the context of ethnic performance in the United States, obviously we all know is a country of ethnicity, people of different ethnic groups. We have the Asian American, Latin American, Hispanic American, Black Americans, Nigerian American, Gambian American, all kinds of Americans. But we're talking about among the blacks in America, all the black ethnic groups in America, the Nigerian Americans are far superior than the FBA. That's a fact. No one here can dispute that. When you're in any ramification, any performance, whether it's education, whether it's anything, the Nigerian American are far superior to the FBAs. Now, as far as wealth, I think the Nigerian country has the richest black people on the planet. The richest black man on the planet is a Nigerian.
Exactly.
If we want to talk about wealth of FBA, let's put it in real terms. If most FBAs, they live on credits. A lot of poor Americans live on credits and welfare. Now, if we have to say real wealth, real assets, if we take away the credit system, take away the welfare system, I think FBA will be the poorest black people on the planet.
Exactly.
If I'm not mistaken.
Exactly.
Because on average, African on the continent, we have the poorest African will at least have $1 in his pocket, poorest.
At least they have their own land.
Or we have a land or a mud earth, which is at least if you want to put it on sale, then mud earth will cost at least maybe $50 or something, but it's the assets, But if we talk about average FBA in the United States, most don't own the property. They're renting, and most live on government assistance. So if we take all of that away, no assistance, just level playing, assets to assets, no, you're not a superior black group on the planet.
Also, these FBA people are ignorant. Basically, you as an American citizen, when the U.S. goes and destabilizes the Middle East, when the U.S. goes to Africa and steal our resources, you benefit from that. Basically, the colonizers has used its military to come to Africa and to destabilize our economies, to install puppets in our government to benefit you. You have never fought for anything in life. You have never suffered in life. So don't say that you are superior to us, because you actually are just letting off of what the white man has gone to do overseas to benefit you. And
I'm
you still
sorry.
are not thriving, because when Africans come to this country, they actually thrive and they make more money than you, to show you that you are not superior to us. So don't be ignorant. Do your research. You basically are a slave master. Your country goes overseas and destroy and steal to benefit you. That's why you are more wealthy. But at the end of the day, life is more expensive in the U.S. And if you do the cost minus your revenue, you don't have that much money anyways. Look at how
I'm sorry you got your feelings hurt, bro. I'm sorry your feelings is hurt.
Let me add something. It's not gonna be too long. What Mike just said, right? He talked about Nigerians in America, right? So the Nigerian came here and used the same resources that you guys are talking about, the same resources that you guys are using and saying that you are the best. Exactly. The Nigerians are using that. The Nigerians are using the same resources, nothing more, nothing less, and they're claiming to be the best. I would like your best, my man, who's talking that you guys are the best. I would like for you guys to come to Africa and use our resources and be the best amongst the Africans. If that happens, I will come here and say you guys are better than us.
I can ride with that sentiment. Just business. Let's just do business and build Africa. Because I agree with.
Come to Africa and show us with the same resources that the Africans are having on the continent. Use that.
But bro, the reality is you're gonna get some. It's very few Africans, from America who's in the FBA category who are maintaining the correct spiritual and political and social and cultural, you know what I'm saying? Things, you know, it's basically we got conquered, bro. This is so when you guys are talking about FBA, it sounds like you're coming from a hurt heart. And you know, I understand all that because people get hurt. But if you're mature, you can see that we're just taking turns on this colonial fucking foot on our neck. So you know, it's just like looking at the indigenous Indians, you know, the FBA is looking at, you know, at the indigenous Indians, say, wow, y'all doing bad, huh? Y'all doing ball bad. You know what I'm saying? They like, yo, we got conquered, we got, you know, it's a systematic thing. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we can do business, but if you ignore the geopolitics on the planet and you don't got your game right, you know what I'm saying, which a lot of FBA is really equipped with a lot of that game. And you know what I'm saying, y'all gotta, you know, the psychological plays that's being played.
Hold on 1 second. Guys, Super Girl, thank you for the super chat again. Let's allow King Sonard to speak, and then Chaotic can, you know, respond, then we can wrap it up. King Sonard, go ahead.
Peace to the panel, peace to the chat. Chaotic, you are wicked. You are very wicked, oh. You are wicked. You just said, hold on, yo, do you hate yourself, bro? You hate being Nigerian, don't you?
Guys, no Nigerian, man. Come on, stop it, man.
Nah, he's Nigerian.
Honestly, the company that he works for,
The guy no be Nigerian. You not Nigerian, though.
the company Chaotix work for, most of the U.S. companies are funded by African resources.
You are questioning me.
Again,
the guy no be Nigerian. You wave in Nigerian. You don't even know yourself.
You they question me, oh.
Now they ask you now. You don't know your own people again.
Hey, they question me.
My dog. The guy no be Niger guy. Wetin happen?
This guy is village man.
Most of the U.S. companies are funded by African resources. Look at what Joe Rogan said last week. He said no amount of slavery has benefited the world more than what's happening in the east of Congo with the cobalt today. So basically, if you have a cell phone today, so basically, the U.S. economy is run by the Congolese resources, and then people are enslaved in the east of Congo today because people like Chaotic Truth gotta have a job. Basically, you have a job at the expense of African people. It's our blood and sacrifice to this day. The slavery that's happening in the Congo is worse than what you guys have experienced in the USA.
Chaotic, you want to respond?
And if anything, Africans are just coming where the resources went. Every African is entitled to U.S. citizenship. Africans and Asian, 80. All of us have been destabilized by the USA. That's why we all come here to the USA.
All right. Chaotic, you want to...
Afridamus, now you notice when it was like 5 people who spoke, I didn't say a word, right? I would like the same respect, right?
Yes, guys, that's true, guys. Don't interrupt him. He didn't interrupt. Go ahead.
Afridamus, these monkey eaters, these goat eaters, most of them have never even been to the United States. They don't even know what they're talking about. First of all, this one plate in the lip monkey eater just said,
hey, shut up there, shut up.
Let him speak. Let him speak.
No. Well, the fact is, you can't say people. You can't listen. Africans, we are royalty. Hold on. First of all, let me clear one thing clear. We're Africans. We are royalty. Where we come from. You understand? African child. Listen. Let me teach you something. You know, I know you're not African. Chaotic. Wait, listen. Let me say this. You can try to speak.
Guys, let him.
Afridamus. Let me say something. You need to understand.
Time I was quiet.
Yeah, exactly. Do you know why? Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
I have a right to Afridamus.
Yes, Mike, let him finish. Mike, let him finish, please.
Afridamus, let me just interject this real quick. I'm interjecting my Nigerian brother.
Respect.
Anyway, I'm going to speak without you don't allow me to know. The African child.
Okay, guys, wait, guys.
Wait.
Mike, I'm gonna here. Go ahead, Chaotic. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute everyone. Go ahead.
Thank you. So these rat eaters who've never lived in America said something that is completely wrong. The masses of African Americans don't live on welfare. They have no idea what they're talking about. The masses of African Americans, they said the majority of African Americans don't own their homes. I know hundreds of African Americans who own homes, and I'm talking about hundreds. They talk about education. Okay, I will admit, when Nigerians come over here, yes, in terms of the percentage within the group, sure, they become very successful. But in terms of absolute numbers, African Americans are mopping the floor. Some ADOs are mopping the floor. Hold on a second. On every African group, especially that comes over here in America, you have literally Greek organizations, Black Greek organizations, fraternities and sororities that have 2 or 3 million plus members that are predominantly ADOs, that are medical doctors, engineers, nurses, entrepreneurs, all types of things. So for this notion that African Americans are just so downtrodden, stop watching the media. That is not true. Again, I'm tired of people dogging African Americans like African Americans are just downtrodden. They're not.
What are you doing on your streams, bro?
Afridamus, can I finish? 5 people spoke.
What are you doing on your stream?
Can I finish?
Well, please shut up. Let me speak.
Guys, let him talk. Go ahead.
Okay. Again, the masses of African Americans remain in America. Nigerians leave Nigeria. That's why there's brain drain in Nigeria. There's brain drain in Ghana. There's brain drain in most African countries. Because you know why? The blacks there leave and go to the greatest country on the planet, which is America, or they go to the UK. Those are facts. Yeah, some Negroes may leave America and go to Ghana, but a lot of them head the fuck right back to America. The fact of the matter is that African Americans make more money per hour than any fucking African. That is the truth. You have non-skilled labor in America that's making $15 an hour. Name me a place in Nigeria, name me a place in Ghana, name me a place in Liberia where the average person can make $15 an hour as a
Banana Island.
Give me a second, Mike.
Just give you a name. You asked me, I give you.
You know damn well the average Nigerian is not making 15 American dollars per hour, sir. You know that. You have places in Nigeria.
Afridamus, can I respond next after him?
Hold on,
wait.
Let him finish. Afridamus, I'm almost about to finish, Afridamus, because these people. Okay, you have places in Nigeria right now that don't have electricity. You have places in Nigeria right now that have dirt rooms. Stop. You don't have that in America. Stop watching the media. Let me ask you a question, Mike. Have you ever been to America?
I lived in the United States. I'm a Nigerian American. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, which country? Okay, what state did you live in?
No, I don't have to be telling you where I live. Okay, I don't need to. Do you don't believe I live in America?
In the state, man. What the hell are you talking about?
That's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
I bet you, Mike, there is no place you've lived in America where blacks are that are worse than the ghettos that are in.
Nigeria. I can listen. I would rather. Please. Just give me a second. Give me a second. I'll live in the worst place in America before I live in the worst black neighborhood in America. That's one. Because the neighborhood in America, black neighborhood, where it's nothing but crackheads, and it's just impossible for me to even spend 5 minutes there. That's one. Now, Afridamus, let me now respond to this guy first. Now, when I was trying to interject, it wasn't like I was trying to cut you off. It's because the Nigerian brother cut you off first, and you were like, "Oh, these monkeys and things." What I was trying to tell you is that in Africa, the male child is raised to see himself as royalty. That's first of all. So that's why we African men, we talk to each other. We don't begin to start calling each other this and that name. We stick to point we're making. We're comfortable. That's fine. We get that. Now, to your point about Black American versus Nigerian American. First of all, I'm not going by media. Statistics shows that there are more Nigerian doctors in the United States than African American doctors combined. And African Americans are the majority of the black population. There are more Nigerian engineers than the Black American combined. That's just the fact. There are more Nigerians than Ivy League schools than all Black Americans combined. So that's just the fact. Secondly, you said Nigerians are fleeing. First of all, the best of Nigerians don't flee Nigeria. It's those that couldn't make it in Nigeria. They live in Nigeria, coming and maybe a little bit of the middle ground. But the top, the best of Nigerians do not leave Nigeria. They top the Nigerian university. They're forced to get admitted into the top Nigerian university. They don't have to go somewhere else to go to school. That's why the wealthiest, most successful Nigerians, top 1,000 richest Nigerians are Nigerian in Nigeria, not Nigerian in America, not Nigerian in Europe. So the best of Nigerians are in Nigeria, and they are also the richest blacks in the planet. You understand? So the idea of trying to put FBA next to Nigeria, you got to be out of your mind. You're just out of your mind. Don't, if you want to compare yourself with anybody, don't even put Nigeria in the picture, dude.
Guys,
look for somebody else. And that's why a lot of you will claim you're Nigerian. You want to be Nigerian too. I don't know why you keep telling people you're
add
Nigerian.
one thing, Mike. I'm gonna add one thing, right? It's not even about comparing who's better or who's worse or something like that. Like the main thing is that the reason why African Americans are better off is because the white man has gone overseas, has stolen from those countries to feed them, and basically they are just house Negroes. They are just, how can I say, just they basically are just doing the low end work for the white man to exploit the resources that he has stolen overseas. That's the only reason why they have more money. Because if you go to any black neighborhood in the US, it's trash. And most of them, once they make it, what do? They go to the white man's neighborhoods. See, basically, they are just like letting off of the white man's battle. That's why they are rich in the US. Because they came to Africa, they stole our resources to feed them, to give them opportunities. That's why they are rich. They went to did the same thing to Iran, to Iraq, to Libya, and all these places. That's what they are rich in the US. That's case closed. He can argue against that.
So my question is like, are we guys surprised? Like, even if it's not the case or whatever is the case may be, Black Americans are supposed to excel in America. So who is supposed to be surprised? You were born here, you were raised here. This is your country, right? So you're supposed to do better. If you are doing better than the Africans, and we know the geopolitical situation that that America get involved in. So you talking about Black American being better than Africans? Africans don't look at it that way. Trust me. If we trying to, we can't get technical about a few things like Mike is doing, and it's factual. We can decipher every single thing that you are saying and give you example that you're not gonna be happy about. You're sitting here listening things about Black Americans. Africans don't want to do that. We have bigger fish to fry, bro. Like I said, if Nigerian American are here competing with you at the higher level and they're showing numbers and strength, I would love for Black Americans to go on the continent and show the same thing. If they are that powerful, I would love to see it. And let the numbers speak for itself. Let the numbers speak for itself. Don't stay in your comfort zone, like in this richest nation on this planet Earth called America, and bump your chest like, yeah, we the best. Go outside. Go outside and show the world. In sport, I give you that because you go outside. In sport, I give you that. You go outside. Other things, nobody knows about Black American outside, bro. Let's be honest. Nobody.
And then most of them, when they go overseas, they run back to the US after 6 months because they can make money overseas. But us, we come here, we have immigration issues, we have war, issues.
Whatever that we said here, you try to compare those Africans on the continent, they don't have those kind of government help, man. So whatever that you see over there is truth. This real struggle from people who are getting no assistance compared to people here who at least get assistance. How can you compare the two? You can't do that. You see what I'm saying? But on the competitive level, I want to be competitive. If a Black American can show me he's better than me, you got to come over my place and compete with me as well. Because I'm here competing with you. And my number is showing as an African living in America. As an African living in America, I'm competitive. You see what I'm saying? Based on the resources that exist here in America. So we can't talk like, we can compare ourselves to the continent. Those people have a different set of issues. They have a different set of situations. You can't compare the two without knowing the reality.
Bro, he's not listening. He's not listening.
What happened?
He's not listening to you, bro.
No, he doesn't have to listen.
No, hold on, guys, hold on for a second. I'm about that.
You see what I'm saying? So let's not do that, man. Let's not do that. Let's be honest about each other, man. If you want to compare, we gotta give the real numbers. Be specific.
All right, King Sanad, what do you want to say?
It's chaotic is disgraceful, man. It's sad. It's very, very sad, man.
So he's not gonna get pepper soup in Nigeria.
Hey, Afridamus, I'll be back on your next live stream. I gotta roll out.
He can't even speak. I bet you can't even speak pigeon.
Yeah. Okay, chaotic had to run, but we gotta finish this show, because I see, we gotta settle some stuff. But Supergirl, thank you for the super chat. She said, chaotic truth live. Correction. Everyone on the panel, everyone on the panel with you right now lives in the USA. I think this is true. All of us live in America here, right? So guys, what do you 30? I'll give you guys 10 seconds each to close for the second time. Judah, you go first, or whoever wants to go first.
I just want to say peace to the panel, peace to the chat. Yeah,
Thank you.
Oh yes, Afridamus, look, man, you always have some nice, things on the panel. So, I'll come again, man. But at least, I can't say much, and I'm glad everybody show up. We say what we have to say. We protect our own people. It's just us, man. That's realities, and that's just it. I don't have much to say, but I'm glad Mike came back and St. James, and that's what's up. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you,
and everyone
Judah.
have a good day.
You too. Thank you. All right. Who's going next? Olu, go for it.
Yeah, peace, Afridamus, man. Thanks for having me on the show. I just want to say peace out to everybody. One love, you know what I'm saying? One African power, you know what I'm saying? I wish the great for our people. I look at it more holistically, but I see what's going on here, you know what I mean? So peace.
Yeah, go for it. Thank you, Olu. Thank you. All right, we got Deuces of Growth. Go ahead, Deuces.
Hey man, great panel, man. I like what you're doing. Keep doing it. Keep exposing the lies, because these people are ignorant. So we need to expose the lies for the truth to come out. But we still need unity at the end of the day. So peace out. Great panel.
Thank you. All right, Mike, go for it, Mike.
Yeah, I really don't have personal issue with the guy, boy. It's just that I've been seeing a lot of FDA guys, like even on some FDA panel, they just disguising themselves to be Nigerians and just speaking as if they are, like on the disguising as Nigerians, and then creating this image for Nigerians, So that's why I just had to come to like, hey, you got to stop this, man. And even some Africans are falling for it. Even the Nigerian guy fell for it. Say the guy's a Nigerian. I mean, I'm like, oh, this got to stop, man. Got to be original, man. Don't disguise yourself to be who you're not, and then the creating scene, and then creating beef.
You don't think he's Nigerian?
No, it's not, man. It's not. Trust me, man. Afridamus, trust me. Even a second generation Nigerian, I will tell you that this guy is a second generation Nigerian. I know my people very well. I know Nigerian Americans very well. Their demeanor, the way they talk, I know them very well. Trust me. The way they see things, the way they view, the way they present, I know them very well, dude. There's no, especially America. Even a Nigerian that grew up in Greece, in Europe, Russia, I can still tell. Talk less than the one that grew up in America. Come on, man. I know you very well. It's not nowhere near Nigerian.
Man,
even the fathers.
I think you're trying to take his card, but I think he's Nigerian.
We got that Yoruba look though.
No, it's not by look. It doesn't. I mean, black people were all. It's just. I'm no Nigerian. We just know ourselves, dude. We just know, like, literally, we know ourselves like that, So I know. Even Jeffrey that we talk about, Godfrey, there's even the fathers away from Nigeria. I can still tell these guys are Nigerian, dude.
You think Godfrey might be a Cameroonian?
No, Godfrey is a Nigerian. But he's one of those Nigerians that are really, really, even though Godfrey didn't even learn his culture like that, but you can still tell he's a Nigerian, dude. Trust me. We just know, I just know my people like that,
Well, thank you, Mike. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. All right. St. James. St. James.
Hey, bro, yeah. Isn't that the homie, man?
Huh?
Isn't that the homie?
Who?
The dude, man. It's the homie, right?
Oh, you talking about Chaotic?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, Chaotic came to.
Right?
Huh?
Like the theatrics.
Yeah, Chaotic loves it.
They love the theatrics, man. I mean, it's like, yeah, man. It's whatever, man. No, I came back because I thought that was the biggest.
He brings the heat.
I know, I feel you, but we forward. We're down for it. We ain't running. We gotta come and address it. We can have a conversation. We don't listen. I'm not part of a conversation where we're talking about. I'm better.
Well, because I think Judah was, Chaotic was trying to feed Judah some, monkey soup, I guess. But
we're about to eat it together. If that's good soup, I mean, why not try something different? Like, I know people who eat monkeys and then they ain't died yet, so maybe that's good meat. So I don't know. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I thought that was a homie because I heard him speak a few times on the panel. I'm like, yo, what's that? Like, what's that 360? I was like, what is it?
No, I mean, like the show is open to the conversation.
Absolutely.
So,
No, I'm down for it. I'm down for it.
yeah.
Like, I ain't surprised anymore because you see what I'm saying? We can take and roll with it. Like, I drove on a
I mean,
dirt
the
road.
conversation, I enjoyed it. It was
No, I
good
did too.
exchange.
I did too.
Chaotic walked in,
Yeah,
he said
yeah.
what he wanted to say, and you guys addressed. So,
I
it's great
respect,
conversation.
I respect the man that come forward and stand his ground.
Right,
Never take away from him. I don't like runners, but I drove on a dirt road yesterday. Okay, to people that don't live in America, there is dirt road in America. I just drove on one yesterday. You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying that popular, but I just drove on one. So don't sit here and lie. There is no dirt road. There is rundown buildings here that people still live there. People lived in Chicago. They have no heat in the middle of the winter. I lived there and I saw it. People going to the hospital with no money. They're bleeding on the floor. I've seen it. You see what I'm saying? People outside hungry, robbing people for food. America. You see what I'm saying? People living under bridges. America. You see what I'm saying? All those things exist in America. America is still great for the people that want to make a life out of everything here, but poverty, bro, it exists. Homelessness in my hometown is an issue. Everybody's addressing that right now. You see what I'm saying? Homelessness that they've never seen before. The greatest country on earth. People can make it here in America, struggling on the street of America. If you want the picture, we can take the picture and show Africans what's going on here. You will be shocked. So don't sit here and talk about we the best and we have the come on, man. Let's be honest. I know it's still the best country on earth, but it has a struggle. You want to talk about the struggles on the continent? Let's talk about the struggles in America as well. So the people on the continent can know because we live here. We not even trying to put down anybody that live in America, trying to tell African also the same reality that you run from Africa, you can face that here if things don't go your way. So you got to be prepared. It's not all the way nice over here in America. You got to be prepared because things don't go your way. You're going to be under a bridge begging for money.
This is true.
Okay. So let's be open about having a decent conversation about the motherland. The motherland need work. We all know it. We need a lot of help. We need the Africans to come together and try to figure out something so the continent can prosper. We get it. But don't put us down, bro. Don't put the continent down like that, bro. It's a great people, millionaires on the continent. People don't even want to live here. I know people on the continent, they come here, man, for vacation. They're like, I'm not coming back here. I have an auntie right now. She's doing well. She's living. She's here. She's want to go back. She's like, nah, you guys are so lonely over here. We don't. Because they're having the ball on the continent. They're like, man, we're going back. You see what I'm saying? So let's have that honesty too. For the Africans that live on the continent, because we're trying to help them too. Your reality might be not that great, but America might not be the solution for you as well. Let's do it.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, St. James. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for coming again. Guys, that was St. James. I mean, it looks like literally like 5 hours. So I want to thank Supergirl for the super chat. And I want to thank Deuces of Growth. And I want to thank all of you, for watching the show. Please make sure you like and share. All the panelists have been great conversation. I understand some of you might get triggered about certain things, but you have to understand, grow up. It's conversation, guys. Conversation. We are learning from one another, Sometimes, some of these things, you interpret it in a way that it really isn't. Just listen to the individual. It's a give and take. You see? That's what the Afridamus report is all about here. It's all about love. It's not about hate. I have zero hate for anyone. I have no hate against the blacks, the whites, the Chinese, the Japanese, no one. I treat everybody fairly and equally. You see? And There are people who say, Afridamus, how come you don't talk about white people? Now you want me to talk about the whites? I'm black, like you. So I talk black issues. But if you want me to talk about the white people, show me, the white Pan-Africans going to Africa too. I would be sure to talk about them, you see. But you must familiarize yourself with the channel and know it is an African channel connecting the blacks and everybody, bringing everyone together to share love. And don't forget, 2023, I told you guys, is the beginning of the year of the African. And we are continuing with that, because Africa must rise. Africans must start walking with their chins up, not just allow everybody to just walk all over Africans. Like I told you, Africans, we can no longer not go for the number 1 spot. How are we just going to allow people to come and put us in the number 3 spot? And when people talk, all this talk down on Africa is good motivation. It should make you more motivated and understand that when you don't lift yourself up, this is how other people treat you. Now we know. No need to be upset. It's just to learn, rise up and be great. But until next time, ladies and gentlemen, I will see you guys here tomorrow. Before I go, I'll leave you with Tommy Sotomayor's best song of the year of the African. Here we go.
You a grown-ass man. You call me to troll me. Did you get what you want out of this? Did it make you feel better now? There's a difference. I don't bother people I don't like. And this is what you have to deal with niggas. What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You wanna live off somebody else's law.
What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You wanna live off somebody else's law.
Niggas are the worst people on earth. I do understand why they made them slaves. I think one of the worst things that happened was they stopped making them slaves. If they'd have kept niggas as slaves, we'd have built more shit. We'd have been better people. Whenever black people were under the oppression of white people, they did more. They were more productive people. Name the shit you built since being out of slavery. Name it. Name it. Let me explain. You claim you built DC.
You were enslaved when you did that.
You claim you built the railroads.
You were enslaved when you did that.
Everything you claim you built in America, it's when white people had the whip on your ass. What have you built since? Come on, what have you built since? Nobody wants to talk about the facts. Now all you do is go around and begging white people for shit. All these hoods y'all proud of, white people gave them to you. You didn't build them. What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You wanna live off somebody else's law.
What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You wanna live off somebody else's law.
What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You wanna live off somebody else's law.
What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You wanna live off somebody else's law.
Did black people build Cabrini Green? Nope. Did black people build Capitol Homes? Nope. Did black people build Carver Homes? Nope. Did black people build O-Block? Nope. Did black people build any of these things you're talking about? 63rd, 62nd, 69th? Did you build any of that shit? Nope. Did black people build Compton?
What?
Did black people build Compton?
What?
Did black people build Compton? Nope. Let me explain. Black Wall Street. Come on, bro. Black Wall Street. Your ass ain't built Black Wall Street back now, have you? You got all these black millionaires and all these black millionaires who own clothing companies. You could have been built Black Wall Street back a long time. When you hear all these niggas love to go back to Black Wall Street, that tell you black people are lazy and ain't shit. This person said Black Wall Street. Sir, you remember what Black Wall Street was built under? Jim Crow. I'll let you go. What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You wanna live off somebody else's law.
What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You wanna live off somebody else's law.
What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You wanna live off somebody else's law.
what they built, what they did, what they gained.
You wanna live off somebody else's law.
What have you built? Give me the Black Wall Street 20 years, in the last 20 years, the last 10 years. Give me that. Y'all niggas can't put together some stores. Cause that's all Black Wall Street was, idiot. Stores. Can somebody tell me if I'm lying or not? What was Black Wall Street?